when Krad's got a Vandal. Just going to be very easily picking up all those kills sitting outside of A.
Getting one pick is really nice. If you get two here, that'd be fantastic. And what a flicked the headshot. Vulcan taking out Jaquavius and grabbing the gun. Could this make the difference of a solid eco round? A few whiffs, unfortunately, are going to prevent that from happening. Krad with the ace, showing that a first buy Vandal is not a bad decision at all.
Sometimes having a big gun early on, very, very good. And Krad just showed it. 8-0 already. I mean, that's still first 2 rounds. Lead duelist happened to be where your opponents were. But I still said Krad was going to be playmaker, top of the scoreboard, and already showing it. But now, UTA with the worst weapons. And we'll see what Cincinnati has in store now that they got rifles.
Yep, bonus round, but this full buy is quite good. A couple of light shields for Cincinnati as Krad goes for an aggressive push here. Some information with that. Just gonna hold back here. We haven't seen a whole lot of middle options yet because of how early Cincinnati's getting stuffed out. UT Arlington is trying to pressure them off of site and stave off the push as long as possible. Force them to play time.
Yeah, and right now there's still map coverage. This is just a straight A hit. That Viper wall's up, cutting off all of UTA. Cages as well. Julian's completely cut off. Kabuber and Krad taken down by Dummy. And this is going to be a clean little plant coming through. Julian gives away their own position as a great initial take from Cincinnati, especially getting rid of Krad.
Look at these 2 waves overlapping each other. The Viper wall and the Harbor wave, basically having one up while the other one is recharging. Jaquavius is going to try to make it back, and getting the Vandal is nice. But getting another kill is nicer. But Taka takes down Julian and Jaquavius back to back to seal that round.
Very well done by Cincinnati. Much needed round and a very clean bonus out of them, making sure UTA gets nothing and really deals very, very little damage. We're going to see exactly what gets put together for Vulcan. It is just going to be Projectile going all the way down for Cincinnati. And now looking at UTA, because of how, there was that extra kill round 2 and then the forced buy-up, this is really scrappy for a round 4.
Very scrappy for a round 4. I'm not sure if I love it or if it's going to fall apart at the seams, but I think it's all about how this attack starts. Having double controller is going to help him get on the site early, but Taka is just looking for information.
Yeah, the blade storm already committed, and Krad is going to get a fantastic read here. Playing that Spectre, but does get hit by the trip. And that means the Gambit's up, half the TP away. And that's the advantage of Yoru, is you can go for those really deep options just because you have the teleport back. There's going to be a nice little rotate over and the hit coming through. That's going to be Jaquavius taking advantage of the angle, but the Stinger don't have the same kind of firepower as a Vandal. And now we'll see if this buy can really get put together. And so far, each duel getting lost by the worst weaponry. Site taken, plant down. Brad sprays through the smoke and snatches one away. This is still a very tough take to try and find your way back into. Taka holding this one close.
I like this post plant. This could be very strong. The wall goes up as a wall goes down. That's the benefit of having the controller in the block. That was pre-firing, but unfortunately Dummy
one
gets
enemy
the kill
remaining.
off that information. Taka follows Uber and Vulcan, taking out maybe for what just looked like a textbook post plant.
Yeah, that was drilled. The timings were fantastic and showing the comfort. And I really like the fact that Cincinnati is practicing and showing their expertise with these compositions on these newer maps, not just relegating themselves to, okay, we're going to practice the standard 4, we're going to make sure we win those consistently. No, where they're spending time on Breeze, giving themselves an X factor and a way for to potentially just sneak away a free game just off of strats, but still very, very early on. But this is going to be the first true save out of UTA, and Cincinnati just building that bank up.
Taking a brief moment of pause here as Kabuber disconnected. They're going to wait for them to get back in, I believe. But speaking to your point about how scrappy they chose to play that round 4, now it's University of Cincinnati with the gun advantage, huge gun advantage, as UT Arlington has to go for a full save here. And it's almost like the pistol round didn't even happen. It's almost like it didn't influence the momentum of the game because they chose to buy up that hard on round 4. And so Cincinnati is just going to come into this after a fantastic round 4, mind you, very well played, but now it's almost like they had the momentum the whole time.
Yeah, I think so. It certainly feels that way, where Cincinnati in control, right? That opening round You lose pistol, you lose second. You're expecting that. But now we're just, again, waiting for those technical issues to resolve. And you're going to get a quick little sneak peek of our beautiful faces as we were just given so much time on the beautiful beach. But this does appear to be a more extended technical issue. So we're going to cut to a very quick break before getting right back into the action between UTA and University of Cincinnati. See, very short break. We get a nice little sneak peek at the Sloth once again, and it's straight back into the action as Cincinnati know they've got better guns, and they just want to run on into Quavius going for the shorty cheese, and not going to find anything with that as Brad spotted out already, and that's a gun over to Maybe.
Yeah, you had to try to go for something. That's entirely understandable. Maybe it does find it, though, and this could be a big talking point, a big movement point at the very least. 4v4, when you have full buys and your opponents essentially had pennies to deal with. Wave crashing. You have the site, you put the plant down, you have everything that you want, but can you close it out?
Yeah. No charges left.
Where it really comes down to gets a good peek out, almost punished. Brings back the spray as everyone falls in just a couple seconds. Cincinnati keeps 4 alive. But when I saw that first peek out not turn into a headshot, I got spooked for a second.
Definitely concerning. I was also a little bit afraid for the team with the guns. I mean, I as a caster, want to logically think that the team that has the buy advantage is going to win the round decisively every time. So when the opponents can give me just a moment of hesitation, you know that something is going right or wrong, I guess, depending on whose perspective you're looking at.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's just, you're left with that little pause, and you're like, they've got the guns, right? They're supposed to win this, right? Now, the last series I had a running tally of thrifty rounds because there were so many going back and forth where they just turn these impossible situations around or just have that insane gunplay. We're already seeing just a bit of posturing towards this ace site, but none of that speed we saw last round as there's guns in UTA's hands.
Taking their time. I like this. A lot of pressure in mid here. You can see that Cypher pushing up around elbow, but the defensive Sova, the Kabuber, holding that down. Jiggle peeking it.
I've got your trail.
Space for free, and I really like that. I'm not sure that they're going to bother with the fight. Defenders definitely want to attack do. Unfortunately, maybe takes one out. Taka grabs one on the back end as they start the push. See if they can
very close. Love that Seekers as an engage option, but honestly, that defense for maybe slowing everyone down, giving a little time for this rotate, as we once again have a 4v4 on the map, and that Harbor Bubble is just going to secure the plant. Vulcan's still very low, and Taka on the wrong side of the wave, looking for an opportunity. As the Vipers have been committed as well. Taka gets Kaboober, and Vulcan from the pit snatches up, maybe. Now it really feels like it's all up to Crad. Wasn't ready for Projectile on the side. It's just Jaquavius still has the snake bite. So little you can really do. And that one duel goes the other way as Cincinnati 4 in a row.
The Huevos on Vulcan to use the Viper's pit despite being 5 health or something it was a good decision. It was a correct decision. You get all the space, you take out all the vision, and you force everybody else to essentially be 5 health with you. But without having cleared any of backside, that was a very risky option to just throw out your ultimate like that. However, it is probably entirely what secured them that round. And that's why Vulcan makes better the decisions than I am, and why I am low ranked.
And I mean, Vulcan, again, it's just that willingness to understand, hey, I'm going to be further back. I'm letting my teammates take that space. I got my Jet in front of me, Harbor to my left. Let's just make everyone scared to walk up, because that extra piece, right? You can just hide. You just hide away with that 5 HP. Now maybe once again holding that same position on left side. Pyramids. Dogs get spotted. That's going to indicate the push in. Taka gets one shut down on the other side. At the very least, make it a little expensive. And the Neural Theft makes this a very risky approach. It's Julian, fortunate for their opponent, didn't have anyone to really look through, but that's going to be a nice solo kill. These Sheriffs looking more like Guardians, as that Projectile and Dummy able to spray down their opponents. Just Jaquavius left to try and deal a little more damage. Sheriffs have looked pretty lethal, but not quite doing the damage that you need.
The idea was there. Everything that Jaquavius could have wanted was in position, at least from as far behind the position as that person could be in. But even with the crosshair placement being in a nice spot, can't beat a Vandal sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes Vandal, good gun.
Need a drop.
Good gun, I love that.
Good gun. One tap. It's the age old. Like, what's a 141 tap to a 161 tap, right?
Exactly. Everything. Nonetheless, getting into this. This is that, by the way, this is that knife that I was talking about that KO can throw from mid-doors to effectively not just stop, push, or rush, but get information on where everybody is on the map. Can that work against you? Yes, if you don't leave a lurk, but Arlington does leave maybe
I
on
know
A.
exactly where you
So
are.
we'll see how much value this gives. And Neural Theft is going to give all the value that they need to know exactly where the opponents are. Towards A.
Yeah, Projectile spotted out Crad, wasn't able to make that Yoru flank angle work. Just turned to another 4v5, maybe trying to look for the setup. Sprays near default, doesn't find a single shot. Just plant confirmed. Long rotate in from the rest of UTA. As players start to swarm the site, we're gonna see the null command committed, as that overload does nothing. Vulcan just shoots him down. Jaquavius gets one back. Is already so disadvantaged. There's not going to be any res coming through. It's just maybe catching one looking the other way, but there's so many targets.
Too many. Too many. 6-2. University of Cincinnati, of course the timeout's got to come in. But University of Cincinnati on their own pick is looking very strong. Like you said, looking like they have practiced this. They're looking like they've been drilling this for a while. Very good flexibility, though. Being able to grab a pick, use the Neural Theft, and be willing to trade sites off, not just going in with preconceived notions about exactly how you're going to play, but keeping adaptability on your front line is pretty much the name of the game of why Cincinnati is doing so well, and University of Texas at Arlington kind of feels like they're just one step behind in every moment.
Yeah, and I hope that this timeout gives UTA a little space to take that reset, start to think of what has Cincinnati been doing, how have these A hits been so effective, and I think the next question is looking into whether or not you want to change up your site assignments, right? We've seen maybe constantly on A and has gotten decent information, just hasn't quite been able to hold. And maybe that Cypher could rotate over to B. I know a lot of those great angles are on A, but it just feels like UTA, they need to find something in their playbook to try and answer this consistency out of Cincinnati.
Seems like they've fully given up trying to take mid control, trying to push up through that Viper wall. Not a whole lot of elbow pushing now either. However, UT Arlington hasn't really bothered taking the mid control for themselves, which is, I think, why University of Cincinnati is doing so well. Taking all of this information, all of this position on the wings in main and B. But this is what I wanted to see. UT Arlington pushing down mid and trying to hold control of a central part of the map where they can rotate more easily.
Yeah, and just the immediate dimensional shift gives that heads up. Now we're going to see the clone use to try and pop. Tripwire. Need a pill, but that's a flying dog over top. Going to stun up maybe. Now Taka's deep inside, only 15 HP. No headshot needed. Brad able to take one back on their duelist opponent, but still that stinger at range. Not going to be able to keep up. A couple sprays attempted by Jaquavius from mid. And that's going to be the meat grinder continuing for Cincinnati. I will say, though, that was a save from Arlington. Decent amount invested. But now, with guns in their hand, no dimensional drift. What's the next step?
Yeah, using the dimensional drift there to take mid control was an interesting decision on a save round. It's exactly the play that I wanted to see them take, but I wanted to see them take it on a full buy round. It would have been a lot more helpful in that position. However, it still seems like they didn't execute it exactly like you would want them to for the side of UT Arlington. They found out fairly early on that nobody was B because nobody was pushing into the Viper's pit, and the Yori was able to peek down that long angle and not see anybody. So they had to have assumed that everybody was an A main, but nobody rotated over in time.
Seems that just not quite quick enough, as we're going to see the Harbor ulti committed as well. Taka hops up for a little information, and there's a lot of Viper walls on this site, and doesn't mean much for Krad as well. He gets that, but Uber bringing it back on the Taka. Now this really does slow things down, and that's just a full runaway from Cincy.
I love that. Using the Reckoning, grabbing one, and then leave it. Granted, you got to trade back against your own team, so it's 4 versus 4, even numbers advantage, and the Cypher still anchors B, so it's not going to be the freest push-in, especially if you try to take backside control. But I think it's going to be enough for them to at least grab the plants, which might be what they need. So it's up to maybe to find one trade, and hopefully 2 if they can find it.
And already they know Cypher's got to be lurking with cage triggers. That's one duel attempted, traded back by Julian. That's some initiator combat. We're going to see the Hunter's Fury as well. 3 spotted on site. There's a Viper's Pit in there as well. Going to make this so tough for UTA.
The Hunter's Fury was an interesting choice, but I don't hate it. Keeping them far away while you get the plant down helps a lot, especially when you're trying to set up
Oh, and just look at this timing from Vulcan. Grabs 2 right off the rip. Jaquavius able to take down Jectile. Oh, and there's Vulcan as well. But you gotta watch your 6 as Waldy able to keep his team moving. This has just been 8 rounds in a row. Complete control and dominance. Like, that last round looked solid with the changes coming through from UTA, putting the Cypher on the B site, having the Viper take a lot more time. Just couldn't quite win those duels at the end.
Yeah, and at the very end, Jaquavius actually looked like they had something going for them. But very intelligently, as Vulcan held outside the Viper's pit, Waldy said, I'm going to hold your cross. I know that they can't be behind me, so they've got to be between us or in the pit. So either we wait for defuse to come out, or we can take the cross, and the cross is what we work.
Now we might see an attempt by Krad. Gets clipped on the way out, already down to just 15. Might see if there's a Jet wanting to peek over.
Yeah.
This is just another one of those saves that feels so difficult for UTA. I mean, they're realistically hoping for a 9-3 half at this point. I mean, they only get the pistols here on Breeze. That would be quite the statement win coming out from Cincy.
Look at this rotation back to B from Cincinnati. There are still Krad and maybe holding it down. The 2 anchoring with your KO in the wing there. This is going to be really difficult to push.
I don't think got spotted by the Trailblazer. Maybe it was just barely peeked out. Good team play to make sure the stun didn't come through. And I do like this respect being given by Cincinnati. They've faced these sheriffs before and know they can be incredibly deadly. Just playing that information game, they know they pulled over a few members.
30 seconds left.
This is just going to be, I think, a long walk back over to A. It looks like a finish over there.
Yeah, they're really afraid to push into sheriffs and possibly save options. and get taken out early. So taking their time and then doing a full blast out onto a site where you're fairly certain there's nobody there or only, you know, 1 or 2 people is a great decision.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
and they know this is the last spot to clear. Not even gonna
planted.
peek it. Oh wait, actually, dummy! You knew, and then you still get the win! The turnaround with the utility out, 2 HP left. That one hurts. That one hurts.
Enemy remaining.
And Vulcan gonna keep the clean streak going. It is a flawless. I'm still like in
Last
shock
round
from
in the
that
half.
whip around from Dummy.
Hopefully to take away from your shock a little bit, Turbo. 45 seconds left in that round. It was 5 players alive for both teams. Do you expect it to end up at like a flawless? I definitely did.
Nope. Nope. I was expecting it to turn into some sort of bloodbath where the better guns win, because as we established, Vandal, good gun, and Cincinnati agrees with 4 of them in line. Like, what is this Phantom and an Op from Maybe and Kabuber? Come on, you don't got the best gun. Like, sure, Op 1-hit kill, unless you hit him in the leg. Don't even need to 1-tap, but you're so stationary. You're stuck.
I like the setup on B, throwing the Viper Wall early as you've done every round. It doesn't actually give any good information, which is why there's hesitant. I must wait to rotate over. However, sending 3 over where the Viper Wall is usually a good decision, especially when the camera grabs 1 and 3 off the knife.
Yeah, but the Seekers came out before, so that means they're still gonna get the extra information. They know maybe he's lurking around, but able to dance with the cages as that's suddenly a 3v3. Jaquavius from mid. Now Uber all alone does get spotted. They know he's got the op as well. Expect to see a swarm on that corner. Instead, they realize it's a little risky. Give Taka the angle. Gets shut down by Krad, and this is a real chance for UT to finally get around. Unless Vulcan takes it, and another fantastic clutch out of the Cincinnati controller.
Switching sides.
Oh no, the difference between 10-2 and 9-3 is devastating going into the second half. What this means is that if Cincinnati wins the pistol round, UT Arlington has to go for some crazy strats or basically just soft buy every round until they maybe win 3 in a row, and then they can possibly maybe buy. But it's dire in the circumstances starting the second half.
Yeah, dire indeed. I mean, Krad had such a great start. Remember, 8-0 off of those first 2 rounds. Now 12-10. Has only gotten 4 kills in the last 10 rounds that have just been complete and utter dominance from Cincinnati. And I mean, looking at Vulcan at the top of the scoreboard, it's not the duelist exclusively popping off, it's the entire team working together. And this is a nice approach, and Krad able to make use of all the util to take down that first opponent, add in the chaos necessary for this opening round, as UTA trying to at the very least get those pistols back. Julian gets up, Vulcan shuts him down, maybe able to win the duel. Now it's a 1v3 projectile. Doesn't look great for the last player standing for the Bearcats, and UTA with a much, much needed round win.
No, Turbo. I don't like that. I don't like that UT Arlington wins because Krad rushed in and got an RNG right-click classic headshot to get the entry frag. That upsets me just a little bit.
What do you mean? It's called calculated Yoru play. It's a teleport off a flash. I mean, that's just bread and butter for duelists. No, but to your point, it doesn't feel great that you needed a little RNG to get that opening pick and blow the site wide open, right? If that pick doesn't go down, we see a little more confusion added in from Taka, give a little more time for the rotates. That's a different round. As we do see just the fast approach onto B, and maybe watching for it. This was a full A stack from Cincinnati. A lot of times you just gotta pick a site, and they picked the wrong one.
I like pressing down mid, trying to force the first back. But when the alert grabs these headshots.
Oh, my word.
It's sad from both of them. Oh no.
And now they're low. This is like a Western duel right now, especially considering that there was a revolver in hand from Maybe. Does wind up picking up the kill on their Cypher counterpart. This should be pretty clean, unless, I mean, Dummy just gets the 1 lurker. There's still low member on site in Kabuber, so not as free as I think UTA was initially hoping. They got to hold on to this one.
Plant is down though and picking fast, so I don't know how much holding Cincinnati's going to be able to do. I think they're going to
Last
back
player
up.
standing.
and maybe just die to bomb so that you can get the econ. Yeah.
Smart play from Vulcan. Solid round from Arlington. Losing 2 though.
Show weakness.
It's about as, I don't know, it's on the line, right? You lose 1, you can always just put a sheriff in their hands and you've got enough gun spread, but now you're looking at 2 players not quite up to weaponry. And we saw this story on the other side. Cincinnati didn't drop a round after these opening 2.
So this is kind of the difficulty of having chosen Sky Harbor over the more traditional Sova KO. You don't have a lot of ways to stop hard pushes in. You have good ways to deter people with smoke options and, you know, flashes for information, but you don't actually get true info, and you definitely don't have good ways to take space, let alone stuff out space.
Yeah, and that information game is one we didn't see a ton of this Sova during the defensive side for UTA, but now a lot more comfort. The Owl Drone leading the way, recon dart as well. Dummy just flash left and right, does get traded, but allows the space for this plant to go down. As Arlington quick to try and retreat and take these fights. Julian grabbing the first. Taka still looking for an opening. And does get the headshot angle. Slides forward with the Vandal. 30 HP left, but that's plenty for a Jet player. Baldy able to get rid of Julian. So much information off the table. This is exactly, I think, where Cincinnati wanted to be until they ran into Jaquavius and maybe all up to Waldy. Gets 1, looking for 2 right around the corner. Knows exactly where your opposing Cypher is standing and maybe wins the duel once again.
Good stuff from Maybe. And really great start to the half from UT Arlington. Not only did they win the pistol round, which is exactly what they needed, they won their following round, which is their bye round, and the bonus round. So the position is looking solid for UT Arlington to continue snowballing this into what could be a much more even game than we initially anticipated.
Yeah, I think you get this round +1, you're looking at 10-7 scoreline. That's suddenly a lot scarier for Cincinnati, especially because it could mean 5 rounds in a row from your opponents. They're not used to losing that many in a row. But also I want to speak to just the mental fortitude coming through for Arlington, that going down a 10-2 half and now being ready to fight your way back up now that your composition is a little bit more enabled. And maybe just pressured, and Taka gets that first kill, and that's a gun given over.
Gun, and they're going to try to flank. No, they're just going to take it back to mid. Safe, as they know the rest of the people are on A side. They just want the fastest route to get back to mid, and they have to play together in this 3v3 retake.
Yeah, and with every single kill, they already knew the UTA economy was low. Waldy makes it a little bit weaker, and suddenly this round is winnable for Cincinnati, despite the trades going back and forth. Taka's still very, very low, but it's his teammate who's got the Vandal in hand. A couple shots fired. So much space being given over. Now Taka is playing a tight angle. Kavuber, though, great patience. And now Vulcan, we've seen heroics before. Plenty of 1v2 clutches on the other side, but not when you're the one pushing into sight. Gonna hard peek onto Kavuber, and that's gonna be another round for Arlington, but an expensive one at that.
Yeah, I really like Jaquavius playing a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie and then just waiting until until Vulcan turns the corner for Kabuber to grab the final kill there. Fantastic stuff. I love that. Timeout is going to come out for Cincinnati. Intelligently so. You've lost so many rounds in a row, and you're finally back on a bye round, which means that you want to rethink your strategy here. Let's talk a little bit about why University of Cincinnati has had a tough time defending. We talked about that KO knife not being able to stop pushes from either A or B. That's kind of like a necessary pick if you don't want to just get rushed on or baited to one side and get re-rushed on, because you don't have the information combined with suppress utility. So not having that is already difficult. But on top of that, you sacrifice having Sova in favor of another smoke agent. And where that works against you is the fact that UT Arlington not only have what would normally be a requisite 2 flashes from KO, but an additional 2 from Yoru. So just more walls for them to flash through, so that if you don't place them exactly correctly, if you don't place the cascade in just the right area, you're honestly giving your opponents utility to work with.
Yeah, the fact you're just giving that extra space, but we've seen these double smokes have some fantastic post plants on offense. Definitely that was drilled, but we haven't seen, as you're mentioning, that same kind of control enabled for that lack of information. And it's also just a great call from UTA to to do the same, right? To punish that composition by being a little bit faster, by playing really aggressively at the wings where this KO would normally be checking your opponents. As we see the wall come out, Waldy's all alone. And the Hunter's Fury already committed to try and clear the corner and distracts Waldy enough for the rest of the squad to roll in, as there was 3 members, A, just an anchor, B, and that is a very early plant for UTA.
Great stuff. There's site control. The post plant is a lot easier now that you have all of your setup and all of your players in back site. It's fantastic. It's a great way to get started, and pushing back in with this op is going to be really difficult.
Yeah, Taka was really hoping to get some options, and now finally handed one as Brad hops up. Don't think anyone was expecting an op on the other side, but that's the trouble. Once you're stuck in sight, is there's not much more for you to do, as that's 5 in a row now for Arlington.
The op choice was probably correct if you didn't get rushed, which you've gotten rushed every round, so it's kind of a moot point. I feel like they need to start dealing with that before they start thinking about, you know, taking like hard sight control off of slow pushes with the op, which is usually what it's most beneficial for. So they just kind of wasted a lot of money there. Save round now again for University.
Yeah, and it seems that they were really expecting that A hit, and they'd be able to counter it out. Very unfortunate that it just fell apart. Taka getting very aggressive on this save, trying to deal as much damage as possible. But that spotted out the spike. Jaquavi is going to have to play a little tighter. Shots coming through. Still stays alive. And it's just Vulcan left. Tries to fire away, and Krad gets the final kill, as we're now within 2. This game felt doomed at the end of the first half, and for anyone who might just be tuning in now or wasn't here for the first half, it was 10-2. You can see it on the scoreboard, just the pistol picked up for Arlington, and then the entire attacking side for Cincinnati was just clean. It's looking like the opposite the other way.
I've got to say this now, while Vulcan is still in the lead. But Vulcan is the top frag, and we said, watch out for Vulcan.
That's
we didn't have
right!
the information to back that up, but it's coming true. The prophecy foretold.
This is a nice spot.
Your soothsayer, you're a prophet, Kevin.
I'll
You
take
just
it.
knew, seeing Vulcan, you're like, that's a hard hitter name. That's a playmaker name. And we've already seen, I think, 2 separate 2v1 clutches, some fantastic Viper usage to just snatch rounds away. And this is just a full-off A setup. And it seems like Cincinnati, they're trying to stack other sights on their gun rounds, and Arlington are finding the opposite and just taking it to them.
Spike planted.
That's the difficulty of not having an agent that can either stuff a push from either side or find the information early on that you need. You have neither of those.
You expect the Sova and the KO to grab that, and projectile just runs into a myriad of smokes. Can't do anything about it. Dummy takes out one, and that's another source of smokes taken away. Krad gets the counter kill onto Vulcan. Very, very low, though, as now it's Waldy against Krad. Maybe knows they're both playing the same angle. Goes for the tap. We're expecting a beta attempt, and just reads the angle. Maybe, though, has got some ice in his veins and brings this within 1.
Very close, very close. I think even if that had been a win for Waldy, they would not have had enough time to get back to bomb to defuse it. So it was a successful post plant, regardless of how many people they lost and how close that looked for UT Arlington. And at the end of the day, what really matters is the money in the bank, of which University of Cincinnati is looking not so wealthy.
No, they're struggling. They are struggling. Bucky picked up for Vulcan. Sheriffs for everyone else. Sheriffs are scary. I will give them that. But there's just been so few clear sight lines available with all of the smoke that's just been on this map. Already a little bit of tension sent out, but generally a lot of patience and just this mid pressure being held as, the push comes out. Wavius is here, spray down, grabs 2, and that's just a free how do you do.
How do you do indeed? As they're going to push mid doors, Projectile in the corner. This is one, grabs a second shot onto one, but Uber and maybe take out 2 from University of Cincinnati, and only losing 1 player so far. Not the best save round.
Yeah, not the best. Bucky's out, though, here for Vulcan. Gonna try and run around, and Krad instead just gets that headshot off the spray. We're tied up. We're tied up after a 10-2 opening half. This is wild.
UT Arlington sent 3 or 4 players mid there while having 1 lurk A. And the reason I love that so much is because they knew University of Cincinnati was on a save round. So they only had a couple of options. Either slow push out from the wings of a site to try to get pressure, or, you know, fast push and give away your audio information. Or you send a few up mid like we saw UT Arlington do on their save rounds on defense. And so either way, the advantage was going to go to Cincinnati, or excuse me, to UTA. So I like that play a lot. And they're going back for more mid pressure.
Very, very impressive. As Cincinnati, it feels like the only option they've put together is let's just stack a site, let's smoke it out, and make it incredibly difficult to push into. That just gives up all of this map control. And even though you see the Yoru clone, that tells you nothing because it came from mid doors.
Portal closed.
Comp Select sacrificed a lot of defensive capability in favor of offensive capability. And for Cincinnati, you couldn't have asked for a much better offensive half, so they're just paying the toll.
Don't have those options. Now we even see the wall committed, and this is drawing over more and more Bearcats. You can see Vulcan senses something's got to be up. There's no way that this is such a slow A hit, and indeed just slices Krad's head off. That's a big pick to start, but plant still secured.
What a fruit ninja flick right there. Incredible.
Fruit ninja flick. That's a good one.
This post plant, we've got a lot of people trying to break out from teams trying to go for the retake, and they have the numbers, but do they have the wherewithal?
Close. Maybe he's got a great angle though. Doesn't get the initial tap, still gets the kill, gives away the position, opens up the space for the opponents. It's gonna be an attempted stick from Jectile. That's another drop. Now that you've got the orb, you've got the everything else. Vulcan and Jectile did it. They're staying alive. Snatched away number 11 at such a good time. Jaquavius gets both, but still a round on the board is a round on the board.
I believe that was maybe in mid that had that angle. And that angle is a great angle if you have a Vandal. And unfortunately, maybe had a Phantom, couldn't find the one-shot head tap or the spray resets. It was a very, Vandal-esque spray reset. They weren't doing a whole lot of like counter-strafe, trying to get a quick flick back to the heads from that distance, which obviously is not the Phantom strength to begin with. But regardless, that could have made the difference of the round with how close that was. Having another person playing on site, you saw how low the attackers got at the very end there from all of that Viper utility and from getting essentially traded or trading out their opponents early on. And so having somebody holding that window right there to try to get the post plant just wasn't effective enough to stop that 1v2.
Yeah, I think it's just follow back of, we saw at the end, Jaquavius got 2 kills to close out the round, even though it had already been, the spike had already been defused. And what gun was he holding? A Vandal. And what gun did maybe have when it took a little extra time and gave away the position? It was a Phantom. Phantom certified bad gun, Vandal's good gun. And now but the thing is, it's like obviously memeing, but it's such a tight moment that round could have been different if that's a one-tap headshot, right? We see a one-tap onto Taka, then it's a delayed peek over from Waldy to try and get the trade. That maybe looks like a different round where you have a little bit of extra time, a little extra pressure applied from mid. And instead, it is an 11th round for Cincinnati.
It's got to be a comfort gun. You can see another selection of it. When you're playing a lurker like Cypher, you generally want to be holding those long angles. I'm going to let you take this over because action's already beginning with the Dimension Shift.
Maybe. Pops out! There's people behind you, buddy! Come on, Krat, like... Yes, confidence. Love it. Great. That's a little too much confidence!
Oh no, that's not great. You just evened up the scoreline, and now 11-10 with Cincinnati taking the last round. You already lost a player leading into what could be the overtime decider round. That's really not good.
You lost your duelist. You lost your lead player. I will say this. No command will be good. Will be very helpful. But it's still not a ton for Julian. That's going to be a freaked out with Flash. And oh my! Getting 2 off the spray. Does get taken back down. Remember, there's always the chance for that multi-chance to revive if allowed. But instead, the double peek a little too strong. It's all up to maybe you're facing down all of your opponents. It's the exact same situation we saw before. There's already been that bubble popped, but the double spray down nearly gets it, and there's no more bubble, there's no more time. Maybe through the smoke brings us to 11-11, and Arlington right in that wish. Oh my.
Turbo, they hate us. They hate us. We
They hate
just trash talked the Phantom for like 45 seconds.
Yep.
And that was the situation where the Phantom actually wins you the round. You don't have the bullet tracer, so you can't get effectively sprayed back through the smoke, which is exactly what the issue was. And maybe just winds up taking out 3 off of solely buying a Phantom alone, which well enough makes up for the 1 missed kill and possibly 2 from that round before.
Maybe just had to do it to us. Heard my trash talk actively, despite us being on a delay in that. Here's the immediate pre-round, and it's just previous round. It's just like, actually, I'm gonna be him this time around. I'm gonna be him, and I'm gonna get that spray down. I'm gonna say, all you Phantom non-believers, come back to church. And now we're gonna see, oh, big tap. Not quite. Still, gun advantage for Arlington as they are looking towards that match point, and this is so tight. We're gonna have a gun v gun round for the last decider. This is insane.
Taking it slow. It's gonna be good for both sides right now. If you're the save team, you're probably hoping to get a pick at this point because now you're spread pretty thin, hoping to not get site pushed. But UT Arlington just playing very calm, cool, and collected, waiting to make sure that nothing scary is gonna happen on the flank or on a hard push from like 2 or 3 on a save. Now they're setting up for a B hit.
I do like this defense. A lot of mid-round really getting toward the A site, and Crad ready for the shorty shenanigans. That first kill taken away. Maybe gets a little hop up, looking for 2. Not quite able to, but still taking a lot of time. Never mind, does get the 2. Dummy on the respawn. Crad gets the final kill, and somehow it is Arlington threatening game point.
How did we get here? How did we end up here? 1 round on defense has gone to Cincinnati. 1 round. Is this entirely a team comp difference? Or is there some actual gameplay decision making that's causing the differential at the second half?
Breeze attack sided map? Question mark?
Here.
That's it. That's the only like parallel I can find is just these teams are really drilled on how to use their compositions offensively, but just might not have that same experience on the defense as UTA, just putting a lot of pressure towards this B site, and Cincinnati have the read, bringing 4 members over. This might be the first time that their opponents are ready for it as Taka gets 1 tap. And that's the clone burnt as well. Lots of information trading.
Setting up for this B hit. Just shaking up for just a little bit longer. Wall is up. They have some good information. Look who's still hanging out on A. They want to hold Waldy as long as they can over there. And it's a good decision. Look at this.
Oh wait, that guiding light spotting people though pulled at least a little bit of attention. We are still going to see Taka move over to the A site. This drift being watched, only the sky really being left as an anchor. So it seems fantastic reads by Cincinnati to try and pick up this last round, take themselves to overtime as Taka misses the opening taps. Dummy grabs the kill on the side, and now it's all looking Bearcat as Cincinnati keeps striking. Maybe he's here to try and be that X factor as we saw in the last round, not able to get 1. Spike is down. Kabuber's on a bad angle. The Seeker's coming for you, bud. And Waldy will deliver. We saw maybe in a 3v1, 4v1 a little too much as we're into overtime.
Wow. Incredible reckoning coming out from Projectile there. That was not only fantastic, but necessary. Knowing that there was going to be a hit in A doors, which, by the way, that Cypher camera is what telegraphed it. Being able to see the enemy Cypher cage get set right outside those doors allowed the defenders to rotate back over in a much faster fashion than they would have if they only played off of contact alone. And rotating back over quickly was Projectile, throwing out the Reckoning without hesitation, and that's what changed the round. That was the entire definitive deciding factor, was the fact that camera was still available for the side of Cincinnati.
Such tiny details. But now, details of this round. We've got an op lined in for Crad, and also, again, it's overtime. You got to win 2 in a row on offense, on defense. We've seen both squads very, very strong on the offense. I think it's going to come down to whoever gets that first defensive round looking like my favorite. Cincinnati have picked up a couple gun rounds on defense. Can't say the same for UTA.
Oh, unfortunately not able to grab one, and Jaquavius is able to take out Jectile. Push starts.
So dicey. They're trying to play around the pyramids. And Krad's playing so close with this operator. Sees one barrel, misses the shot, but Kabuber's still getting another kill. They've all gone the way of Arlington so far. One trade, you're fine with it. You know where Spike is. Everyone else coming around. We'll say Taka, good member to have, as well as Dummy. They're still waiting for those guiding lights. Julian gets the wall bang through. There have to be quite the 4v1, not even getting the 1v1 as Arlington pick up the first round, and it's on defense.
Crad got absolutely zero value out of that operator. Like that, not even like pressurable value. Maybe that. Let's say that much.
Switching sides.
But that aside, Cincinnati just pushed on the site, killed Crad, and then lost. I mean, what a wild series of events to give UTA the advantage going into their attacking side on this, what we apparently have found to be attacking-sided map? Question mark?
Crazy big map? Attacker-sided? Impossible. Impossible.
Changes were supposed to make it harder to attack, removing the entirety of hallway.
Nah, that's just an extra spot for your duelist to get killed at the start of the round when you're attacking. And that's a space for Vulcan to go down very early, as that is a fantastic opening for Arlington.
You should be able to convert this. Attacking 5v4 means that you just take a moment, take a breath, take a beat, and then hit a site. It looks like they might want to commit to this very quickly, though. With Cypher full utility available, this might be a more difficult thing that they want, especially with all of the players basically being around this area.
Still gonna be tough pushing in. Still gotta clear all those lines. Crad gets a nice top flash, doesn't do much. Taka takes one, but Kabuber and Crad get a pair of their own. Dummy brings us back to 2v3. It's playable. Arlington doesn't know where Jectile is. They might be the X Factor unless maybe he's ready for it, waiting for that angle. Camera goes down. They know where Dummy is. It's just a matter of time at this point. There's so many fights you're just praying you'll be able to take. Last guiding light goes out. A recon bolt as well. And Arlington bring it back from a 10-2 opening half.
I love that in a way that kind of makes me upset. Cincinnati had what they wanted in a numbers disadvantage game. The opponents decided to hit the same site that they would already been prepping. You had 3 on site and 1 player holding mid, just in case they decided to go for a rotate back out. But instead, they decided to hit the site. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the gunfights that they wanted, and the utility is obviously very oppressive coming out from UTA. You have just flashes galore. I mean, it's chaos, and chaos is going to favor the numbers, and UTA just closed that out off of a single number advantage on attack. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there were so many moments this game. I was going to say this series. If that game felt like a series, honestly, with just how much drama, how much intensity there was. But both of these teams showing the fight, but UTA winning on their opponent's map pick. And now we're going to be going to Ascent, and that gets me scared. But I'm going to have to, find something to, relax my heartbeat as we're going to head to a quick break and get back into the action in just a bit.
See you soon.
and welcome back. I'm still reeling from that last game. If you're just joining us, there was an insane matchup that just happened on Breeze, and we were looking into the stats a little bit, thinking back. University of Texas at Arlington's only defensive gun round win was in overtime to win the game.
Insane. I partially blame it on them not being prepared for setups on defense. It felt a little bit odd that they didn't run the KO, uh, or excuse me, that UT Arlington was just in the position where they had no setups prepared for that defensive round at all. I'm kind of shocked after losing like 4 rounds to an A rush that they didn't prepare other than like setting up cipher trips and just hoping that they run into them.
Yeah, they finally figured it out. They brought over the KO. They kept the cipher over, and it turned out to be the secret sauce needed to give them a win on University of Cincinnati's map pick. And I think that's the biggest point going into this. Is that really felt like Cincinnati understood Breeze in and out in the first half. It was 10-2, only pistols going over to Arlington, and somehow that offensive capability was right there for Arlington. And now we're going to Ascent, which is like everyone's comfort, but I think especially Arlington's.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams are prepared to lock in with specific compositions. And by specific compositions, I think you know what I'm talking about. The one that has an 80% pick rate on this map in professional. But regardless, I think that both teams are going to feel fairly comfortable on this map. I think it's going to be about which team adapts to the opponent's attacking strategy more effectively.
Yeah, because we already saw these are very, very capable teams when they're on offense, when they're able to control the pace of the game and they're able to keep their opponents on their toes and keep them guessing, right? But we're still just waiting to see again that defensive options. Are we going to see quicker reactions here on Ascent? And I think definitely we'd hope so because it's so much more practiced.
100% agree with you there. I'm hoping that we see more standard setups, especially on a map that has so many standard setups.
Yeah.
Omen one way is on A main, setting up with like Killjoy turret aggressively on B main, setting up some shock darts, Odining on Sova on B main. I think if you're not bringing Killjoy Sova, you're really like hurting yourself a lot. I think Omen also has a lot of value. Obviously, KO has a ton of value. I think, Jet as a duelist, maybe you can swap out fairly effectively, but still Jet provides the most value as a duelist, giving you a lot more ability, enabling you to push B even while Killjoy's setup is present. So I don't know what they're going to bring. I hope to see some variety for my own sake as a caster, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a mirror comp.
Yeah, you expect just the Jet, Omen, KJ, Sova, and then you can put in the Sky for the KO, but you're expecting it to be a KO. There's so many fantastic Knive lineups that are just known. But I do want to speak. You brought up the Sova and how impactful it is, and we didn't see a ton of impact from UTA's Sova last time around in Kabuber, and now we're seeing the substitute for iGod coming through out of the Mavericks.
Yep, despite their win, you are correct. The Sova did not make a ton of difference, which I think was a big part of their failure on their defensive rounds. Not being able to utilize the Sova effectively on those like double controller pushes. So I hope to see something a little bit more effective come out here if iGod chooses to lock in with that Sova. But already locked in with that exact standard team comp we were talking about is U Cincinnati.
Yeah, I was hoping for Arlington that maybe we'd see Crad pull out one of those really fun duelists. We saw the Yoru, of course, last game. Had some value, but not quite as much as I think the team was hoping for. So now absolutely makes sense to go back to that standard. I've seen Crad play the Phoenix, seen the Neon as well on this map from them. So certainly options, but those were also often when they were up against some weaker opponents. So instead, we are going to see Crad actually hopping off of that duelist role, giving it over to iGod.
Okay. I kind of like that. And wow, this is crazy. It's the
It's
same
so
comp.
crazy.
It's so crazy.
What? The solved map has the solved composition? That's insane.
Oh man. Although I do like the role swap up. We have some, like you said, giving that duelist role over to iGod. We also have the swap onto the Sentinel role for Vulcan and Jaquavius. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah. And I think seeing Crad, they're a very talented player, so sure that this Sova is very practiced. I mean, you could practically see the conversation happening in the comms between the two, where Crad's like, I can take the Sova, I can pick it if you're feeling good on the jet. I'm good to hop down, and really like to see that level of team trust and coordination coming through, as this is, again, Arlington full strength, really threatened in that last round by Cincinnati. And this is, again, a team that you have to watch for, as we're already seeing lots of B stacking coming through for Cincinnati. But with it being a scent, plenty of options available even from just the screen's pressure.
Absolutely. On this first round, it's fully understandable to be expecting this type of setup. They'll set the doors and go for some quick mid pressure. They are shoving it down, but pivoting over to Cat.
Yeah, and I like this. You take the early space, you see if there's anyone trying to actively hold it, is maybe already smoked off, has to go through the window. Jaquavius all alone on site for a couple seconds, doesn't matter, takes down Taka. As Cincinnati's attack already slowed down. Jectile, though, able to bring back the power, as that's a third over top onto Julian. That's going to be a 2v4 attempted retake from Arlington. iGod's already out, dash in and out of the smoke to snatch away one. Now we see a bit of a rotate coming through from Crad as well. Won't get spotted out, but there's still a door to contest with. And iGod just waiting for that smoke to drop. There's still a real chance. Recon Dart doesn't spot much, but the gun barrel is spotted, gives Crad the opening. Now they know they've both got to be playing underneath. Jectile gets one, looking for the ace, needs a right click, and does indeed finish the job, as that's as close a round as you're going to get to kick things off.
Close is right. I don't even think that you can take much information from either team about what went right versus what went wrong on that pistol round. Obviously not keeping good control over some of those tighter corners. I should say more of the connector areas, not being prepared to hold that market, not being prepared to hold that cat. I think it was right to give it up, especially with 5 people rushing in the same location, but the retake was close, just no cigar.
Nice attempt, and we see tons of initiator util dropped, and Taka just runs in. Crad races away, gonna try and take this duel. Never win that one against a Spectre, but the extra HP helps a lot for one to go down, and just as quickly as they enter the site, it is snatched away by the Bearcats.
Yep, I think the only hope here is taking as many guns away as you possibly can. I don't know how effective it's going to be, but moving together is the right decision. I don't even know if they're going to try to open that door up. They're just going to go for maybe exit frags on CT. But aggressively, Oscar, Waldy gets taken out, but Dummy trades back, both maybe and Jaquavius, and only 2 guns taken out. Not the best save, but now it's your buy.
Yeah, it's certainly not the worst either, though, right?
Right.
And you're carrying over 3. You can still get a Sheriff in Dummy's hands. I think Waldy just going to be hurting a little bit this round. We'll see that Sheriff dropped over. Everyone able to buy up next round. So that's, of course, going to be the test if Arlington can keep this gun round clean. There's still a rifle on the other side. Jectile with that Phantom. Not quite as many super long options, so I will concede just the Phantom good gun bit that we had. Or the, not Phantom good gun, Vandal good gun. Phantom bad gun unless you're spraying through a smoke, and your name's maybe.
Start is 2-0. If this is anything like the last game, UTA is about to cinch 10 rounds in a row.
Exactly. The pistol goes one way, the half goes another. That Odin, though, very scary, considering how many members are here. That's the first spotted, second sprayed, attempted, and Dummy manages to win that battle at range, still taken very, very low. That's gonna be sight just handed over off of the initial pick.
What a mind game. They set up Killjoy on A thinking that, oh, the opponents will think that Killjoy's on B, so they'll rush A, but they got reverse mind gamed, found out that Killjoy wasn't playing B, and decided to take pressure of it very quickly. So now you have 4 members stacked together, pushing out here onto Switch, and then they're gonna split lane and stairs.
And these Spectres have a lot of space. Sheriffs as well on these lanes. Already 2 guns taken away. Looking for a little more. Dummy deals a little more damage, and Jectile shutting down Julian. It's another big kill as now they're peeking through, and Jectile continuing to have that presence we saw in the pistol round. Jaquavius trying to make this one work, and that's a good kill for 1. There's number 2, and just barely will get the defuse.
I mean, not the best buy round, but taking the round is important. So
My
what a
genius doesn't
clutch
stop
play
in the
from
lab.
Jaquavius with barely any time left on the clock. Really, I was feeling worried for them myself, but they were time managing perfectly. Got the swing on the one, knew where the last one was based solely off of the fact that they weren't getting swung from behind or from Boathouse, and just was ready for every angle. Closed that out very solidly and very necessarily for UTA. And 9 more rounds to go.
Here.
Yeah, as we're seeing the impact of all that damage dealt on the bonus. Just 4 sheriffs and a hero rifle carried over for Jaquavius. And now already 4 members just looking at main. All that attach. This mid-rush coming through, shut down by Vulcan on the back end, and now it's complete chaos. Julian gets one back. Maybe he's on the wrong side of the site. Dummy will be able to get this plant, but Jaquavius still forcing their opponents to get the peek down before shutting the door. It seems the door on this round all but closed for Arlington, maybe already getting chunked. And Taka will take away that kill. Julian just in an impossible spot.
Probably should save the gun here. That was a big bonus round diff right there. Not having enough money to really full buy for round 4 means that you can't even this up to the 2-2 that you would expect and that you would hope something like that happened for the first game. And instead, University of Cincinnati is going to take 3 rounds while UTA is bleeding a little bit in their money.
But Julian now might have a timing. Does spot the recon actually. And the opponents are ready. That's one good exit. Looking for 2. Not able to keep the gun. Gets rid of another. But I think Cincinnati's happy to hunt that one down.
Yeah, definitely happy to hunt that one down. Full buys are still going to be available for UTA. That was a save round for them after all. Letting your opponents get the plant and only taking out 2. Again, not the best save round, but like you said before, not the worst. 2 guns down is still impactful, and you can fully reset momentum here with a round win.
I think you have to as well. Suddenly, 3-1 turns to 5-1. But you can never count UTA out if they have their attacking side as their backup.
Placing swamp
As we
grenade.
saw that beautiful streak up from them on Breeze. Already just little information gained by Waldy and sees that there's no one really playing on site. Lots off, and Jaquavius with a nice lockdown right as the execute comes through. Don't think there's anyone ready to defend it as it's still ticking down, as actually no one can get through. Everyone's forced out. This might even just be a catch on 1 or 2 members. The counter killjoy is gonna be enough though, I think, to slow things down, keep their team members alive. Projectile racing back in. They don't expect the timing, and that's 1 on a Julian. A second already onto Jaquavius, and now dancing around generator, finally shut down by iGod.
Cincinnati has 3 all for made. Smoke is going to help. But Waldy is able to take out Crad. Traded back maybe onto Waldy. It's 2 versus 2. They can't get the nano swarms.
Last player standing.
Maybe he's the last one left standing. Vulcan's here as well. Goes for the tap, sees the smoke, bouncing away. And oh, that's what AIM Labs is for sometimes, is Vulcan knows the situation, able to shut it down, and just barely makes it out.
Oh no. Oh, that was hard to watch. Looking like a stormtrooper right there. Going into timeout though, that's smart from UTA. That's a tough loss. Evening that up to 2 versus 3 would have been very nice, but 1-4 is really tough to come back from when you had buys there. So I think taking a pause is okay. It might have been a little bit more fruitful if you waited until after your save round, because pausing going into a save round, if you lose it in a defining fashion, like let's say you spend like 10 seconds of your timeout saying, okay, let's do this on the save and see if we can grab a couple of guns, and you don't get any, whatever plan that you have after that for the following round that you're using the rest of this timeout for is a little bit demoralized, and it's going to be harder to execute.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that when you're going into a save, it's either got to be that you've got something scrappy up your sleeve, and that's a called play you're looking for, or that sort of point of, if your save round doesn't go exactly as expected, your subsequent rounds just aren't going to be a part of that bigger picture plan. So I am interested to see what exactly Arlington are buying up with, and how they'll be able to respond, as there's just so little money. A little armor for iGod, has the Blade Storm. We've got a lot of ultimates available as well for the side of Arlington, but I think this is definitely get your sheriffs, maybe use the Blade Storm for some damage, and look towards that next round.
Looks like they're looking to pressure up cap, but look at these two
Get out of my way.
defenders posturing in, trying to get some quick kills off. I think that they're going to be doors. Ah, that's an unfortunate press right there. Taka, not suppressed, taking out Jaquavius. 1 for 1, and Cincinnati is getting onto that site on A.
I will say, though, the fact Jaquavius is able to get one off of the entry, that's, I think, about as good as you can expect off of a full rush, as Hunter's Fury goes for Gen default. Said it's right in front of boxes. Does actually get Waldy on the back end, and that could be a huge factor, as Blade Storm's available, too.
Take us coming in. They're going to get heavy pressure here. Setting all 4 heaven is an interesting choice. But underneath and on generator, have a couple of post planters. Taka grabs one, Vulcan grabs another, and it's 1v3 all so suddenly.
Enemy
And
remaining.
Crad turns it into a 1v1. Jectile would only take one sheriff shot. It comes down to the speed of the draw.
One
First
enemy
bullet
remaining.
lands, and it's Jectile to shut down the kill and take down Crad. Another expensive save, and this time ultis as well.
Brad was looking pretty monstrous with that sheriff, but unable to pick up a gun for that last 1v1. It's really, really tragic. He turned a big momentum team in that one round, but you know, you're fighting with the last 2 bullets of a sheriff and trying to take out somebody that's got the angle on you. You've got to be dead on or you're at a loss. Unfortunately, Brad couldn't find the last one like he found the last 2.
So close, and you see that round go the other way. You see Crad just predict that shot.
You can't use that.
Completely different. We're already got spotted mid, and now this A site's completely open, and Arlington have just been wanting to play the full retake. It just hasn't been working, but maybe using that Phantom once again through the smoke.
Another retake play here. It's incredible that they're able to get on site so efficiently with the Killjoy actually playing A. I understand, though, with that null command, making it on site is not that bad. Crad does take out Dummy, though. Null command no longer available. No res.
Now we're back to even, and Taka's going huge. Waldy gets rid of Crad, and it was even for a moment. Not anymore. Taka gets the kill onto Julian, and this just feels like map number 1 with Cincinnati's offensive half, except Arlington don't even have 2 in the bank.
Yeah, we kind of talked about this. We talked about how doing that timeout before your buy round could really stop the momentum going into whatever your plan is for the next one, and it really did. I hate that this is working out so effectively for Cincinnati because Jaquavius has been playing A with the Killjoy every time, which isn't the traditional setup. The fact that they're able to bust through the Killjoy utility every single round is just so depressing. Like, they shouldn't be able to take A for free if you have Killjoy there, but nobody's on B, nobody's going B. It's such an interesting dichotomy from what you normally see. And as I say that, of course, Cincinnati runs.
Yeah, it was a bit of a response from the knife, I think. Already seeing that there's probably 2 members minimum. Well, the Omen smoke, I'm sure they would have heard that.
Cover going out.
This is just going to be a very quick hit. IGOT has the operator. Or actually, no, that's just a Marshall. Saw the sniper go to the last round, and now Crad actually taking this
Spike down
offense. This
B.
could be interesting if they look to close the door. No one realizes the Sova's still sitting here. That's going to be Plant coming down. Numbers advantage for Arlington.
Cincinnati, though, have looked pretty flawless on this post plant. Breaking back in has seemed to be a struggle for UTA, not really having the utility to do so. They try to use the utility to stuff out the site take, and it just misses it.
Well, we see the Cincinnati Hunter's Fury come down, and it gives Taka the space to swing this back. Crad's still a little monstrous, but only good for 1. He's got an SMG in hand and isn't ready for Taka on the steps. Jaquavius gets 1. That's a dangerous one in Taka, but now realizing it's just going to be a runaway for exits. We're going to be getting a bit of a Brazil on the scoreboard. It's going to be a 7-1 in favor of Cincinnati.
You took out all the guns of Cincinnati, didn't save your own. That is, I guess, fine. I understand that you were playing for your buy round next because your team had saved for the buy round next, but was it effective enough? Probably. I think that, you know, taking out more guns from, you took out 2, right? You took out 2 guns from the post planters. and now their eco kind of looks a little bit rougher than you would expect from winning 7 rounds.
Yeah, I think that it's a big economic hit, and the fact that Arlington's kept these rounds so scrappy means that you do have a little bit more, or a little bit less money available if you are your opponents. It's Brad, great recon dart to just take down Taka from the introduction. Now you're having the Silver run in. I got already shut down Vulcan. That's a spray down on the back side from the Hunter's Fury, and this is all falling apart for Cincinnati. The second they try to go B, Baldy gets one, but your backup is sprayed down. Can't even try and commit the plant, just has to go for the fight, and that's Arlington finally breaking the streak.
Oh my god, that's crazy. They did a standard setup and they won. That's wild. They sent Killjoy back to B and suddenly they won. I don't think it's because Killjoy was B necessarily, but I definitely don't think it's because Killjoy was A. So, and they're sending Jaquavius back to A.
Thank you.
As a B hit comes out, looks like for a re-hit from the attackers here. Stresses me out a little bit, Turbo.
Just a bit. I will say one silver lining maybe for UTA is that is the willingness for Cincinnati, especially on these kinds of rounds, if they face early pressure, ability to just try and step back onto the map and continue to slow things down is already they're not seeing anyone. And yeah, they're seeing that these are probably tighter offsite positions. Moving back A, not committing for that B hit, despite I think recognizing that the KJ's got to be A.
Really no information for the defenders here. The attackers have gotten some good information just by pressing their ears to the walls, and I think that's what's kind of sending them to go A. They hear probably truly from that distance, although the knife is not going to see anything. Oh no.
Ooh. That was a good nade pop. Get around the Killjoy. Get around the KO, and now Jaquavius is just being that sentinel, snatching down 2. Baldy finally able to stop that reign of terror. Julian drops down, not sure about that decision as the numbers suddenly swap. And it's once again just back to maybe all alone. Does get the spike, and now it's Omen v Omen conflict. Paranoia dropped, teleport to the side. Looks like maybe he's aware, but that's a nice one-way. And Jectile grabs the round and resets Arlington.
That's just like a massive misplay from UTA, right? They had everything that they wanted. They had Jaquavius take out 2 before going down. Really stuffed the attack with like a KO knife and a lot of stuff in favor of UTA. And then one person makes a bad decision to jump into the smoke because you sent the fragment onto default generator, so you're assuming they have to be there, but you're midair. I mean, you're basically banking on the fact that they're outside of the smoke, which is more likely not the case than it is. Cincinnati, I mean, I hesitate to say that they deserve that round.
Yeah, that really felt like Julian dropping down just gave the go button for the rest of Cincinnati. I think if you know that the KO is still somewhere lurking about, that the util can still come through, that round slows down. Arlington have a real chance, as now already I got repositioning off the smokes, and we are going to see the lockdown committed to this B hit, and it's just going to be a race in from Crad. He wants to try and disrupt this position and doesn't realize there's someone behind you.
Yep, and they're going to get a breakout on the site here. And, oh, one player actually does get detained.
Oh, maybe. I think that was trying to dash in off the timing, but Julian, massive on the cross, manages to get those shots fired, and already giving themselves a solid start as maybe gets one, Dummy gets their counterpart, but that's going to be a res possibility, and that is Arlington grabbing back around. Already more on defense than they had their first half on Breeze.
Okay, so that was another situation where it felt like everything was going right except for the attackers. Killjoy was playing A, there was only 2 on B site. You set down the lockdown, but you didn't take site quickly. I think they felt a little bit too comfortable with the lockdown and decided not to do what would be a normal default site take with correct smokes, a paranoia, a dash to switch, and I think it felt a little bit lazy. And
I'm not sure how if Julian got the kill through the smoke though. I think if those were taps through, maybe different story, right? Where they had, because there was a smoke covering their angle. They were trying to rush through lane, but might have been a hole in the smoke. And again, I think that they were also off of some tight timings on their utility. But overall, yeah, it did feel like Cincinnati wasn't as crisp as we've seen a lot of these executes, especially when it's so telegraphed, right? That is such a practice set piece.
Yeah, speaking of practice, Jaquavius is back to B site now. I kind of like that they're switching the Killjoy back and forth, but in the same way, it's not leaving the defenders much practice in game for them to get used to the setups or to force the hand of Cincinnati. Instead, Cincinnati kind of just gets the tempo to decide what they want to do, and you're on a hope and a prayer that you predicted the right thing.
It seems that Arlington might be bailed out for this decision, as that Killjoy setup is quite solid, and they actually don't have that standard CT setup. Instead, it is going to be the turret inside near the switch, as it is shut down. Now Taka taking a shot through with the Marshall, has the Blade Storm in hand, and maybe is all alone, still manages to get one, teleport behind, takes down two. Taka's next on the list, and they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie, and the Marshall Menace does nothing with it, as that's 3 alone for maybe. The rest of the team comes through, and it's a flawless half finish for Arlington.
That was a good defense
Switching
from Arlington.
sides.
They had a pretty nice standard setup, and Cincinnati decided to rotate back over to B despite knowing that the Killjoy was going to be on that site. They went for a hit, but that one looked like a little bit more of a good, solid standard defense for UTA. So good stuff from them, bringing the half back to 4-8, which is a lot more doable than the what felt insurmountable 2-10 on Breeze. So let's see if they can convert.
Yeah, and these are two attacking side teams, it feels. I will say that was on Breeze, but Arlington, this is definitely a squad that likes to be in control of how the round is going. And you just don't have that same impact on defense unless you're playing insanely aggressive, and neither of these teams have elected to do so, I think, just because of the control that can come through from their opponents.
Cincinnati has a much more standard setup here on defense. They have the alarm bot mid. They've got the Killjoy holding very far back on B, knowing that the attackers are probably not going to want to push into a Killjoy with full utility early on. And so they played 3A. However, IGOT grabs 1 on A, and now it doesn't feel as strong. I say that too soon. Projectile, Wally, and Taka all grabbing 1 piece each. Taka grabbing 2 for themselves, and Jaquavius is going to try to 1v3 get on the site here, but all the defenders have rotated over, and you still have to grab the spike. Not ideal.
Yeah, this is not ideal at all. Jaquavius foregoing the spike initially to try and catch an opponent. Doesn't spot the barrel. I think that Taka did, but gets the right click instead. Your least favorite thing to see is a little RNG as those shots all go wide. Vulcan gets the tap, and that's Cincinnati starting off their defense strong.
Fine.
Where are we going this
Fine.
time? Remember
That
what
one
we're
felt like a more
doing.
deserved round for Cincinnati, so I'll give it to them, but gotta hate this class. It's classic RNG.
It's nerfed. It's nerfed. Come on.
Yeah.
You can't one-tap anymore with it.
Oh man, let's see what this save round looks like. I like that we're keeping, or we're actually not keeping. I was gonna say we're keeping a hero gun available for the bonus, but Projectile's actually just full buying while we're saving for the op.
Interesting decision. Seeing that rifle through and then a little bit scrappier than the team. Especially, I believe it's an unarmored. I think it's glass cannon. So that's always a real risk going into your opponents, because any kind of weapon for the aggressive fight as well. Shotguard already deals a decent chunk, and IGOD's going to be able to get the kill.
Are they gonna get the gun though?
Spike down A.
Not
One
shut down by
enemy
Wally,
remaining.
Spray, and Prey. Spectre doing its job.
Turrets destroyed.
Yeah, Wally came through and made sure they could not get that gun. That was a good play from Cincinnati, knowing that they would probably want to get the Phantom, but just and Mike stuck tree, but Jaquavius stuck in the grave. Vulcan sends that one to a victory as we get into the bonus round for UTA.
Yeah, that looked really spooky initially, with the gun potentially going over with that aggressive posturing from Projectile, but did work out in the end. They were able to carry the gun back over. And as you brought up last round, the saving for the operator. And I'm personally not a huge fan of saving for a round 3 op. It can be very effective, and I think in this kind of spot is definitely when you'd call for it, but it can also just get your economy completely out of sequence.
Don't disagree with you there. It is an interesting angle to hold. Going for a late with the op. Nothing doing.
really needs to put together, and Dummy sprays down 2 right off the rip. And that really shuts down the attempt Arlington was going for. The rest of the team splintered.
3 versus 5, they're all postured towards A, but I think there's enough stoppage power from just the 2 members that are around A for University of Cincinnati to at least slow the defense, or the attack, excuse me, of University of Arlington. But doesn't even matter because they're bringing over their Omen.
Yeah, I think they heard Jaquavius pick up that ult orb, so that prompted over the Omen rotate. Now that knife spotting nothing, like just actually timing, as that's going to be another spray through the door. Vulcan grabs it, no information needed, and now it's just Jaquavius, and Dummy will shut it down, and that is a perfect, flawless bonus. And Arlington facing a very, very difficult question.
Yep, and they're going to take some time to ponder that question in a timeout. Did you see the bank accounts there for UTA? Yes. Are they going to play for OT, or are they going to just try to force this round?
I feel like UTA as a team are ones that might just want to be able to always play for the win, not feel that pressure of having to streak it on up. But again, they also want to have that best fighting chance, and one mistake could just, again, completely flip it up. And there's also a case to be made for you go for the lower percentage play now, and you either get the 2-0 or you go to bind as your decider and just sort of shake off this ascent map. There's a lot of directions that you can try and approach it from. I think that for UTA, they're probably going to try and buy up, try and mess with Cincinnati's expectations.
Entirely fair. I think that's a good analysis of what is likely to happen here. We're seeing more of a standard setup, like we mentioned, from Cincinnati on the defense here. And that has been benefiting them in Grand. And we're going to continue to see that as they send the Omen and the KO back to A. They're doing the normal Killjoy Sova setup onto B. Nothing aggressive, just a nice defensive setup to prevent a hard push. And the Jet holding nice and far back with that operator in mid. Send that to either one of the wings. But choosing to hold it mid because you never know where the rush is going to come from is a good choice.
Yeah, and this is a bit of that split decision coming through from Arlington, where you go for a scrappy half-buy, give yourself the best chance at a round, and then be ready to buy up. It's Taka with the quick scope. Throw him on an old-school MLG reel for that one. And now Vulcan standing alone, grabs one. Waldy already gotten one on the side, and that's a great hold as the shorty nearly comes out, gets the knife instead. And we said Vulcan would be a playmaker and gives us a knife kill.
Match point.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. Oh, and they all chat nice shot. That's some BM right there. That was a bit of a tilt shove from UTA. They all got spotted by the recon bolt and decided to continue to push in. So the information was obviously there for Cincinnati. I think the decision was going to be let's rush B regardless, hoping that they had the tempo to do so. But what they didn't seem to have was Vulcan's number.
Grounded.
And Taka, once again, taking the lead. An immediate pick. Not what you want to see if you're a Mavs fan. They need 8 in a row just to force OT. Not that start. Already hearing the Odin and walking away. So we might see some catch fireworks. That's going to be an attempt. It's going to be a trade back in favor of Arlington. So now we're down to a 3v3.
Felt a little unnecessary, but I think they were going for something special. Jumping around. You can dance if you want to, but Brad, you're gonna have to leave your friends behind because Projectile's gonna take you out. Nice paranoia teleport, and numbers advantage is back on the defender side.
So close. Take away this map.
Sad.
And Dummy doesn't get the spray. Julian keeps this interesting. Defensive split that's coming from opposite angles. But I don't think that there's the read here for maybe that Projectile's on the flank, and absolutely not. Very well done, forcing Julian to have to ponder every angle to get complete information, and Waldy can just spray and pray, and Cincinnati shuts down Arlington on their map pick.
I love that play right there, you know? It didn't feel like they were 12 before that play. It felt like we need to make a nice big play to close this
Defenders
out.
win.
But it was just really calm, cool, and measured. Projectile getting that teleport, seeing all the information around Generator, getting to see right behind Dice. I mean, you would have gotten to see it like a little bit under Hell as well. So getting all the information that you needed for Waldy to just spray that smoke was fantastic. But Waldy didn't get the kill from the spray, was able to peek out and grab the last little bit of health. Regardless, fantastic way to close that out for Cincinnati and sending us into a game 3. I'm super pumped.
Yeah, I'm pumped as well. We knew that this would be a tight matchup. UTA 2-1, Cincinnati 3-0, and we'll see if Cincinnati stays undefeated in the series score right after a very quick break.
See you soon.
Welcome back to this absolute banger of a series between Arlington and Cincinnati. Arlington picking up map 1 on Breeze, which was Cincinnati's pick, and then Cincinnati picking up map number 2 on Ascent, which was Arlington's pick. And now we're off to our decider in Bind.
Yeah, a little bit of swap skis there on the picks. UTA winning Cincinnati's pick, Cincinnati winning UTA's pick. I'm honestly very interested in UTA's strategy going into their map pick of Ascent, because it seems like their defensive strategy was kind of just, let's predict what Cincinnati's going to do and then being wrong half the time, or let's predict what Cincinnati's going to do being right, but then Cincinnati actually having a well executed attack to counteract that. It didn't feel like it probably should have been their pick. I would have been happy for Ascent to be the decider in that case. But going into Bind, I'm not sure who's going to have the advantage. It's another map where you kind of have some more standard team comps, but an entirely different playstyle, as there's no longer a mid to aggress on.
Yeah, I'm here and I'm hoping that for UTA, we saw Crad on the Sova last round, solid Sova play, but it wasn't Crad popping off. I want to see the raise in his hands, and I want to just see this squad going for that aggression. I want to see the brimmy, stimmy smokes. I want all of that. Because I think that Arlington really struggled on Ascent when they didn't feel like they could get aggressive and when they didn't feel like they were able to change the pace of play. Because on Breeze, I think they felt very comfortable doing that just due to the size of the map. But there wasn't that same leniency given on Ascent, and they were just constantly getting cut down here and there and just not as confident as we're used to seeing this team. So I think for Bind, they've got to start off swinging.
Yep. We saw a lot of strength in Breeze defensive side for both teams, and then when it came to Ascent, there was a lot of power on attack for, well, specifically for Cincinnati, but then there was a lot of power on attack continuing a little bit for Arlington, and then stuffed out entirely because Cincinnati had a very strong defensive setup. So getting into a new map like Bind, where it is incredibly difficult to attack, I'm curious to see if there's going to be one team that just shows a little bit more prowess. Is it going to be Cincinnati with those more standard setups, with those like polished attack rounds, or is it going to be UTA who's been able to show very strong defense when push comes to shove?
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning for Cincinnati overall in this matchup, just from what we've seen on these last two maps. They've felt just a little bit sharper on Ascent, and when it came to Breeze, it definitely seemed like their offense was sharp, their defense, they just didn't know what to do without enough information. And now moving forward in the Bind, you have a little bit more leniency for that information. You're expecting a Sova. You could even see a Cypher come out from these teams. So I'm very, very interesting. I think I'm just going to give that my pick over to Cincinnati just because of that confidence on Ascent and their willingness to understand standard play.
I like that. I agree with you. I think that makes a lot of sense. Getting into this character select, like I said, it's a little bit more standard here as well. Usually you see 4 agents auto-locked, which are Brimstone, Raze, Viper, and Sky. And then there's some variants here where you can either play a Sentinel, like Chamber, Cypher, and Sage all have like pretty high pick rates, or you can lock in another duelist like Yoru, which is something that we see as a nice specialty pick. And Projectile is hovering.
Brad's hovering Arena. I'm just gonna put that one out there. We said double second duelist potential. And Julian definitely on a pick that's more suited to dropping off from cover. And we do see the Reyna locked in for Crad. Let's go. I saw it earlier this week on Haven. Was not good. Not Crad's Reyna, a different team. But still, my one concern is always just you've got so little utility. You've just got to be him when you're playing her. You got to be her, really.
Select your agent.
Yeah, if my memory serves, Crad kind of popped off playing Reyna on Ascent last week. Am I doing? I think
That
I have
sounds
my math
right.
wrong
I
there.
believe it.
But they had picked a Reyna and was popping off, if I'm remembering correctly. So I'm not surprised to see it, but I'm happy to see it. As far as the team comps overall, we had the most standard team comp coming from Cincinnati, which is exactly what we expected from a team that does play normal standard setups. And from UTA, they like a little spice in their soup, and so they're sending Reyna out in the stead of what would normally be a Sentinel or a Yoru. And I mean, sometimes you can even, you'll see like a Jet or a Fade throw in, but Reyna is one of the less picked operators for that type of strategy. And with them starting on defense, I'm curious to see if Crad can get something aggressive going early, or if they're just going to play for, sidelines.
I think you have to get aggressive early with this Reyna, just so that Cincinnati has to think for their entire attacking half, right? If you're opening 4-ish rounds, you're posturing a little more actively, you're taking space a little more aggressively, and I think Bind, especially with how its sightlines sort of function, there's a lot of ways on defense to just suddenly get behind your opponents when they're not quite expecting it. And of course, the teleport plays going to be a part of this game plan, as we got just a few seconds on the board, and Cincinnati looking at the A site to start things off.
I love that they're sending multiple players from both teams over to contest bathrooms. We're going to see Trailblazers go out. Going to see the people that they need to see, I think, but they're only going to see one. Julian is yet to be seen. But they do keep that corner, and the flash is very nice. That was a bit of a cluster right there. So 1-for-1 trade. Ooh, another one coming out for the attacking team. Traded back again, both ways. 2v3. Plant is going down. Cincinnati's on site.
Spike planted.
I think this is a moment where Reyna has the potential to really shine, just for the fact you can get that extra HP in a pistol when it is so delicate, as that's one kill already for Maybe. Brought this back to a 2v2. Crad chunked just a bit and takes down the headshot. Insane on Ejectile, and now it is just Vulcan all alone, and Crad picks up a little 2-piece combo, and that's round 1 going to UTA.
Stop that shit,
Wow, great retake there. It wasn't looking like the cleanest aggress from Cincinnati regardless. I mean, there was a lot of, messing around, as best as I can say, happening in bathrooms there. A lot of trades and trade backs, as well as one, I believe, down a short. But they were able to get the plant down. However, they didn't clear all of U-Haul. And so U-Haul control quickly went to UTA, which wound up being the downfall of Cincinnati on the post play.
Yeah, I think the last kill that was traded back and forth was in U-Haul, so neither team able to establish that control. And we're seeing force up from Cincinnati, as they're also looking to keep this aggression going. Near full Stinger lineup. Smoke's already dropped. A couple nades coming through. Taka just getting snake bit away. Wavius realizing just how many members are approaching and pulling the rotate from B site. This is still slow, and now it's just the bait and switch. We're seeing the full turnaround, Maybe, and Crad having to hold their own, as there's a Vandal in hand for Crad, and that's exactly what you want for your Reyna to start. It ain't ready for 2 peaks, and that's gonna be a beautiful crossfire. Not quite enough healing, but that's still a very clean round out of the hold on the B site.
I thought Maybe was a goner, but Crad with that godlike cross to take the final attackers out. I mean, just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Keeping the Vandal. We are going to see a save here on this bonus from Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. And yeah, this is interesting, actually. I'm not exactly sure what to think of this. Was that a buy? That was a force up from Cincinnati last round?
That was a force up. They had stingers. They had like four or five stingers.
That's
they were looking for it. They were cooking. But Julian, still satchel away.
I do like aggressing onto bathrooms here. Again, the sidelines are very, very important, and that's also why you see a Trailblazer getting sent down long. Clears out pretty much the entirety of where you would want to hold on B if somebody was pushing through.
Yeah, and we see the round 3 Empress pop. It's only got 6 ult orbs, might as well. And one thing that I've seen, and I saw it in last Reyna match I covered, was using the Empress just as a timing threat to your opponents, where you're like, there's 20 seconds that you could just not be the fastest gunner on the map, and you have to respect that. As now the Empress finally expires, and this is going to be an A finish with Dummy racing out of lamps, and now IGOT on the wrong side of his own sight doesn't quite get the kill onto the sky, and instead still trying to fight your way out. Jectile with a nice clean execution onto Julian. And IGOT still's got that little stimmy check, trying to get the extra bit of bonuses necessary as Krad's just gonna run on out. Has the Lear, spots nobody for the immediate. It's a 3v3 at the end. Dummy still very, very low. The one member you can't heal up. As Vulcan snatches away the duelist. Taka, a martial menace today, and Vulcan trying to find this final kill, maybe butt up this Phantom, and now has to use it. As Vulcan gets peeked, the turnaround from Taka's too good, and even on the save, Cincinnati take round 3.
I mean, with no money in the bank, like, I mean, just looking homeless, they had nothing, and they were able to convert that round like it was their buy round for round 3. Granted, there's still some purchases available for UTA if they decide to go for a full buy here. I mean, it's close. They might choose to save. We'll see. But wow, I mean, what a conversion from Cincinnati.
Seriously.
Find the weak point.
Very,
and
very
break
impressive stuff. Forcing maybe down onto that Stinger. Fortunately for Arlington, they did still have a bit of a bank. It was still their up. So now we've got a nice proper round, gun round. And sprays coming through already, but that's a nice peek through, using the dog for the peek out instead. It's just a flurry of kills initially. Krad finally traded out by Vulcan. This 3v3, not sure who it benefits, as Jectile gets a little too much space, and it's certainly a Bearcat win on the A side. Unless we see some extra chicanery, as this is just a full wraparound.
Oh, I love this. I absolutely love this. The Rays can play defensively on A site. However, Waldy taking out maybe just kind of secures B for them, so the Rays has to rotate regardless.
And that's the that was the impact of buying the Phantom previous round. Only a Stinger available for maybe in that kind of hold, and now bunch of util already dumped. There's still another snake bite here for Jectile, and it feels like it's just gonna be that save coming through for UTA.
Yep, we'll let that rest of this round play out. I would be surprised if Julian goes for something here. Having to save. Really nice, but instead goes for the peek, tries to find a cheeky one onto Julian, or excuse me, onto Jectile, but Jectile finds it back onto Julian. And this is a 2-2, like we saw in game 1. It's like pistol round never happened.
Yeah. All tied up, and I'm still like a little in shock of that round 3, round 3 Thrifty, just completely turned around, just pure concentrated power of will coming through from Cincinnati, very little luck, tons of skill, and I'm looking at Arlington now. They've got a bunch of sheriffs. What damage can they do, and also just how much impact are they able to keep having with this Sky Reyna combo, as they've been getting, I think, a little too aggressive. Unless this is just that advanced, like, we're conditioning our
Finished.
One could hope.
It works out. 2 in a row already for maybe. Little Sheriff spray down. Not gonna get the job done. Jectile somehow stays alive after the flank. That's a nice standout for Baby off the rip, and Julian unable to find the kill. It seems that might be the only heroics we see, as there's just one agent standing, and almost IGOD had the angle.
Had the dink, but wasn't able to sink on that final shot. So unfortunate stuff, but they still did get some guns off of the attackers there, which is as good as you could really hope for in the save round. But going into round 6 with Cincinnati up a round and both having full buys is a little bit different than what we saw in game 1, where at round 5 both teams had full buys. So momentum definitely in the favor of Cincinnati. And if they lose this round, they still have full buys next round, and I think that's kind of really important.
Yeah, it is very important. And we've already seen these are 2 momentum-based teams. You don't get 10 in a row without having a ton of momentum on your side, right? When we look at Breeze, and when you looked at Ascent as well, Cincinnati's ability to just maintain the pressure, Arlington cracking, not sticking to those standard setups we know that they have in their playbook. Now, actually, it's just the Reyna anger on the B side, and this extra pressure in bats, I think, is going to be that real initial point of contact. Crad does win the duel on the opposite side, so sends in a few chills to the Cincinnati roster.
I love that they pushed all the defenders out of bathroom, and I do like the idea to go for pressure on the ball, but unfortunately against the Reyna, who you're not normally anticipating on the defensive side there, you use that duel, and so not having the numbers to push on the A site when it's a 44 push here, finding that pick though is very crucial. Ejectile and Julian constantly finding shots on each other.
Hey, Ejectile, that was disgusting, and that's going to be the TP rotate. That's why they kept Crad over. Does pop the Empress immediately. Every 3 rounds, we just got an Empress lined up. It's just such a short cooldown.
30 seconds
and
left.
this is that buffer, right? Now the entire team's scared to push in. We might see a peek onto Gardens, and Ejectile looks the wrong way, but so does Crad! Oh, no!
Wait, just finds one back. That's tragic. And now it's numbers are even, and the attackers have tempo to get onto A site. They know one's probably around here. They don't know where though. No time.
Oh, there's the pit. That's going to confirm the plan. Will go down. Few seconds to go, and I think okay, maybe. Showing, making me eat my words about the Phantom every single second.
With 10 health on maybe, and that call out probably happening, you have to wonder if the showstopper's going to come out, or if they're just going to look for like a body shot off a defuse. Do you risk it? Do you risk possibly eating a headshot right here? U-Haul swing.
Oh, Taka's nervous. Keeping back, and does find the timing onto maybe. Very fortunate on that one. Still so much damage dealt, but that's a big win for Cincinnati and a very hard loss for Arlington, as they're going to be forced to go for some sort of half-buy.
Yeah, good team communication, communicating that maybe was down 140 health. No Sage on that team. Instead, having the Reyna means that Sky is going to remain low health. No self-heal there. And Taka staying cool, calm, and collected, taking a deep breath and saying, I'm going to save the showstopper. I'm just going to go for a body shot. That's exactly what happened.
Very well done. And that's a difficult situation to be in. And I mean, Taka dancing back and forth. Those are the scariest situations when you don't just find yourself set on a clean angle. That has just been stepping up so far forward. And now we're seeing Cincinnati start to expect it and starting to collect a couple kills.
Yeah, and you can see how much these teams are on the sideline. It's so important to keep in mind. Get pressure long and to get pressure in bathrooms. You can your information, and you could be anywhere as an attacker. And anywhere is where they are. Ejectile finds one on the wing. It's stuck in the teleporter. Raze, Julian, 31 health. Again, getting taken out by Ejectile.
And I got nice, gets one to the road, but I'm so confused with what's happening inside the Arlington comms, right? Using the showstopper there, I get the idea, they're grouped up, but it's not going to be opening the teleporter for you. Now we're seeing that timeout come through for Arlington. Haven't been the most impactful timeouts we've seen this series, but still, this is definitely the time to take it. You've still got a chance at winning this half, and I think Arlington need a reality check or just a reminder of what they can do, and not to get so flustered as we saw in that last save.
Yeah, they've seen some success. Honestly, maybe flukes from sending 1v1s and 2v2s in bathrooms and long, and sometimes winning them. But where they could find more success is just keeping more stronghold in specific chokes and just like shoulder peeking those side areas. I get the inclination, right? Attacking on bind is like choosing Hooters for dinner. You have to go for the wings. And they do. They try to pressure the wings every single time, but they're using it as a toss-up where they're just going for trade kills instead of actual genuine pressure, which is kind of, the downfall of having a Reyna on your team. You don't get the freedom to have just genuine pressure, say if you were to have like a Sentinel. But I think that's kind of a big pitfall for them. So with the Reyna, they have to play a little bit more default, or if they're going to play aggressive, they have to switch it up.
I'm still stuck on I'm here for the wings. We're gonna keep it moving back to the game. As you are right, though, this play on the wings has been working. It's still the strategy being called for by Arlington, but they're switching it up. They're changing their pairings, duelists and initiators. That's not how you want it to start.
Yeah. Sorry, I looked away. 3 are dead.
Yeah, no worries. Just a hookah pick, and you know, you send the duel on the wings at the 2v2, and unfortunately, it's just like Hooters wings, not very good. As Waldy going to try
slander.
and run away. Hey, I'm gonna say it. I went to B-dubs. I saw the LCS at B-dubs. Come on, that's how can you beat that? Hooters, what have they got? The Overwatch League. Don't care about any of that.
You're about to get sued. EGFC, we're sorry.
No. It's fine. Not actually. No real slander. It's fine. I mean, it's each their own. Went there when I was. It just weren't the best I've had. I've been to Wingstop, been to B-dubs, and I'm here for that. I like my classic Publix fried chicken wings sometimes too, if I'm just wanting a little crunch. And I mean, Cincinnati, they've already just gotten control of this round. Once those first kills went over, it's just a full save. Called out. Not much else. Julian gonna try and survive. The Bearcat. And it seems that they're gonna find at least one piece of prey. Maybe gonna get shut down by Projectile as well.
Nice. Do you like the ads for B-dubs? Things are looking good.
The ads for B-dubs are really fun. I just love the idea of a whole buffalo just downing wings in beer and just getting so into sports, but not knowing any of the sports actually.
Yeah, conceptually fantastic. Speaking of conceptually fantastic, UTA looking less than conceptually fantastic with this arena pick. I hate to see it not go off so well. It's going to be interesting this time. Will it make a difference? We'll see.
Or it does get shot down, and that's a lot of damage dealt as Julian takes Taka. Taka's flying away. Rocket will grab the Brimmy. And now Julian and Dummy on the opposite sides of this little molly. Light little heal coming through. Krad's still around. They've still got a Leer in hand. It's 4v4, and this is the kind of site where you can get a little scrappy. As that gets shot, Julian gets the opener, and now Krad keeping it moving. You can't track Julian unless you're Waldy. Somehow snatching away that kill. It's suddenly turned into a 2v2. The weapon advantage for Vulcan. Holding these long angles. Jump peek out from maybe. Doesn't find much. Guiding light does nothing. Tons of damage dealt. But now the clock's working against maybe. As that's a fake flash with the stimmy. Doesn't matter. Maybe gets the kill. And Arlington get one back off their timeout.
Very nice. Very nice. So that's a great proper use of the Reyna. And something that Cincinnati was not prepared for. They only had one person holding U-Haul on the backs of that molly falling off, right? They knew that they held back one, probably two, in U-Haul with that molly. But Reyna coming through as well, through U-Haul with the two teammates. You cannot have one person hold that angle when a Reyna flash comes out. You're forcing that person to either choose to spray for free and hope that they get a kill, or choose the eye, like that player did in that moment, and just get killed. And you lose all of your pressure on U-Haul because your main person is holding an angle back sight. It was not coordinated. They weren't prepared for the Reyna play there. And UTA using the Reyna as you would hope to see on defense.
Finally, putting it together, giving themselves a chance and even half, letting that Reyna be a part of the team instead of the solo Q Demon that we're all accustomed to. Now Julian and Projectile once again on opposite sides of this little sequence. Projectile does pick up the piece. I'm not sure if there's an audio cue for that utility pickup.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know either.
Oh, lovely. Fantastic. It doesn't matter as Julian goes down. Maybe he gets the trade without losing a piece. And one more kill away from those Seekers. Waldy's here. Waldy gets the 1v1. And that actually just sends over the sky to B site. And Taka takes advantage of the run back. Forces everyone to look left. Make them look right. And now you're going to look at us leaving through the TP.
I love that. They still had two on A site, so it was a free peek out of the smoke to grab one, even if they just had one lurking on A site. It was a last-second decision for them to split over to B, so the top bathrooms weren't quite ready for it, but it wound up out in favor of University of Cincinnati, opposed to in opposition.
And that's why you want to have a Sentinel for that lurking, for the extra option, and that's one piece of bind and why it's played so differently, right? Is you have those teleporters, you have that ability to just race on over, change things up if you have a little information. And Krad, even though you're second on the scoreboard, just has not been having kind of utility that I think this map has really been needing.
Yep, and UTA, we've seen this before in the set, but sacrificing the defensive power in favor of possibly some additional attacking power We'll see if that comes into play because this defense side is looking rough for them.
Yeah, this still with Arlington, you gotta let them attack. Gotta see what they've got in store, and especially with this Reyna where she can lead the charge and take that space. This is a little bit different. And we are seeing the Seekers committed as well. Gonna show them everyone sitting over on this B side of things. Now the flash goes out, still just buying more and more time as this half starts to dwindle away. It seems it's going to be the back away from the Bearcats.
I don't think that this stall favors UTA. And that might be a hot take, but the timer ticking down is only going to enable University of Cincinnati to do what they should be doing, which is slamming their faces down a site as 5.
Their executes have been beautiful so far. They've looked really clean and practiced. So this might just be a timing for Julian. He looks away and does somehow escape by the grace of the Viper wall. Now maybe sees the nade go over top. Might not be ready for this guy to be waiting here. And he does turn to the side, manages to get one, a little more damage dealt, somehow still alive, takes the left side, gets another on the spray. It's an advantage for Arlington in the save, and just a little HP left for the Brimstone. That's gonna be the orbital strike committed, not even needed, as Jaquavius still gets the kill. These are gonna be a bunch of guns going over to the Mavericks, and the final kill coming down, Viper be Viper violence. As we go to the end, and it's a thrifty to keep things interesting.
I'm so disappointed in University of Cincinnati. They had everything that they wanted. They just didn't pull the trigger fast enough. Too afraid to push through that Viper wall, despite there only being 2 on site. They can only be in 2 angles, really, especially if you throw out that flash, because they're not holding between the boxes, which means you know that one is in the right corner, and that one is probably U-Haul. You know one's U-Haul because that's where they sprayed from. So I don't know. Something was odd about the way that they pushed out of that smoke. Definitely it was a little bit too late, but also it was not coordinated. They did not have the right angle.
Somehow, clock working down, found the advantage that Arlington so desperately needed, and I'm still just thinking maybe had 3 HP. I think that the Cincinnati offense, they were just expecting that kill to have been confirmed, and it wasn't. That last bullet just a little bit off, and now so much patience as we do see the tour de force out, and all 5 members about to execute. Taka first to peek this angle, and that's already 1 pick down. They look, and they don't realize they're missing the angle. There's still Julian waiting, and that is a horrible misplay. You just can't allow, as that's 3 from the raise. The rotation already being attempted. Watch out from the orbital is quite strong. Oh, Crad still debating whether or not to rotate over. There's the teleport audio cue. This could be the trigger for Cincy to rotate as well, and indeed, they're moving.
They're moving. They're going to jump right to the Viper wall, knowing that the teleport just came out, so nobody's going to be on site. They're going to take the site quickly, but they're not going to clear backside at all. However, it doesn't seem to matter as Jaquavius is going to hold a little bit more defensively, worried that somebody is holding that angle, and Waldy is holding that angle with the tour de force.
Oh, and they just pushed Jaquavius so far back. Now there's technically 2 angles that Crad can come from. You have to watch for him. Look at Waldy, so aware of the timing that you just don't have that opportunity anymore. Wally's expired as well. That wall comes down, and this is a great timing. Just misses the shoulder, but Vulcan winning the duel onto Crad seems to be all that Cincinnati needed. Vulcan can just play time. That's half attempted, and there's going to be 1 kill actually for Jaquavius. It's getting tougher and tougher, and the spray comes through, and somehow another clutch up from a Viper, and Arlington make this a 7-5 half.
The dink through the wall, taking Jaquavius down to 5 health.
Switching
and
sides.
then not being able to find the follow-up body shot. It's so depressing. What a tragic way to lose that round. Although, if I'm going to be honest, I didn't want to see them win that round. Did somebody put a piece of duct tape over that corner behind the box on A site for the entirety of the team of University of Cincinnati? Because that's 2 rounds in a row that they died to somebody just normally standing in that corner, holding a very normal and obvious place for somebody to be holding on A. They're just not clearing it.
I think Taka thought that he'd fully cleared the angle, but it was just a couple pixels off. And 1 mistake just compounds into another round for Arlington. The fact they won that last defensive round, I think, adds a renewed confidence for this team, as they've got 4 already walking out long, waiting to see exactly what's in store for them as Jectile takes the duel, Stimmy's out, and everyone's running Trailblazer to take charge, and that's going to be a great spray off the concuss. A little dink dealt as well, but Dummy's going dummy on the Ghost, and it's finally traded back, as now there's the real question of, let's just let them rotate, and let's take that TP away.
I like that hold there. I think that they could have afforded to maybe back off a little more. After they got the information, they jiggle peeked it, and they maybe could have backed off a little bit further. But unfortunately, staying a little bit too close, they do trade the 2 for 2, which would normally favor the attackers on the push, but the rotate had already come over. So Cincinnati now seems to have an advantage holding this site down, even from very defensive angles.
Oh, there's so much patience here from Arlington, and I'm happy to see Cincinnati not reneging on their decision to rotate, and maybe goes down first. I got dinked as well. Waldy living up to that Sentinel name. It's all up to Jaquavius. And this player's already been a demon on the angles. Doesn't get the headshot, but still a clean little 3-piece. A real 3v1 to close that round for Cincinnati.
Very nice. Very nice. Holding that very far back. Knowing that the attackers would either have to clear elbow or backside if they want any chance to have information going into this plant and not just get picked on the plant. They just held very far back defensive angles, waited for somebody to either push backside or elbow, and they pushed elbow. Waldy executed very nicely. No misplays there. Steady hand. Got the first shot. Got the second kill. And the third one was just icing at that point.
Yeah, it really was. And of course, if you're a Mavericks fan, there's still plenty of time. Hoping for a plant out is already just off the guiding light. So much utility immediately dropped away. And I do like that spray through, just being like, hey, could be waiting there.
Okay, clearing out that smoke. Hoping that they're not going for a quick push. Rotating back over to A short is 4 of the members because they got all the pressure that they wanted in bathrooms. Knowing that nobody can be pushing into bathrooms, if they get the site take, all they have to worry about is looking one direction.
And don't think there'll be any Harry or Zane
Couldn't think
on
of
this
anything
side.
fast enough. Props to you.
As Waldy is on the angle, was looking the right direction, but unfortunately not able to do much with it. Julian as well takes the duel over top with that clone. Now Vulcan trying to fight for his life. Crad already with the picked up Spectre, able to snatch away another. Jectile goes for this one, and it's just chaos. Maybe brings it back, and it's all up to Dummy. We saw quite the showing out of Garden, but this is U-Haul. It's a lot tougher to try in 1v4 than a 1v2 as the Lear goes down. Spray attempted, and iGod gets it. That's a team ace coming through from Arlington as well as they turn around to save.
Crazy. What a great save round. And it's very interesting to see UT Arlington go for a more standard type of gameplay that we didn't see Cincinnati go for. Good. Yes. Early timeout. Beautiful.
This is an
gorgeous.
Arlington timeout.
That's
I
very
actually really love this.
That's cool. That's a good idea. That's
Like-
a good idea. They didn't anticipate winning that round, and I think that they're just trying to reset what their understanding of the next gameplay is.
Yeah.
And it also kind of helps let Cincinnati stew in their loss.
Yeah, you're dealing a little psychic damage over the top, and then you're also adding in just cooling the mental, right? Because after that kind of round, you're feeling on top of the world, and you can be very prone to making silly mistakes on your approaches, not being as clean, especially now that you've got a gun advantage. So love this decision coming through from Arlington. And now, if they've got another clean round, bring this to 7-8, good gun round, tie things up, and this is looking real good. And we knew it happened after seeing Breeze. We knew that this was going to be a close final map after Breeze.
Yep, absolutely. Gonna get back into this. We'll see what the adaptation is, but like I said, I love the way that they pushed that. They sent a lot of people towards bathrooms to clear out that information while keeping one on A short to ensure that the defenders wouldn't push. And then they rotated everybody back towards short so they could get a breakout, and then kept that single direction angles and got all of the gunfights that they wanted. It was gorgeous. Well executed.
Absolutely gorgeous stuff, as we're just seeing a flat rush out of B. They know that the least likely angle to hold when you got the worst weaponry. And now it's going to be a matter of getting that nice post play. Projectile gets the win with just a classic. That's not a good giveaway. Crad trying for the fight. Good call, good patience to just play for the post plants as everyone else might be trying to rush in. Again, awkward timing for the Mavericks as now they're not quite ready for this approach. Finally set up. Have their crossfires, and we know how deadly Crad can be when enabled on a cross. As everyone starts to run in, already Seeker looking for more. Headshots not coming through, but plenty of damage dealt by the Sheriffs, maybe forced as well. Now we've got a bit of a spray down off the Spectre. Does work out from these two on the wings, and that's going to be the Seeker committed. You're just trying to buy time. You know it's at half, and that's a round win, but a very, very, very expensive one done by University. It's an FPS, they survive. Oh my gosh.
Insane. Also, way too close for comfort there. I was clenching a little bit because that should not have been... They should not have gotten half on the plant, first of all, let alone all of side control. So winning gunfights is fantastic when you have good guns, but it doesn't speak to strategic prowess in how you played out that first plant. So the timeout was good so that you knew how to play that round, and ultimately you did come home with a win on that single round, but it's not looking promising for the rest.
Yeah, it is. I think this is a key round for both teams. Cincinnati wins it. Momentum firmly shifts back to them. You can just shake off those last couple rounds that have just not felt very good. And I think for Arlington, if they win this one, momentum certainly in their hands are going to feel a lot more confident. I love this angle from Baldy, though. Pretty close, but over the top. Julian just races out of showers. Vulcan deals with the rest of the assault coming from the bathrooms. And suddenly, we have a quick rotate back over to the B site. This is going to be an attempt. Jaquavius, nice snake bite to over. Gotta still watch for Garden, and the plant's committed, and they weren't ready for Projectile to be waiting in the side, as that's a Viper in the brush. And Julian all alone, 1 HP, gonna split sights, know how low this raise is. And what a clutch up it would be if it can be pulled off for ETA.
Yep, no
30 seconds left
information on where those defenders are. They're holding very good angles to deal with plants. As Julian rotates back to B, I think going for a backside plant here is probably your best bet.
Yeah, I'll have to agree. We're going to see the Roomba sent Garden, inner tube plant. Already given that information. Now you know where the second is. Snake bite through the wall. Oh, that's mean.
1 health, what are you going to do, right?
I mean, like, 1 health. Like,
No
yeah,
reaction.
1 health. I just mean the fact that the snake bite landed outside of the tube, and it's just like, what if I had a little radius?
I love that. That's I love that also that you die like it's a showstopper because you're at 1 health. You have no chance to react. It's just a fun little interaction there. But 7-9, Cincinnati up 2, not comfortable, but feeling good.
Yeah, I think that much needed round for Cincinnati. Showed their ability to, again, just hold up in those kind of spots. As just a mid push out, already Trailblazers taking a pretty decent amount of space. Crad's already onto site proper. They're still cut off. Planting just by, or not, that's their own Viper wall, so now it's Vulcan able to sneak away the spray. That's a very big kill to get rid of as an attempt
Spike
from my
down,
god.
K.
Waldy just clean. There might be a timing out of showers. Waldy doesn't care, still wins it. And this push has just gone horribly wrong. The Seekers come through, they're the distraction, everyone's blind, and Taka gets the final kill with the judge.
Wow. Flawless round. I have no analysis for that.
It just felt like Cincinnati was all on the same page, and Arlington just what, or really it just felt like Arlington didn't know what to do after Waldy shut them down.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, that was Waldy making a good hero play there, based off of Cincinnati's a little bit disorganized push. And once they lost 1, it just felt like the rest of the wheels came off as they continued to push in, trying to make something happen instead of reassessing.
Still same default wall over A site, forcing Cincinnati to keep 3 over. Still like that, but I'm always worried. Just seeing the kinds of stalwart defenses we've gotten a chance to see from Cincinnati on Ascent, and now here on Bind. just looked fantastic. Maybe in Julian, I think you're just waiting to try and get one free kill. This is going to be a hero rifle. And I feel like you should drop that rifle over to your Reyna, as she's got the Stinger instead. It's just going to be a rush out, and that Trailblazer already done plenty. But you can't even get on site. Jectile holding the cross. They're all running into Tube, and they're all getting decimated, as maybe doesn't even have the spike and is, I think, just going to try and save this one.
We're all blind. I mean, great flash. It's one of those things where UTA kind of looked like they were desperate trying to get something out of this. Maybe actually looking a little bit desperate to get a kill there, and got one, but unfortunately dies. In any case, Cincinnati not falling for the desperation play, just calmly flashes out of Tube and peeks out, takes gunfight. Two are taken out by maybe. Last one trades back, but it was very collected. It felt good. It felt good if, like, Cincinnati was taking a nice warm bath in their last victories.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. They got themselves a nice little treat of a round. And I mean, I'm in the same vein, right? We got 7-11 up top. I'm gonna take a nice little gulp from my water. Hydration check for all y'all in chat. And Waldy needs no hydration. Maybe needs some because of how sweaty he's been in these last couple rounds. Just absolutely cracked so far. This is gonna send the rest of Arlington over to the B site, and they just have not had much success. And already we're seeing just a change in setup. This is so fantastic. Jectile's gonna drop a Hookah Viper's Pit as well. Make life incredibly difficult for the collapse, as this does leave the rest of the site open though for Dummy, and he's gonna struggle as Julian gets the first. Jectile still inside the smoke. No friends around, had to leave him behind, but this is definitely a dance that I think he can win. So I'm stealing one from you, Kevin, at the start, and indeed, that's two. Straight out the smoke. Doesn't matter, the pit goes down. You bought the time. You made the play, and it's Cincinnati with the numbers advantage and the position.
The bomb is down. Nobody from the defense, I think, knows. They're not holding it, and you still have Chamber playing bathrooms there, which I guess could be a little bit of a little something that UTA can convert off of, but they think that the defenders are holding the bomb, and now instead trying to get back to the bomb, give away the information.
I got the spike.
Jaquavius, the one that didn't give away information, is the one to fall first because it was a nice angle hold onto CT. But yeah, we're gonna see this nice two-man hold on this box. Honestly, they could have done this any number of ways, but this is definitely the funniest.
Okay, maybe. Okay, got that. Now we're just gonna see the orbital strike off the plant, and that's the round. That's the round. Nothing else to it. Already down to 0.5.
Could have been. Honestly, Vulcan did not play far back enough for me to feel comfortable in that one. I get like wanting to play close by just in case they go for the last second plant. But you could have run from the backside of Hookah to stop on the timer there. It was
I think for
uncomfortable. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I think for Vulcan, it's fine for you to play a little further up because you just dropped the orbital strike. But I think when it comes to maybe in that position, you get the one kill, you just have to race behind Tube, tap a plant, then maybe try to move, but that's still such a difficult play to make under such tight circumstances. As we got one last buy up from Arlington to try and hold this. They need 5 in a row to bring it back against Cincinnati, just to force OT. Waldy stepped up. Crad ready to try and take the duel. They know they're waiting for each other, and the Chamber strikes true. This Reyna not being the difference maker it needed to be.
Yeah, maybe his wallet looking real thin there, having to buy light shields, Guardian. Same for Jaquavius, full shields, but Bulldog. You have the pit, though. If you can get to sight, you have a chance.
It's always a chance. You can always see standout performances from anyone, honestly, and Dummy's had plenty so far. That's a great duel to win onto Julian. This slow play has just looked so good for Cincinnati. The team is just so split from Arlington.
Took out the trademark. It's good information to deny, because now they're going to hold bathrooms a little bit. But it's still 3v5, and there's plenty of defenders to hold every angle that they need, especially with no mid available on Bind.
30
It's
seconds
just
left.
a numbers game at this point.
I really think so. Now, actually, with this delay, we're going to see the Brimstone move over. Most of the cloud coverage has been used up already anyway, so Maybe gonna drop the guiding light. That should be the trigger. See the immediate response from the B side. Everyone racing over as there's just 10 seconds left. I don't even know if they'll be able to plant. You go to the side. There's Boombot waiting for you. Sprayed down on Ataka. There's gonna be some extra damage. You don't realize you're right next to a chamber. Waldy dies to the orbital strike, and the plant somehow goes down in all the chaos, but maybe all alone in a 1v3 makes it a 1v2. Still terrifying situation. Can't get the one tap. Vulcan will finish the job. Back-to-back rounds. Takes down maybe and takes this win for Cincinnati.
Very great. I mean, fantastic last round from UTA. Making it look really
Defenders
close.
win.
Maybe was 1 kill away from that being possibly a really solid victory. But unfortunately, the round ended as we anticipated it would on the start. It came down to a numbers game. One fewer defenders, maybe. Or maybe one trade instead of just a raw pick, and that round could have gone a different way, and you'd have buys for the next round. It could have snowballed. It was possible, but Cincinnati really held it down when it mattered.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Coming back from losing their own map pick after going up 10-2, the mental fortitude shown by honestly both of these teams has been really, really impressive. But nothing else to say that the Bearcats felt like they're the better team right now.
Absolutely. Big credits to them. I mean, fantastic set that they played. Fantastic series. Their one loss was ultra close in overtime where it really could have gone either way and ultimately came down, I think, a little bit to unpreparedness despite it being their own map pick. They have some good stuff to learn from the VODs that they played today, both on victories and on losses. But I think there's so much that can be learned from both teams off of that Breeze map. On that first map, I'm sure neither felt comfortable with how that map went. So I hope that they go back and they revisit it and that they commit to learning more about Breeze so that we can see more Breeze map picks in the future. And other teams have to be worried about that as a pick option.
Yeah, I think so. I think we saw a lot of fantastic play out of both teams. A well-deserved win for Cincinnati. As the action doesn't stop here on EGFC, we've got another match coming up for y'all. We've got Bowling Green up against Texas State. We're going to get a couple other casters in as we take a look at that whole schedule. Afterwards, Howard versus Montana State. So a great slate of matches. We're going to get some more casters in here and move to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. There's more EGFC Valorant just after this.
Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome back everyone, and another fantastic day here for some EGF Season 5 Valorant. Sir Waltham, Rare Adam at it once again. Rare, it was a couple weeks. I've been missing you, friend. Where were you?
I was in San Diego for 1 week and then I got COVID. So we're back,
not as
hopefully back to, casting some good Valorant and all that stuff. And just happy to be back with you, of course, Walt. So looking forward to this matchup here. Bugsu, Bowling Green State University, Falcons versus Texas State University, the Bobcats. Both of these teams looking to work themselves up a little bit after a little bit of a slow start to the season. Both of these teams.
Yeah, this is going to be a good opportunity, I anticipate, for both of these teams to kind of pick up a little bit of momentum. Bowling Green, I had the pleasure of casting last week before, somewhere in those lines. While you weren't here, regardless, but kind of had a meager performance. So, like I said, this opportunity to come in here and really strike while the iron is, perhaps hotter than it will be in a while for both Texas State and Bowling Green. A good opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, especially considering the map picks that we have today, I'm interested to see how they sort of play towards what has become a little bit more of the default map choices. Breeze has risen up as sort of a pocket pick for a lot of these teams. You either know how to play it or you don't. Lotus is becoming one of the standards as well. And of course, Haven, really a chance to show how well you know Valorant, how strong your team is. If we do end up on a map 3, it really comes down to your fundamentals on a map like Haven.
Absolutely. And personally, for me, I'm really going to be looking towards that Breeze map. I know it's our first one. It's the easiest one to say, oh, I'm going to be really looking forward to this. But honestly, for me personally, for Sir Waltham, if I'm being open and honest with you here, Adam, I can't gel with Breeze the way it is now versus the way it used to be, a few seasons ago. Those changes they haven't really sat right with me. So I love getting the opportunity to come in here, see how any teams, whether they be, the top table teams or something a little bit more towards the middle of the pack, come in here and kind of operate on those, get a little bit of an insight to maybe some adjustments that might have even been made season to season.
Yeah, and I think a major thing about Breeze as well is just the comp adaptations you can go for. I've seen a Neon comp really come through in spades. There's a comp that builds Yoru as one of your main initiators as opposed to a duelist, where you're just sort of teleporting around the map. There's a lot of different ways that you can play Breeze out, and I want to see how those comps come together for both of these two teams, whether they're going to go more towards the standard where you just have your Harbor, you have your Cypher, you have your Jet as your main duelist as usual, or if they're going to adapt and build off of one of these other kind of side meta teams that have sort of evolved here. Had a chance at Rebel Campus Clutch Southwest to see a lot of these different teams come through on Breeze with different team comps. I want to see if some of them have been picked up from these two teams as well, to see if they've adapted for Breeze as a map in the new state that it's in.
And of course, it will be the rosters coming up here next for both of these teams. As we can see, Bowling Green State University going to be fielding. That's a Kiwi, Necrotico, Sens, Pucka Punch, Banana Kush. All very familiar names to me as of a couple weeks ago. Texas State University, on the other hand, Luke, Chief, Okarin, Aaron, and Sonaldo. All going to be coming in onto the field here. Worth noting, we didn't get to mention it a second ago, but it's going to be Bowling Green starting off on the attack for each one of the three maps. Again, that is going to be Breeze, Lotus, Haven, and of course means that Texas State will be on the defending side to start.
Yeah, and that sort of helps us. It makes it really easy because we look at these teams and we're like, okay, we know exactly who's on which side. We know exactly what to expect. But at the same time, with Breeze being a little bit more defensive sided, Lotus being a little bit more attack sided at this point, it really gives us an opportunity to see how they adapt from map to map. If we see Texas State coming through with a really strong defensive half and they're able to sustain that over into Lotus when they're on the defensive side in the first half, it can really set the tone for a potential 2-0 at that point. On the opposite side, if Bowling Green is really able to pick it up on the attack, if they can show that they have cohesive executes, they're able to pull out different strats at different times, it could end up being a 2 the opposite way as well. But nonetheless, with both of these teams looking to pick up wins here, you really want to see them set the stage early on in these maps, early and often, as I like to say.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And I mean, regardless of whether you want to look at map sidedness or not, starting off on the hot foot's always going to be advantageous for whichever team manages to pull it off. But I mean, speaking of getting right into it, we're going to be seeing these compositions come out. And so far, we're seeing Yoru being hovered on the side of Bowling Green, but for the side of Texas State, no such hero, no such agent in here, as we do see that double controller composition coming out. Double controller, double initiator, matter of fact.
Yeah, and I want to see if Bowling Green's going to opt for the Cypher here. Cypher is usually the Sentinel choice. There we go. Gets locked in. This is a little bit more of the aggressive style coming through from Bowling Green. Of course, with them starting off on that attacking side, you want to sort of push the envelope a little bit more. Of course, KO as your secondary initiator is an interesting choice, but of course, when you've got double walls, your flashes are going to have an extra little bit of pop. Most of the time, you'll see a Sky come through instead, though, so might be just a little bit of tech coming through from Ocker, and if they can line up some of these flashes that really can catch the side of Bowling Green off guard.
And if there's one player here that I'm really looking towards keeping an eye on, at least in terms of Bowling Green, it's going to be Sens, one of the highest rated players on this team. We saw them have a lot of very good mechanical performances coming through, so we'll see exactly how they want to set up here again on that attack. A huge opportunity to set themselves up with some good momentum.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this attack sort of evolves, and already you can see all of them trying to push up through mid. A major thing about the map change is that mid, very important on this map as well, much like Ascent, much like Sunset, and that way you want to get that mid control early and often. Seems as if that's the game plan already for Bowling Green.
You can see them lining up again, or as you mentioned, with a lot of aggression towards that mid, looking to immediately flood. Have to be very careful of doors, though. Luke trying to pepper in a shot or two as they can manage it, but that's the vision off just a moment. Catches the Yoru blind, but has the opportunity to get back up behind that high wall. The opponent's keeping him safe just a little bit. Aaron getting taken down, Necrotic finding one as well, and now it's a 2v3 Bowling Green. Have to get this spike and get it ferried over, but that Cypher already nestled neatly onto A, has an opportunity to try to help Necrotic out, but the walls are closing in around the Sova.
Yeah, the crunch is coming down, and especially for Necrotic, only with no extra util for the time being, just got that dart up and available. There's so many different angles to worry about. Chief just shoots him through the wall. Luke cleans it up. It's a good hold from the side of Texas State here, really setting the tone. Luke, great positioning at the beginning of that round to sniff everyone out and survive.
Absolutely, and now we're going to be looking towards that second round, and as you would expect, Texas State going to be looking to amplify the armory here a little bit by up those extra weapons. The Spectre, the Bulldog, even the Marshall coming through, adding a little bit more firepower, and it looks like Bowling Green are just going to be a little bit more conservative, hold on to those classics, not buy any armor, really allow themselves to get the wallets back and fat for next round.
Yeah, that's a Kiwi still going to opt for a lot of that util. That's really how you can sort of play mind games with Yoru. A major factor behind what makes Yoru strong as not only a duelist, but sort of as a quasi-initiator, is just being in like 8 places at once. You need to use those teleports to try and find some different angles of approach. That's why that's not the angle you want to find, is Aaron and Luke already finding a couple apiece. Luke just spraying and praying, finds another one for themselves, and that spike is down in no man's land as well. Sens gets caught from behind with a Bulldog going arf behind. And now Banana Kush with a lot of room to play with here. 3 HP on Aaron there. Won't be able to shut it down, and it's a flawless round, in fact, for the side of Texas State as they just close the doors.
Now, a lot of times, you know, it'd be easy to go into that second round as casters and just say, oh, they just got, you know, massively overpowered by those guns. But no, a lot of that credit, Luke, early on, getting not just the one shock dart to kill, but getting another shock dart that I believe hits 3 right at the start at door. It's really putting BGSU in a vulnerable position. You don't have to have a heavy weapon to do that kind of thing, but it certainly helps.
And of course, now as you get the full buy coming through from the side of the BGS, you want to see them start to adapt some of their strategies here. Still very aggressive towards A site. They've been a fan of going through mid this time around, going for something a little bit different, but the Harbor here is just going to make things so much more challenging. You don't get all that info necessary, and Aaron just going to spray down Sens on the way in.
And that's a Kiwi really going to be trying to utilize the utility to get in here. Have to be very careful around the pyramids. Does manage to get one, and then a follow-up onto Aaron. Good opportunity here for BGSU, although they have lost one. Chief just trying to play it in the back, see if anybody pokes their head out and allows that one shot to come through with the Marshall. Not going to be given the opportunity by Bowling Green, just waiting for Ocarin to come in, navigate their way so they can hit the side a little bit more aggressively, and with a full team, including the KO knife coming out.
Yeah, just gets a sniff of the hat there. Potentially push onto the opposite side, and now TPing out that's the Kiwi. All these members are in main though, and look at where this Yoru's going on a little bit of a trek. Might not actually have the time to be able to do so. Great little flash coming through. Okarin's gonna find another one. Drops down the ball. He is playing gatekeeper here. Now it's all down to whether that one can clutch it out. Finds 2. Believe there's just enough time for Chief to. Nope, there's not.
But I mean, even if you're Texas State, you're still probably not too unhappy about that. I mean, Bowling Green had to invest a lot of rifles into that, and then they just immediately have to drop them all right back onto the floor. However, Texas State still going to be hurting for that cash as well, but I think they're going to be looking a little bit more armored than BGSU.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this buy, at the very least, that's a Kiwi was able to pick up their ultimate here. You can play some mind games once again, using that dimensional drift to just get in there, get all of the info you need, thus the initiator's playstyle. Then you just pop out, you pull your shorty out, you find yourself a kill, you TP out. That's generally the game plan that they're going for, but Texas State might be the wiser to this. Look at this, 3 members already stacked up on this B site. Bowling Green forced to slow down.
With that KO knife coming out, it's gonna be the read that there's at least a little bit of resistance from the attackers going into B. Gonna be the Yoru coming in, just trying to get the reads on the opposition. Ocarin gonna be throwing out that grenade, just trying to buy some space. Kiwi not gonna have the opportunity to get too much else, takes an immediate off shot. Ocarin looking fantastic. Pop Flash tries to go out, doesn't see anybody, knows they're probably hiding behind those bricks, but is not able to get the shot. Able to get the one instead. Meets Chief once again with that op, and Luke slow to wrap around, but eventually able to get that shot.
Yeah, honestly, really well played from the side of Texas State. They just held their ground as long as possible. Chief not getting scared off by that Yoru at all. And I mean, the major thing about your ult is you have to pop out, you have to come through with your flashes, then you have to be right behind him for the shorty kill. But you know, if you're too far away, you're just a sitting duck at that point. Not a whole lot of options for that's a Kiwi. Thus far, Texas State have been rolling. They've been perfectly confident with each and every one of these rounds, and thus far, Bowling Green looking a little weaker on this attack. We'll have to see if they can start to develop some strategies. Definitely not this round, though, with very limited inventories.
I mean, talking about developing strategies, and they also need to kind of develop that economy as well. It's going to be a huge scan coming out from Texas State, giving the information that the lion's share of BGSU, if not all of them, are currently at that mid, although we see him tapering off, slowly starting to draw back and keeping eyes towards all those different angles that Yori looking long towards the shot onto Solnado. A nice one from the head, through a wall as well, and that's going to weaken A just a little bit, although it doesn't look like the call's there to immediately start putting more pressure on.
Yeah, Aaron's in a great position though, finds one already. This is what happens when you get all scanned out. There's so much of the map that is just given over your enemies, and now with the weaker weaponry, it's got to try and pick their fights accordingly here. They were able to recover a rifle at the very least, but still slim pickings in terms of where he can execute now.
Oh, and Sen's getting a little bit closer, sees the shoulder, but can't quite make that exchange with the classic very tough utility comes out. Nokrin actually taking quite a few shots, but able to connect with the Vandal when it matters most, and that is the more into lethality. Aaron able to take one down, that's a Kiwi. No longer going to be able to flash, no longer able to use those teleports. Taking a third for Aaron. Chief going to be getting the final one, Puck Punch taken out of this match, and once again, another mid push, not going the way of Bowling Green.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron was full blind for that second kill as well. There's no chance at seeing the Yoru, and still finds the kill at that point. And every single member is contributing on the side of Texas State. Chief 5-0 has been spotless thus far with the operator as well. It's just working for them thus far. And as you mentioned, the player to watch being Sens off the rip, having a little bit of a slow start, 0-5 thus far, but looking to try and pick it up with a full buy in tow now. Just depends on how they can continue to build their strategies here. And once again, building towards this B site, 3 members are in the vicinity, and this shot from Chief might be huge.
Oh, that's a risky repeat coming in from the Yoru, seeing the jet there and then deciding to go.
Yeah.
And third, that is unacceptable to me, Adam. That is something that should not have happened, no matter what kind of strategy you're going for, in my opinion. But Luke, we use that owl drone, get a little bit more information. Did tag the Viper as well, so they're going to be knowing they're going through that side tunnel, trying to regroup at the main of B, and that's going to give a good read to where the rest of the attacking BGSU is if the Yoru dead at window did not already do so.
Yeah, and I mean, Aaron's just sitting on A, doesn't really need to move over. This is the power of double controller, where you have so many different angles to hold. Now they just try and rotate out, but even still, are you wise? Aaron still being over on that A site. Lots of damage being taken by Sens as well. Start to rotate over a little bit, but not before Chief finds another.
Chief is doing spectacularly on this op. Luke going to be taking down a nice shot from a little bit of a distance from Banana. Coming through Aram, taking down Pucka. It's not exactly leaving the Spike in a super vulnerable position, but it's leaving the 2 remaining members certainly in one door. Once again, looking to be the death squeeze for this team. It's all up to Banana, who slowly has to work their way on the point. Not going to be able to find too much, though. It's going to be the neural theft coming through. As the Spike is going down, I'm not sure if that's going to provide them as much as they would need here, considering there's 3 members standing. That is a big ask.
Yeah, Nokrin just going to be able to find a swing, shut him down. At the very least, it's plus 300 credits. That's about the most that you can ask for out of that round, but unfortunately for Bowling Green, their full buy once again falls by the wayside. Texas State have just been so confident on their defense. Chief taking each and every peek, trying to get a kill, of course, but getting one almost every time as well. 7-0 at this point. It's not really what you expect from a Jet. A lot of times, the Jet's going to be the one trying to get in there, get down and dirty, but with this operator, has been spotless thus far, and doesn't seem to be stopping, as now you're looking at the buy. There's a couple judges coming down as well. I think they're playing for Pucka Punch's ultimate here, but even still, risky business for the side of Bowling Green, who I dare say are starting to lose track of this game already.
Yeah, and I mean, at least a couple of kills last round because Chief just did not have any respect put on their name. The Bowling Green just walked within those lines of sight of the ops and were able to be taken down pretty instantly. Solnado going to be shooting that Yoru clone. And nice blinds coming out, forcing Chief to back up a little bit, but there's not the immediate push that you would really like to see, threatening that op. Instead, it's going to be Yoru tallying back, trying to regroup with the rest of their team towards that A site while keeping that pressure ideally up at B. Aaron once again throwing the wall up, catches the fun of the Jet. Teleport with Kiwi, tries to coordinate very well with the Jet, does so successfully.
Planted the
2
spike.
members down, but a lot of vulnerability for BGSU. So, but Yoru dangerously low within those red HP pools.
Here.
Now the response has to come in from Texas State as they go in on this retake, but those judges might be a little bit more threatening around some tighter corners.
Yeah, I think the major thing is these judges are kind of pointless at this point, especially considering you didn't get your Viper ultimate. You're not really able to find these close angles. Banana Kush holding a really deep angle here, but might have just got timing there by Chief, who will finally fall. Finds the timing onto Sonaldo at the very least, but Luke now in a 1v2 needs to try and at the current angle. Not going to be able to find it. Banana Kush holding it down there. It's another round on the board for BGSU at the very least. They're making it a little bit more interesting, and I really like that round because they're finally able to break them.
Absolutely. What do you think was the difference maker in that round in particular? Do you think it was the kind of switching from B site immediately to, maybe not immediately, but very quickly to A site, and then the defense not quite being able to respond? Or do you think there was some other kind of key to their success on that one?
I think it was a little bit of a misplay coming through from Aaron that did contribute to Bowling Green coming through. Had a great angle onto two members, but just sort of had a case of the whiffings. Happens to the best of us at that point. But nonetheless, we'll see if they can sort of bounce back and recover here. A couple of guns at the very least carried over from the previous round for BGSU. That's going to be big because their economy has been in the flux this entire time. They really haven't been able to string together 2 or 3 full buy rounds for themselves. And that's been sort of why they keep losing rounds, because their weapons just kind of suck half the time.
Harsh, but fair.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a judge against the Vandal, unless you're in their face,
I'm back.
you're in trouble.
Spike down.
Not going to be the case for Banana Kush. Not going to be able to get too much leverage there at that distance. Ogren, the Harbor as well, going to be playing at a nice, safe arm's length. Luke taking down their opposition, Sova in Necrotic. The spike looking to be ferried towards A, but it's slow going this time around for BGSU, and we've seen them react very poorly when they allow themselves to get surrounded, like the map control being taken by Texas State right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great hold from Okran thus far, but that's a key we will finally have something to say about it. Now here comes the Viper's hit. Luke is just sort of biding their time, sort of creating a wall of bullets. You can't trespass that easily. Spike will finally get planted, but even still, actually the dart's gonna miss as well, so lots of control being given back over to BGSU after a little bit of a slow execute.
The response has to try to come through here for the defenders. That is nice. Hunter's Fury going to be doing a lot of information gathering, forcing some uncomfortable position sense, trying to hold down just the defuse, has to try to take the shot, but it's the double coming in from Texas State, allowing them to get taken down. Luke, Sonaldo going to be the ones standing and making sure that Texas State maintains victory in this round.
Yeah, honestly, really good retake there. I really like the use of Luke's ultimate there, just to be able to zone them out, sort of clear out the back half of that Viper's pit and get tags onto everyone. That's a major factor behind that round win, because if you're not able to find out where they are, how are you supposed to find them in the Viper's ult? So, you know, it's sort of the three-head answer there. Oh yeah, of course you need to see where they are to shoot them. But I mean, it was just good use of that ultimate. Even holding onto it for a couple of rounds, just using that to secure another round. And as we mentioned, the lack of full buys that are able to be bought up by the side of BGSU has been a main contributor. And once again, it's a Hero Guardian from That's a Kiwi before another full buy next round. But even then, oh, never mind. It's almost shut down by Chief.
Yeah, the seemingly rare miss by Chief on that top. And Sense starting to equalize the field perhaps just a little bit. We hear that Harbor ultimate going out right towards mid. Going to be gathering that information and forcing perhaps a little bit of adjustment from the players on the attacking Bowling Green. We're going to be making sure that those Jet Knives don't see any more of their queries. Taking down 2 now. Necrotic going to be quick to equalize. However, things now in favor for Bowling Green. Have that mid possession, and both those controllers are starting to look and keep their eyes there. We can see that Viper playing around. Sonaldo able to get 2, can't quite make the connection onto the third. That's a Kiwi. Comes down face to face with Aaron, and I know who I personally favor in this matchup.
I mean, this is still very difficult because of the operator in hand. You have one shot that sort of shut everything down. If Aaron finds you on a little bit of an off angle, you can't spray transfer with an operator. You get one shot to close it out. Thus far, Kiwi is looking the wrong way, but does Aaron know where they are? Oh.
Oh, that is just an inopportune time for Aaron. That's a Kiwi, quick to respond as well. Making sure that they pivot their attention, you know, starting to see some performance, some solid performance coming out of Bowling Green.
Yeah, I think Sen's really waking up there in that round, finding 2 with the knives. That's really what you want to find on your thrifty rounds as well. So at the very least, keeping Texas State in check a little bit here for the first time in a long time. They're the ones with the weaker buys. Nonetheless, still some very strong players, specifically Ocarin and Chief, having those hard guns to deal with. That's a Kiwi with the operator. This is trouble now because Kiwi has been the shining light for BGSU thus far. They're able to find value with that op. Even 1 or 2 kills this round sort of twists the knife a little bit more.
With the aggression coming down mid from these defenders, the attackers are not going to be aware of this, so they're very methodically taking their time. Sonaldo being very careful here. Chief gets seen by Bananica. Oh, the trigger discipline coming through. Oh, but not enough. Bananica not having the patience to wait for that
Last player
KO
standing.
either. And still a couple kills going in favor of Texas State. Ocarin, the last remaining member up here. Spike has gone down, so the response has to be from them, but that's a Kiwi. Still has up in hand. The other two playing from a distance. Not going to matter though. Kiwi got it locked down through tunnel, making sure that none shall pass.
Yeah, maybe just starting off this game with starting off this map at the very least with a little bit of the jitters. They've sort of calmed it down a little bit here, and now Bowling Green, you're starting to see what they can do on this attacking side. Of course, 2 more rounds to go. Realistically, it's still a defensive favored map. So Texas State, if you're going into the half 6-6, you're going to be in a little bit of hot water. Once again, really comes down to how they execute on their own attacking half, because while it did take a while for Bowling Green to pick it up here, they've been able to pick it up in spades, and a lot of that comes off the back of that's a Kiwi.
A lot of things finally starting to click into place for Bowling Green. Absolutely have to agree with you on that one, Chief. They're going to be saddling up with the rest of their team. Entry to B. Excuse me. The Jet for BGSU going to be saddling up with the rest of their team, nestling right on to B. That Viper wall up, and Sinopolo hidden very carefully, able to get 2 before not even being taken down. Oh, and that operator comes through. That's a Kiwi. Not quite sure what that plan was with the op to
Down B.
try to land a shot knowing they were there. It doesn't matter. The flawless comes through. Texas State able to return fire in a very nice fashion.
Yeah, I come off of praising that's a Kiwi, then TP's on site with an operator. Really not the angles that you're looking for if you're with that off in that situation. But hey, happens to the best of us, I suppose. Nonetheless, Texas State, great response there to at the very least get an advantage going into the half and trying to secure a bigger one now at that. Bowling Green, you've got a lot of ults, just pop them. Just use them. Get on site, drop them all, and see what happens. Sinaldo as well has an ult to just shut down whatever site they so desire. Looks as if it's going to be B. Granted, might be overwhelmed here by several members coming through. That's a Kiwi already aware of the positioning, and Sinaldo just has to back all the way off. But are you aware of the member behind? No, you are not. That's a Kiwi from behind.
And that's a Kiwi's ultimate. Makes it very hard to pop that Viper's pit, because you'll be able to see the Viper through the smoke, and your team can at least have a rough idea of where they're going to be located at Chief with this op trying to land the shots. The camera going to be spotting out them and maybe that L drone from Luke as well. So a good idea that 2 are going to be in that tunnel towards B, but Texas State now getting the majority of their forces lined up. However, a couple sectioned off by that Viper wall. Sends here. Oh, doesn't get the swing in time. The shoulder barely comes through. Not quite able to deliver. Able to get 3 off of that. Some decent buckets, some great transfer. And that's a Kiwi who's been trying to praise them before. It's not going to quite come to fruition this time around. Texas State 4 remain standing. Make it 3 as BGSU loses their last.
Yeah, actually, Spike will still go over to BGSU, just barely at the end of it. Close calls there. Ocarin with a hero 4K, but hey, you get the round no matter how you do it. Probably someone typing in chat, that was worth it. But nonetheless, it was definitely a close call at the end there. As we mentioned, just overwhelmed on site was Sinaldo. Wasn't really able to get that ultimate off all half. Even though Ocarin had those heroics at the end, unfortunately not quite enough. But now we flip the map and we get to see how BGSU are going to perform on their defensive side. And at the very least, they've got a Sentinel. So the Cypher can lock down one site, really make it challenging to push onto it. They're not on the site with the Cypher right now. So we'll see how this turns out.
Well, certainly one to watch here, as the majority of Texas State, as you alluded to, going to be lining up for that A site to push through that cave, and Puppy going to be throwing up that orb, throwing up the wall as well, making it difficult for any passage to occur here. Luke going to be getting some information as to the whereabouts of at least a few members of EGFC. Pucka has to take the scan, and now the plan going to be going down with relatively little resistance there. Texas State now putting the time pressure onto BGSU. This is a dangerous push into the orb of 4 members. That's a pinata right there, my friend Adam. And now he'll be able to get 1 cent, able to make it another. Can't quite connect the headshot on the Sonaldo. Crucial, but with a nice decent flick and the finisher to boot. It's going to be the defuse coming through. And I want to ask now, we talked about BGSU needing to start off strong, you know, particularly on this first half. Do you think they've done it with that 5-7 initial scoreline for the half?
I think it definitely makes things interesting. Like, Bowling Green, they started off real slow. But now that they've started to pick it up, now for the past 5 rounds going across the half, it's starting to look a little bit more challenging for the side of Texas State there. Yes, you mentioned the pinata there, but even then, afterwards, Sens knocks them all down, bowling pin style at that. Bowling Green, hope they're good at bowling at that point, but nonetheless. Yeah, there we go, there's the low-hanging fruit. Get it out of the way in map one.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
But nonetheless, I think the major thing for BGSU here is that they need a secondary performer here, and Sens getting that 3K is a start to that. But thus far, that's a Kiwi has 10 times or 10 kills more than everyone else on their team. I think 11 at this point is start to fall by the wayside. Ocarin and Pucka Punch trading back and forth. That Vandal is down though, and that's a big gun to be given over to the side of TSU.
Oh, BGSU Sens able to get the shot onto Aaron. A good opportunity here to that. Cove not going to be in effect once again, so no more pinatas for this party, but now that timer going to slowly start ticking down, putting more and more pressure on Bowling Green, and they've got to have at least a fair idea of where one of those members is. Not sure if the Owl Drone does come through, so they should anyway be able to identify the Silva on the far end. Not going to really matter, and Luke put under some pressure here. Their location gets revealed at the very last moment. Banana Kush don't swing together. That may have been a little bit of a blunder, but the first hit was achieved, and it doesn't matter. Luke able to just hold steady with the... Was that the one Vandal that was on the court?
Yeah, exactly. Just picks up that gun. That's why you got to be careful if you're that the Kiwi buying up that heavily going into that round, because if it gets given over, you don't have the weaponry to deal with a Vandal either at that point. So huge stock coming through from Luke. They're holding it down. And as we mentioned, last time around it was Sens bowling them down. This time it's Bold Green, unfortunately.
Oh, and now what are we looking at? We're looking at more of a B-sided favor with a little bit of mid maybe coming out from some of the control players for Texas State, although it looks like the lion's share are going to be heading towards that B site. Viper for the defense, setting up to hold A. No big surprise there. Not sure if we see too many swaps quite yet. A nice protection coming in onto Banana Kush, but the shorty's not going to quite be enough, Chief, with a single headshot from the Vandal.
Yeah, a little bit overwhelmed there. Now Classic's coming down. Sonaldo just going to shut it down as well. Aaron, just barely missed some timing there. That could have been real bad for Aaron. Actually, still able to find a kill nonetheless. Now, all these walls are just playing so well into Texas State's hands, who can just hold down elbow each and every angle they so desire. Bowling Green, they have no way on site. This is absolutely ridiculous for them to get through.
And they try to go in with the flash, but that's a Kiwi not able to connect on the Sonaldo. Meaning that there's very little they can do. The Silva's there, takes out the Viper. Chief on the wraparound getting, that's a Kiwi. That's just how it goes. That's just those easy kills when it comes to the whole team swarm.
Yeah, fish in a barrel at that. I mean, you saw 4 corpses down in elbow. No way to get through, unfortunately, after just overwhelming Banana Kush on site. But now, finally, with full buys going the opposite way, that's a Kiwi going to opt for that operator themselves. You still need a secondary hero to come through from the side of Bowling Green. Thus far, it's been a Kiwi show thus far. But the rest of the team sort of lacking in the rest of that. And you need that supporting cast. Ocarin's been great as well, but the rest of the cast is there to back it up as well. Unfortunately, the side of Bowling Green, it has been a one-man show. They really need some other contributors to start showing their faces.
Still quite a bit of Valorant to go here for Breathe, and that's a Kiwi, I believe, stepping out of the shot, so not able to even connect. That's a great shot right into the wall as we see it. Taking down the Necrotic Pucka Punch, able to get one with a nice turnaround onto Luke as well. It's gonna make it that much more difficult to recover with the spike. At least it would if Puck Punch didn't immediately drop as I was thinking that. Ogren taking down, that's a Kiwi holding that. I would call it a pretty bold position
Spike
here.
planted.
Using that dimensional grip, but not really necessary, but Kush able to take down Sonaldo. It's going to be the defuse coming through. Should get them the neural back online unless they decide to give it over to the Yoru.
Yeah, it was a good recovery. I want to say that first shot was a little worrisome from Dasakiwi, but at the very least, cleaning it up at the end there from the stairs angle can be so difficult to peek that when you're attacking. It's very easy to hold on the defender side there, but nonetheless, still thick wallets coming through for Texas State. They should be able to buy back up. On the opposite side, however, once again, it's costly wins, and that's the major thing to talk about from the side of Bowling Green. Every time they're winning rounds, it's costly. They're losing 3-4 of their rifles, and while you're still able to recover just a little bit here, the Necrotic's going to be rolling with a bucky at that. So it's that's the major thing to take away from the side of Bowling Green. Whenever they're winning rounds, it is costly. On the opposite side, Texas State, they win and they are flawless in a lot of these rounds.
It's going to be Sens getting tagged by that recon from the Owl drone. Oh, and getting taken down by Chief. Chief just having some great crosshair discipline there. Ready to anticipate as soon as that wall drops, which it does, resulting in a couple nice kills. Necrotic going to have a very difficult time coping with anybody coming in from mid unless they just continue to hold this corner. Not sure if the anticipation is necessarily going to be there from Texas State. Chief might just take this opportunity, but Necrotic, I wouldn't push that if I were you, my friend. I mean, it does you no good to look into the open like that. Oh, the timing. Oh, it doesn't connect the one shot they have. That's going to cause the house of cards to tumble here for Bowling Green. Not like those cards were on a very sturdy table to begin with. But now with 2 members remaining, Kiwi, the Cypher, all remain to try to hold on here for whatever they can. Remains to be wrapping around, taking down Banana Kush, and now only up to Kiwi. Not up for much longer.
Yeah, and once again, exactly as we were talking about, every time that Bowling Green is able to win a round, it's costly. It's 3-4 guns going out in their favor. Texas State with another flawless. It didn't look like that was going to be the case with the angles that were being held. The Bucky could have found value there as well, despite it being a weaker gun. But everything else has sort of fallen over. As you mentioned, the House of Cards, if you're trying to build a House of Cards in an earthquake, it's not going to last very long. And unfortunately, the ground is rumbling because Texas State is here to play. That's exactly what they've done thus far. And now, once again, forcing Bowling Green back onto a save round. And you don't really have a whole lot of rounds left to give. You can't afford to be saving at this point.
Really cannot. In Texas State, got to be looking to change up the look here, since holding those knives towards that entry of the main. A lot of ultimates coming out here. The knives, the Hunter's Fury, the Viper's Pit now. Luke actually getting taken down. Aaron able to get one before Sens eventually equalizes out here. Even able to pick up the Vandal, so a nice opportunity here. Spike does get picked up by Texas State. Only 3 members remain, and it's going to be Sonaldo taken down. That is that Viper's Pit. No longer finding anything, but Chief's Vandal certainly will.
Yeah, I mean, just there were 3 of them, then there were none of them at that point. I mean, great angles being held by Ogren and Chief just to make sure they secure that round up for themselves. And once again, I mean, it was weak weaponry. It's not really expected that they're able to find anything at that point, but nonetheless, it feels as if Bowling Green are so close to having success in this map, and every single time that they're close to that success, it just sort of crumbles away. And full credit to Texas State for being able to shut the door at every opportunity. Now, 2 points away from this map going in their favor. Very interested to see how BGSC was able to respond. Puck-a-punch. That's not the way to do it there, unfortunately.
Yeah, that looked a bit careless, just walking right into Ogren. But Sen's able to take the opportunity, get the kill, open up a site, and we're seeing that Owl drone come through. Doesn't quite catch the Harbor. The Harbor probably hears that and just waits for that drone before slowly creeping back. Very aware. Aaron able to take down Necrotic. Good awareness of utility coming in from Texas State. And now they know that A is going to be quite a bit weakened. It's going to be that Reckoning coming in from Harbor, trying to clear outside again, gathering the information. If there's anybody beside or behind those pyramids, rather. Luke able to take down 1. 2 members remain standing for Bowling Green, and against 4 for Texas State. That is tough.
Spike planted.
And this harbor wall just gonna make it so much more challenging to deal with anything. At the very least, Chief gonna be taken down by Sands. Kush is behind this wall. Oh, the timing on this one could be everything. Oh, the wall drops. You caught a little peek of that Viper there. And now all of a sudden evening it out. It's a 2v2. The time is ticking down. So many angles still to clear. Aaron gonna get one. Will get shut down, but Luke there with the hammer once again. Texas State on map point. Great coverage of the teammates there. And finally around where it's not completely flawless, but those walls are way too thick to be heading over. Gone the opposite way. Are you kidding me? They've got more than enough to spend in this one.
And now Bowling Green kind of on death's door for Breeze. Here they have only one more round left to lose before it is all done, dusted, and wrapped up with a nice bow. And you got to think they really got to be trying to pivot. They really got to be trying to make some sort of magic happen, but it's going to be tough, as you mentioned. The wallet's not necessarily as robust as Texas State.
The buy, once again, you're just sort of scrapping together whatever you can at that point. Sands, at the very least, gonna find a nice little pick on the Aaron there. Got caught controlling the wall. While it does still go up, hey, cool, you got your smoke up. Still gotta be careful as Chief shuts down. That's a Kiwi. And a 4v4 now onto this B site. Plant gonna go down. They gotta get this Viper on site. They need to drop that ultimate as soon as possible.
Gonna be tough though. There's so many members of Texas State, and Pocket Punch gonna be finding Luke in the worst way as one of those remaining members. 2 left. Sends Banana Kush both trying to poke prod, see what they can get from that B main, but it's gonna be very difficult. We see the site, or we see the Sova as well as the Jet trying to focus towards tunnel, but the focus turns away for perhaps just a bit too long. Banana Kush might be unrevealed here, but that timer is going to be ticking down faster and faster, trying to make a maneuver. Not going to be able to. Oakland taking them down, throwing their Vandal down in excitement, and securing Breeze for the side of Texas State.
Yeah, honestly, incredible stuff coming through from the side of Texas State. It just felt as if they had that confidence throughout that map there. And even though, as we mentioned, it is slightly defensive sided, Texas State just waited until they were on their side of the map there, and they said, okay, we're going to hit it full force at that point. Honestly, really strong stuff coming through from the side of Texas State. It puts without a shadow of a doubt that they've got very strong defensive prowess, and even their attack on a defensive sided map there to get 7 rounds still looked really good.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not to put any disrespect on Bowling Green. Bowling Green definitely having a few very solid rounds, a couple of rounds where, you know, you really saw some shine come through. And at least for me personally, I'm like, you know, maybe there's some huge opportunities for them to get a more boisterous lead. Never materialized, however, but that is just the first map on Breeze. We do still have at least one more to go on Lotus, folks, but we will be doing it on the other side of this break, so stick around. All right, folks, welcome back. Here's the deal. Breeze going firmly into the hands of Texas State. Bowling Green going to be looking to make a comeback here on Lotus. Sir Waltham, Rare Adam here casting for you, and I think that's about caught up. Adam, what are our total takeaways from Breeze looking at Bowling Green versus Texas State?
I think Texas State did a really good job of just sort of holding their own on the offside there. You know, they were on attack. They were still able to find a lot of rounds. I think a lot of that just came through in the early stages there where they jump out to a 5-1 lead on the attack. They're able to get the ball rolling. And at least the both of us, we were looking at Bowling Green saying, oh man, this is going to be a rough one for them. And while Bowling Green were still able to bring it back, a lot of that off the back of That's a Kiwi, you just need a secondary contributor. And I think that's a major thing that we were talking about. They just need that second person to step up and help That's a Kiwi because they've been doing a great job. They just need a little bit more support, and this series could get a lot more competitive.
And Adam, this is a situation where I would rather be wrong now than have been wrong in the past. I'm hoping that Sens just had an off game because at the beginning of Breeze, I said this is probably a player that we're going to be looking to. I'm hoping that I got that impression a week or two back from watching their performance. I'm hoping that this performance was the fluke and not the performance where they were, top boarding, putting up a whole lot of numbers and really making their team look good and stand above the rest for them. But that remains to be seen. And, maybe it's just a fluke week. I think that if you start looking beyond this week, it starts to get a little bit more questionable about, how reliably can we take that one good game versus these 2-3 bad ones.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned as well, Sens did have some flashes of brilliance there. I think getting those 3 in the pinata, as we talked about, was a great opportunity to see that Sens does have that skill necessary to sort of hold their own if necessary. But of course, the general trend from that game was just Kiwi versus the world at that point. And if Bowling Green are to sort of strike back here, they need secondary contributors to come through.
So let's talk about those potential secondary contributors here. This is going to be under the assumption, Adam, that Kiwi, stays at that high performance level, which who knows? It's Lotus. Maybe Kiwi just feels particularly comfortable on Yoru, and at least I wouldn't expect to see that here on Lotus. But what kind of position or what kind of composition, what kind of mindset does BGSU need in order to really elevate themselves and provide that second man, if you will, to Kiwi?
I think a major factor is just to, once you're fleshing out your comps as well on Lotus, it comes down to a very default style. If you're going to go for something crazy like a Yoru on this map, you're not going to be finding as much success. Lotus has been sort of solved in the same way that Ascent has been solved, even though there have been some adaptations in the Ascent comps over time. Lotus, you basically get your Killjoy on every map. You're going to have a Viper. You might go double Initiator with a Breach or something as opposed to an Omen. You sort of know exactly what you're going to get. You just need to be confident on this map as well, especially considering how attacker-sided this map has been over the entire time that Lotus has sort of been in the map pool at that. I think BGSC, they just need to hold their own as much as possible. They need to play for Kiwi and Sens to have those opportunities to pop off, because we know the potential is there. It's more so on your retakes, play for your 2 main carries there to push you across the line.
And one thing I'm really happy about, we're going to be heading in here in just a second, but while we are heading in there, one thing I'm really happy about is I haven't been needing to comment, at least I feel like I haven't been needing to comment on Bowling Green trying the same strategy, and it fails. I feel like for the last couple of weeks, maybe since the beginning of the season even, there's always been 1 or 2 of those teams that just keep trying to throw the same busted strat that just doesn't work at their opponents, hoping to maybe catch them off guard, or that something different happens this time for some reason. I don't think we're seeing that as much with Bowling Green, so I do kind of want to give them their flowers there, although those flowers relatively small in comparison to the score lines we're seeing.
Yeah, and as we talked about, Bowling Green, are you going to go for something a little bit different? That's a Kiwi opting for the chamber on this map. This is another composition that I've seen sort of teased a little bit here, where you can go for something a little bit different. Aaron going to be switching from that Harbor, playing that second controller, over to the Killjoy, which is so strong on the C site. This time around, you can see Sens actually opting for the Raze, so might just be a little bit of a different pace coming through from the side of BGSU. Basically, every round, Sens is going to throw that nade into A. You're either going to get caught by it once and never again, or you just keep tossing it to zone them out. At the very least, they've got some interesting strategies for themselves that might develop into something bigger here. But BGSU, they definitely just need to get their... They need to click the heads. They got to click the heads more than the enemy team. They got to get some rounds on the board. And you really want to try and start off with a very strong attacking half.
I just click the heads. You hear it here from Coach Adam, but genuinely very real advice going into BGSU. I mean, it looks like they're not even going to attempt to push that A in the initial, just maybe they anticipate that high utility coming in, but Texas State's certainly going to be taking up quite a bit of space there. Immediately, the push comes in to B from BGSU, and we might see the spike go down without too many kills early on. I say that perhaps just a moment too soon. Luke going to be taking down the Frog Chief onto Banana Kush, and now, even though it took him a little bit, Texas State was able to strike back and replayed this site very aggressively, only losing 1.
Yeah, that push was over as soon as it started there. It felt like great response coming through from Texas State to just drop all their util exactly where necessary and shut the door. Good attempt from Sens to get in there, but of course, it's so challenging on round 1 to just jump in there and hope that no one's there. Especially when you have a chamber on the attack. It makes it very difficult to just sort of swing and fire away. You really need to set yourself up there, and unfortunately, there's no setup that came through from the side of BGSC. They just sort of went for it, didn't work.
Not quite, and once again, it's going to be Texas State going in for that same sort of aggressive push towards that attacker's spawn. The smoke immediately coming out a nice little one-way. That's a Kiwi. Really should not peek this, and Aldo just ready and waiting for them. It looks like the attacker's now going to be leaning towards that C aggression. They're going to have to deal with a lot of Killjoy utility. Aaron just holding steady here for as long as possible. Okran ready with that utility as well. Just holding off for the moment. They get the vibe that maybe somebody from Bowling Green's going to be pushing in. Sonaldo able to just keep that trigger discipline down. That's a Kiwi able to be taken out of this fight early on. And now Bowling Green just stuck in this mound area, not able to do too much. And they have to be careful because Texas State could take a lot of space here.
And I don't think they can hear the Killjoy turret from that range, which is a major factor because they're going to be walking right into the slaughter. Great blind coming through from Okran. Not quite going to find the value, but now they're just going right into the setup. This is why you need to be careful of the Killjoy on C. Aaron gets 3, and a flawless round once again for Texas State.
That is tough, and not too surprising for what you would expect to see from that, force up round coming in from Texas State. Just having that extra armory going to make you a little bit more confident against your opposition here. But Bowling Green, I mean, I just mentioned confidence. They seem to be lacking a little bit of it on those plays.
Yeah, and I think the major thing is they got blinded up and they decided to keep pushing afterwards. They knew there was at least one member there. They saw the Killjoy and they continued that push, and unfortunately just didn't work out for them. Okran here. Oh, clutched on a little bit. They didn't finish the job. Okran's still gonna get one there. Nice little cheeky kill, but now B is the answer once again. Interesting choice considering the close quarters and the weaker guns on the side of Texas State. But they put some presence there, and now it looks as if they're gonna move out.
And fair credit to Texas State. They haven't been too quick to pull out any forces from A or from C. That Killjoy looks like they may have been on some sort of rotation, but Aaron's still going to be in a very comfortable spot to activate their utility on site, on audio cue for it. One of the Decipher Cage coming up, Banana Kush trying to push through, does so a little bit brazenly, but still able to take down Aaron. Sen has that judge, has to back out here. Can't quite feel comfortable closing that gap, closing the distance, and really barrel stuffing the opposition as you would need to with the judge.
Yeah, Sonaldo actually going to get that through the door rotation as well, so just continuously quashing these pushes coming through. Kiwi with 28 HP, Banana Kush with 38. This is a very winnable round for the side of Texas State. You really have to rely on Sonaldo and their aim, though. I wouldn't actually be too surprised if they just swap guns here and they give the better gun to the member with higher health, but still, it's basically a 2v2 with the health bars. You just gotta land your shot at your Kiwi. There you go. Now things get real dicey.
Oh, and the judge going to be able to come through and at least get the damage it needs to. A nice little trade up coming in for the Rays, ensuring they have a Vandal going into the next round. So a decent opportunity to try to equalize the field. Sen's still going to be committed to this shotgun, the automatic shotgun, I should say, coming through here. And Necrotic might be a little bit left out to dry here, although Banana Kush might be convinced to buy for them.
That's a Kiwi should be the one buying up for them at this point, but I think they're looking towards an operator at some point. Necrotic just gonna say, fine, I'll buy a Guardian, whatever. It's a decent enough buy, I don't hate it, but Kiwi gonna be shut down right off the rip by Chief. However, it is a little bit of a ruse. They do know exactly where this chamber is looking to play. Luke, though, stunned up, still gonna deal a lot of damage to Sense there. Has to back off those Necrotic. Hey, the Guardian still does a lot of damage.
Here, I'm going to be throwing that swarm grenade in, preventing the escape from Banana Kush, as well as that Astra Pucka. Going to be stuck with this door. Both kind of play the do-si-do here. Aaron taking a few bullets. Necrotic able to get one with that Guardian, so maybe reluctant, but still effective. Currently, it's going to be the Omen, the Killjoy, looking to push in. From attackers are able to get one Sense, take it out. It's all up to Necrotic. The blind comes through. Has to try to connect onto the spike. Does so, but there's still plenty of time for the defuse to come in from Sonaldo.
Yeah, nice little visual glitch too. We didn't even know Sonaldo was actually defusing there for a second, but nonetheless, a great conversion there from Texas State. Sonaldo sort of holding down the door there for them, keeping them in the round. 2 rounds in a row, really being sort of the last member standing. This time around is able to clutch it out. However, as we expected there, Kiwi hovering the operator for a little bit there. Requested a skin, I think, because I don't think Kiwi actually has an operator skin. That's what I noticed last time. So they're getting sends to hand over the goods. Come on, let's go. But nonetheless, it's they've got a mixed bag. They've got 5 different weapons here. We'll see if they can make it count.
It's going to be very difficult. I mean, I say very difficult, but that looks fairly straightforward from Kiwi. Take the turn, get the kill onto the Rays. That's going to be a lot of threat that is taken out by taking down that duelist. And going to get a response from Texas. They immediately trying to swarm some heavy possession into B, and things looking fair enough for them, getting a couple. Okra not able to find it. However, Banana Kush eventually gets taken down. And that cage drops. Luke was just waiting for it, and that's a Kiwi looked a little bit caught off guard, even though they were staring right down the barrel.
Oh, and that Astro Wall just a little short as well. Punch gonna have to try and make some magic happen. Surely they heard about this. Yeah, Luke gets 4 on the round. The Astro Ball just barely missed, covering off the plant coming through from Necrotic. And unfortunately, it's those minuscule alterations that you need to make there. Secure rounds if you're BGSU, and unfortunately, Texas State, they will take advantage of you if you aren't able to play as perfectly as they are thus far.
And Texas State, I mean, we've seen it at least in a handful of rounds already. Very quick to respond to that B site whenever they feel there's a heavy or committed presence from Bowling Green to just immediately try to get on the site. So a good reaction time. It doesn't allow BGSU to get too comfortable, and BGSU is already a team that's fairly off balance.
Yeah, I mean, look at this util. Just already used the eye spots at 3. They're layering the Raise Nade and the C's. Combo that's as old as, well, Fade is at the very least, but nonetheless, look at how aggressive they're willing to play. They know they're the better players at this point. The ego is just absolutely astronomical at this point. Granted, a little bit of hubris there. Flies too close to the sun.
Flies too close to the sun, then it's late in the old grass, and going to the Fade ultimate coming out, catching, it looks like just 1, but that's going to be more than
all of them.
Oh yeah, okay. Did not see all the tendrils going out there, but no, it does catch all of them, and that is going to definitely stifle that push, make things a little bit more difficult for BGSU, because as that timer burns down, the more and more committed they're going to have to be to this A site.
Yeah, Luke's playing so aggressively as well, knowing full well exactly where everyone is there. Oh, Sinaldo, though, gets shut down with the tour de force. And now, all of a sudden, this A site a little bit more left. Free for them. Aaron gonna have to rotate over, but now look at this. They're just gonna stall it out once again. This lockdown gets so much value because you can't plant for the next 12 seconds, and all of a sudden your timer's running out. They're just going for it.
They say you can't play for this plant for the next 12 seconds, but it looks like the attempt is there. Aaron even getting traded out. Oakland now going to be the next to fall. Luke has to try to deliver the 2v1 as well as get it with enough time for the defuse. Luke might have just gotten the information that both of them were there. The communication's not quite there, but he's going to take out the Prowler. The speaker goes out as well. Luke with the performance of the round, absolutely delivering on this defuse as well. A lot of utility committed from both of those teams, but Texas State, again, holding in, persevering for that.
I mean, Luke has been the clutch king thus far. Every time you need him to come to the occasion, Luke is there in spades there. Always just staying alive as well, giving as much information, still playing as confident as ever. But each and every time, if Luke is in a 1vx situation, you gotta start to put your money on Luke at that point, because every time they are so clutch when necessary. Now, of course, the full buy coming back the opposite way. I believe last round was a little bit of a half buy, save, mixed bag sort of deal, but that's a Kiwi. Going to be peeking early. They just know at this point. All this util just gets used to make sure Kiwi has no space. And at a certain point, the conditioning should have come through to just not peek that, and they're burning all this util for nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing the damage come through, or we saw rather the damage come through on that chamber. Kiwi taking some unnecessary shift towards that health pool. Really don't like to see it where a single bullet could work against your favor. I mean, just asking Necrotic, 1 to the dome will certainly do it. Okra going to be traded out eventually by Sens, and Chief now going to be holding with this Killjoy. Both looking to just keep pressure on that C site. And Kiwi slowly working towards Sinaldo, but Sinaldo has that angle held down fiercely with the immediate headshot. And right now, BGSU looks like they're just trying to fish around, find what might be a little bit overexposed. But, I mean, from our end, we can definitely see it's probably not C.
Bomb grenade out.
Well, apparently, they just push right through. They're able to sort of sniff out exactly where everything is. Chief holding down the cross thus far. Aaron's just
30
backed
seconds
all the
left.
way off here. Now with the plant going down, surely you know exactly where this is happening. Aaron speeds it up and finds both.
Sorry, little mouse.
And Texas State, you cannot stop them at this point. They are rolling. Bowling Green have just been absolutely stifled.
Oh, and that is, personally, for me, a little bit disappointing to see from Sens, not quite having the back of Puck-a-Punch. I mean, you know that if anybody's near sight, which you knew at least the Rays was at least, Chief, they're going to hear that that plant sound. Weren't quite holding to get the Astra, to cover the Astra before the kills were able to come through. Pucka losing their life because of it. And not enabling BGSU to be in the best position they could for the back half of that round. It's now going to be an immediate aggression towards B once again, but I anticipate Texas State to respond very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they push in very quickly. That's a Kiwi with an Odin of all things, going to be able to find it. Chief just going right through, but gets taken down by the paint shells. Just wait until those get nerfed into the ground. Puck-a-Punch, though, will get shut down by Awkward, too. Actually getting shut down. Sinaldo coming through in the clutch as well. Just everything going in favor of the full blind and still shuts down Necrotic. Now Sens versus 2. All the util has been expended as well.
Placing swamp
And at
grenade.
a certain point, he does have to try and find it. The judge will find one. The judge finds all of them there. Sens clutches it out, and this is a performance that we needed to see from him.
And, you know, I was talking about that quick response coming in from Texas State, but they lose those first few. And all of a sudden, things aren't looking so cocksure. All of a sudden, things start tapering off a little bit for them. And Odin from Kiwi certainly doing a lot of damage towards that door. And I think that actually caught Texas State off guard. They were expecting to break it at their own tempo. But maybe that's a Kiwi having a little bit of a different game plan set for them.
Time
Oh,
for a
I see
field
what
test.
that's the Kiwis doing. With the Odin, they're just going to spam through the wall, knowing full well they're going to use that util there. Ends up coming through, Luke! Oh, lots of damage. That's a Fnatic strat if I've ever seen one, but Aaron still going to be peeking around. Octagon had the wrong gun out for a little bit, but it's 2 shut down off the rip. Strats on both sides paying dividends. One of them paying a little bit more than the other one.
Bomb buddy out.
I mean, you're right, but one of those strats has 2 kills. The other one just has a little bit of pressure onto the fade, and they still got to zone out that space. So, not taking anything away from Bowling Green, but I'm going to take a little bit away from him. That's a Kiwi immediately going to be revealed. Sinaldo here, however, content to just keep eyes towards their one-way. Of course, those new smoke changes going to be meaning that they're going to know when that smoke's about to drop. Not sure if they're aware that the pass was so aggressively made, and Sens using those blast packs to get right up into the face, cruise around the ruins just a little bit. 2 still, however, for the defense posted
Spike down
up
A.
towards that A site. Continuing to fire some shots in
I
Oakland,
know
not able to cover them from that angle and Banana Kush. I hope that's going to come online, and the Odin not quite able to ring through as I believe Sens was trying to make happen.
30 seconds left.
Going to be allowing themselves to get the neural theft ping and then backing up for at least a little bit, not letting themselves get down too heavily.
Getting spotted out by the cat as well. Just gonna really prevent them from finding any angles. The spike is behind them still. There's so much to have to shoot at here for Banana Kush. Still finds one onto Okarin. With time
10
ticking
seconds
down, it
left.
seems to be a save angle at the best of it. Luke, all that residual damage that they took early on into the round won't amount to anything as Banana Kush backing off with a little bit of a save. It's another round in tow for the side of Texas State, as despite a late resistance, it is not enough.
Now, you know, Adam, this is where my conspiracy mind is going to start to come in, right? Because we were criticizing Kiwi, you know, for continually peeking that angle and continually taking the damage or using their abilities. But I wonder if that was to get a most accurate read as to where Luke and Sinaldo were going to be holding, so those wall bangs with the Odins could come through. Maybe that's given a lot of credit to somebody who just decided to try to get some damage through the wall. Maybe it's not, but, you know, in my mind, in my fan fiction here, if you will, that's exactly the kind of strategy maybe that was going to come through. And that's a Kiwi looking to make a play here, as well as Aaron taken down. That means no killjoy utility up for the defenders.
Oh no, Okarin has just been left untouched this entire time. We'll be able to find one, but gets a little bit of a spook there. It's 2 picked up That's a Kiwi, and Pucka Punch will be able to answer in time, but now Chief, will be able to find it. And all of a sudden, we're down to a 2v2. Okarin, heroics coming through there, really salvaging out this round. Chief, great timing on the peak, will be able to shut it down, and Sonaldo has been there the whole time. BGSU, you strike first, but it still isn't enough. Texas State are just laying waste to them.
It's funny, but there were a couple members, and multiple, not just one, on Texas State who felt like Batman there. They weren't like immediately just running to punch you in the face. They were creeping in the shadows. They were standing on top of a gargoyle, waiting for one of the crooks to turn their back, then lift them up and hang them by a zip wire or something like that. It looked very controlled, and some good trigger discipline really coming through to display that as well.
It's starting to get out of hand here, and I mean, we're looking for positives for BGSU, but they are favored on this attacking side here, and it just hasn't come to fruition here. Kiwi has had a couple of interesting strategies. We've seen Sens really show up in their own right, but now they're throwing down an Astro Wall that just sort of stuffs their own plan a little bit. It seems just disjointed sometimes from what their plans are. And this wall, while it separates out A and gives Kiwi a lot of room to work with, the team's on the opposite side of the map.
And Sonaldo gonna be there still holding for Kiwi, but Kiwi able to get the shots in. That Odin able to carry through the wall very well, and it looks like that's just gonna be enough for the back up here. The Chronic wants to wait and try to catch the killjoy, and actually turns their flank to them. It's going to be Sens who ends up delivering that final blow. Lots of utility. Attempting to come out, zone out, so the plants can go down, and it looks like they might be planted for that mound. And so far, that is a fair spot to be. The question is, how do they maintain the hold? Because now everybody's leaving C site for the attackers.
After scathing criticism from Rare Adam, they decide, hey, you know what? Actually, this strategy works. We'll show you. If I do fix, they get onto site. But now you got to deal with all the util coming the opposite way, with everyone set up at mound. You throw that Rolling Thunder down, and all of a sudden, you are in trouble. The star is still there, but it's going to be a swing for one from Awkward. It's a swing for two. There's got three more to deal with here. Oh, the Rocket finds two of them. And now, you got to try and pull that star back, but it's too late. Luke just sticks it. And Texas State, they find a way back in. 3v5 retake. Excellent masterclass.
In the half.
And it's disappointing, because for BGSU, that looked like something they decided on, something they committed to, but they didn't quite do it like how you would expect, right? Normally, I would expect some sort of, you know, contingency plan so that you don't have your entire team hung out at mound and then immediately stunned out like they were. No time to respond. I mean, if you were to tell me Texas State didn't even need to, you know, pull the one member that was defusing off the defuse, they could have done it the whole time during that ultimate, I'd have believed you, and I wouldn't have even argued that it was probably just
I mean, it was a good attempt, but it's like when you put... Oh, that's a Kiwi just popping off. Never mind. We'll talk about Kiwi right now.
Well,
caster curse if you've ever heard one.
No.
A major thing from that round, just... It was as if you put microwave popcorn in the microwave for like a minute. You know, it's gonna pop some of the kernels. You have some edible parts, but the rest of it's gonna be like the disgusting kernels that you can't do anything with. And then you're like, well, I can't put it back in the microwave. Their plan was half-baked. It was almost there. And unfortunately not coming to fruition. This time around, a little bit more fleshed out. They're keeping members on site. It's a 3v3 for the time being. Chief gonna find a nice little swing though, finds their third of the round. One still on site, will get shut down. Pucka Punch finds a couple of their own, and now Okarin in the 1v1. If you're gonna trust anyone with these 1v1s, it's gonna be Okarin. Will get the spike to half at the very least. Forces it around, and Pucka Punch gets shut down. It is 10 on the defense for Texas State University.
A good half for Texas State, we'll say.
Excellent.
Not you know, I don't want to give any descriptors towards Bowling Green's half, but excellent for Texas State. I mean, 10-2, you're going to be feeling super confident about that, and now you get to go and have a crack at the attacking side. I mean, if I were a betting man, I'd say this is over in 3.
Over in 4, maybe. I'll give BGSU 1 on their full buy up, unless they're going to force out in that next round, but it's been methodical coming through from them. You look at the kills, it's not a huge head and shoulders above BGSU from the side of Texas State. It's been Ocaran consistently coming through in the clutch. It's been Chief finding multi-frags when necessary. Aaron shutting the door down on C for themselves. And now on this attacking side, you can see them defaulting out a little bit more. It's 4 stacked towards A here. This Eye will spot at least a couple of them out. Seems to do so. Now they're just content to open up the rest of the map. Texas State out on the attack. The favored half, some could say, on Lotus. They're feeling excellent, having an 8-round lead.
It's going to be that bird coming out, hitting Luke, but Luke able to just get that turn and get the kill onto Necrotic. Necrotic just swinging by themselves. Really perhaps would have liked to see the team kind of cooperate with them. Not going to be the case, though, and BGSU very content to just let Texas State make the moves here. They're not really, especially towards that B site, they're not taking up a whole lot of space. They're not commanding any real threat here. That's a Kiwi, has the opportunity to take a shot, has to back out, wings the Omen in the shoulder. Headshot come through all. A good opportunity, but that's a Kiwi. Not going to be able to hold this nearly as effective as that Killjoy did.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 1 bullet left in the chamber there. You got to make it count here. Oh, you do so. There you go. Answering the beck and call. Unfortunately, you only have a classic now, so now sort of having to hand over sight. Ocaran just going to get that spike planted. 4v3 retake. Numbers favor BGSU, but will they be able to come through with the strategies? Seems to be the case as they all get shut down in CT. Bowling Green, hey, they said, you know what? Over in 3, eat your words.
You know what? I'll eat my words, and I'm content with that. I'm not going to be disappointed that Bowling Green starts performing, you know, to a much better degree. And I mean, I say much better degree, but that's first round. I'm not going to be disappointed that they have a solid, strong first round, and even if that leads into a solid second round, and you know, however this may go, I'm going to be way more happy than I will be disappointed in Bowling Green right now.
Yeah, they converted on their play. You know, great stuff coming through from that's a Kiwi to shut the door. And now you've got a little bit of a full buy going for you. Judge once again for Sens, which seems to be their full buy no matter what. What is the answer from the opposite side? This time around, they're going towards B. They're just pushing forward aggressively. Meanwhile, same answer in A, so a little bit of a pinch coming through already in Kiwi. First shot, first kill.
Oh, and that is going to be the spike down, but the Omen has enough time. Throw those smokes up, prevent the door from getting fired through, and bouncing up and down. Sonaldo able to get right into the chest, but that's a Kiwi with that Judge, I believe, dropped by the sky. Might be mistaken on that, but either way, Texas State now going to have that man advantage, and BGSU looking a lot more right-sided on the map. A and B both having those midpoints kind of held way more securely than we see on C. As now that's exactly what Texas State is going to try to exploit.
Yeah, and I mean, the Cypher was set up on A once again because you've got a Cypher, not a Killjoy. You're lacking a little bit in your kill setups at that. You can put down a wire and maybe peek off of it, but really not much to answer with. Nonetheless, Sonaldo is just looking for a nice little corner to sit in. Try and cheese this one out just a little bit. Now the retake comes through. Only 1 on site here from Chief. You hear all these footsteps as well.
Ooh. Keep taking quite a few shots, but it's gonna start to wear down and whittle away at Texas State. That breach trying to get some damage in with that utility, trying to get the stun in with the utility. Not able to find too much, however, the defuse has to try to come through. And the defender's actually managing to defuse that spike over just a hair too late, and sends backing off before they lose that Judge themselves. And wow, I mean, for a second round, you know, for a round you would expect BGSU to come up heads and shoulders over their opposition. It didn't quite look like that. It was still looking very tooth and nail.
Yeah, a little bit tense at the end there. I mean, the only real factor is that just what did they say? They saved a sheriff. Wow, excellent. You know, you don't care. From the side of Texas State, but at the very least, it's a little bit more resistance coming through. Kiwi now with the Bucky. Looking for some cheeky TP shenanigans, basically saying, I'm going to get my 1 and get out, at least ideally for them. Sends very deep already, but once again, they know full well that they've been pushing 3 members up this A site. I just rotated all the way around. Necrotic with the dog. Will spot out. The push is going elsewhere, and Kiwi takes a shot, not quite going to win.
Necrotic does get that information that there is at least the breach. Not sure if they saw the Rays and company as well. Not quite aware of it. Necrotic, however, not quite able to deliver before Chief puts both Neff and Banana Kush down. Okran quick to follow up, doesn't want to be left out of that kill party. Punch has to back out, show the respect to that Rays paint shell, and then immediately goes right back to return some damage into Chief. Breach going to be zoning out that door once again. Spike does go down, but BGSU is going to have a difficult time
One
responding.
enemy remaining.
Oh yeah, Sonola just had that angle as well into Puck-a-Punch. Sense as a judge, you gotta get up close and personal if you're gonna do it. At the very least, it's planted for that. But they're just sort of spamming it down. Sense needs to be aware of every single member. You don't really have an angle in. You're kind of stuck.
It's going to be tough. You have to try to get something with the Sheriff, not quite able to. Okran going to be looking way more proficient on the Vandal. 11-4 now. Texas State almost at the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a rough start to their own attacking half, but now you can see them coming through with a lot more steam, and look at the economy coming through from Bowling Green. They kind of forced up into that last round. They didn't really have a whole lot to fight up against. Now you've got a Vandal, a Guardian, and whatever scraps remain on the opposite side. You're really not looking too hot if you're the side of Bowling Green because you don't have rounds to give over. This is very likely going to 12, and then you have to find something else after that. Sense not going to be aware of the member underneath until they are. Sonola gets shut down, but now not a whole lot of health. The paint shell's closing it down, and Chief gets 2.
That is some very awkward utility coming out from the attacking team, and they are just looking like a hit squad moving towards that A site. 4 still remain standing. No smokes available from the Omen for Texas State, but now that they are nestled neatly onto site, it should be a little bit more easy to cope with that. That's a Kiwi, Banana Kush, both having to try to get what they can out of their opponent's hands, or if they can walk away with a rifle or 2 of their own for that last round. Might be highly valuable, but Aaron's going to assure that Banana Kush does not get that opportunity.
Yeah, now it's down to the Kiwi. This is such a difficult plant spot as well because there's just so much utility that can be thrown out. Members from tree, members from main, every single angle is covered. And honestly, at this point, do you just save? Do you just try and salvage this out to potentially strike back next round? Seems to be the case from Kiwi, but Aaron...
No.
Oh, so wise to it. That's 12 on the board. It's looking so rough for Bowling Green. They're down to their last life.
Match point.
And that was a good interpretation from Aaron, knowing that, hey, I mean, they're either going to stay there and die to Spike, or they're going to try to leave through spawn. And then as soon as that happens, I mean, you're just ready. You're just aimed, barrel leveled in that direction. Ready to take the kills down that Kiwi. Never really had a chance there once it got a little bit too hairy. But now, last opportunity, last chance saloon for BGSU for this week. If they lose it here, well, tough time moving forward. But if they don't, well, then they still have to play, what, 9 more rounds of Valorant?
Yeah, I mean, tour de force expended. I guess that's the only saving grace of losing that Vandal last round. They say, hey, there's an operator over there. Nah, we're not interested. Let's get out of here. And immediately turning tail, going opposite. There are several members rotating over, though, so at the very least, you've got some agency to shut down any pushes, but I'm just going to go over towards A at this point. Aaron, once again on this lurk, has just found space.
Yeah, both A and C getting crept towards. We see that Spike just hanging right neatly into spawn. These teams looking to poke and prod, trying to commit that Spike to a site. And you're talking about that op being so threatening, but that's a Kiwi. Not going to be threatening anybody from the grave. And now Chief has that showstopper, the opportunity for the Spike to get ferried through. Nobody's going to bother to peek, even on the opposite side of that smoke, as long as they know that showstopper is there. Chief not finding anything with it, but it was perhaps more about the time than anything else. Sonaldo almost getting tagged up by that Cypher. Not going to quite be the case, though, just gathering some information.
Yeah, Spike's already planted. It's a 5v3 situation. Knowing full where, well, maybe not knowing full well where Banana Kush was. Hat goes down. Where's everyone hiding? They spot them all close to sight. Bowling Green, they need to find some heroics here. You've got to get in there. You've got to find some heals for yourself. Oh, the Rolling Thunder shuts down Sens a little bit. Aaron will find the trade. Okran finds another one, and now Puck-a-Punch will need to find some punching back.
Attackers
Will
win.
not be able to do so. Texas State clean house, 13-4 on Lotus. They go home with a 2-0.
Man, and I mean, Buck a Punch in particular, it felt like there were so many stuns, so many concusses on that player. They just weren't able to get anywhere. I mean, I'm impressed that Sens on the Rays was even able to get the one flying through the air, having that concussion kind of effect on them and still able to pull the one kill in their favor. Rest of their team not able to do it. That's not even a knock. That's just how those abilities work.
Yeah, and it was a valiant effort coming through from BGSU, but unfortunately Texas State, they came to play here today, covering off their weaker side on Breeze and then being able to bounce back, punch back with force. I want to say on Lotus as well, once again, starting on the weaker side as well for themselves. And it was rough for the side of Bowling Green State University there. They had flashes of brilliance there coming through from Kiwi, coming through from Sens, but unfortunately Texas State, five-headed beast that they are, just came down, pounced on every single opportunity they were given.
Another opportunity for Bowling Green to try to put a win in their favor. Not going to quite go in their way. Breeze looking a little bit better than Lotus in terms of some of those performances. In terms of at least standout player, I think we saw Kiwi really start to shine there. And, the sentiment between you and I, Adam, was that we want to see somebody kind of be brought up to Kiwi's level. But I guess the interpretation that the BGSU had was they want Kiwi to be at everybody's level, because I feel like we didn't really see as much shine from that player. I mean, the Chamber did have a couple of good opportunities, a couple of good capitalizations. Didn't quite work out in the way that ideally they would have loved. However, folks, we're going to be taking a quick break. We will be back after this with the conclusion, so make sure you stick around for the interview right after this. Hello and welcome back once again from that break here, folks. We're heading straight into our next game. No frills, all thrills. Howard University versus Montana State University. Sir Waltham, Rare Adam at it once again to bring you our third and final matchup of the evening.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this one turns out, because last time around we got to cast Montana State and it started out real slow for them. They were a little bit rough around the edges there, but they were able to come back in that second map, at the very least, to make it interesting. Of course, Howard on the opposite side, they're looking to try and shut them down once again. The Bison there, nice menacing little look. Montana State, they are the Bobcats. They don't have a Bobcat on their logo. What's going on with that?
I mean, an optimist sees the glass half full, a pessimist sees the glass half empty. A realist knows that there's a
There's no
Bobcat probably somewhere in that mountain. It's
Yeah,
just zoomed out.
probably.
It's probably just zoomed out.
Yeah.
But either way, both these teams going to be looking to go at it. Again, these teams probably, if I can say this with as much genuine respect as I mean, these teams aren't the ones that we're talking about, that aren't on the tip of everybody's mouth currently. But just like our previous matchup, this could be a great opportunity for one of those teams to start getting some more momentum, start getting a little bit more conversation going their way about, some of the things we can expect to see from these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, we're at the halfway point of the season here. After today, we will be exactly halfway through. You got to get some wins on the board. At the end of the day, it's the same thing as in Valorant. You can get 40, 50 kills in a game, but if you lose the game, it doesn't matter. You can get one kill in a game, and if it's the one that wins you the map, so be it at that point. But looking at these rosters here, I want to see what Montana State can pull through. Last time around when we saw these two teams, Halt Freaks and Q-Tips were actually real big contributors to their successes on Sunset specifically. I want to see if the rest of the team can sort of pick it up for themselves. And as for Howard here, a nice wide variety of players that at least I haven't seen play as of yet. Well, you might have a little bit more insight into that as well.
Oh, I would have to go into my notes here. You're catching me all sorts of off guard here, Adam. I did see them. I saw them go up against Texas State. They were 0-1 at the time. I don't believe they came out victorious over Texas State. Texas State winning 2-0 over them. So Howard kind of still in that disadvantaged position looking forward. But you were talking about that list of players, a couple familiar names. There was one name in there that I don't think was in there in the previous weeks I casted them, so I'm not going to know how to pronounce it because it just looked like a collection of numbers and letters. But that's the life of being a caster here, Adam. You know, the viewers at home, they don't got to worry about it. They just got to say, oh, hey, that's the Fade or the Sova or the Killjoy, whoever. They get the easy way out. We have to struggle through, you know, mispronunciations and people laughing at us sometimes.
Yeah, even better when their names are wildly inappropriate and we just look at it and we're like, what are we calling that player for this one? No one's like that thus far. We've been saved from that for the most part. But nonetheless, I'm interested to see how these two teams go at. And of course, we should be able to look at our maps here as well between these two. Haven, Sunset combined there as we get the quick transition over. Haven, once again, it's something that you need to know how to play as a team. Fundamentally, as a Valorant team, you need to know at the very least, Ascent and Haven, how to play those. We're going to get Haven with the first one. And I believe this is Montana State picking Sunset again. Last time around, they looked quite strong on it. I want to see if they can potentially repeat that success or potentially find themselves a victory here.
Yeah, I mean, Montana State, I mean, I don't believe we saw them strong enough to come out victorious over Sunset, but it was definitely one of those games where, in contrast to the first one, it definitely looked much cleaner and a lot stronger. For the sides, however, it's going to be Montana State starting off on defense on Haven. They've also, well, Howard would have elected for the attack, so Montana State going to be on the defense again, starting for Sunset, and then for Bind, we're going to see Howard starting off for defense if we do indeed end up going to that third map.
Yeah, and I want to see what comps come through once again. Haven, you expect a lot of the same stuff. You accept maybe you get a Cypher instead of a Killjoy, you get an Astra instead of an Omen. It's really a lot of the same stuff coming through. It's Sunset where these teams are still sort of figuring out what the best comp is. Of course, last time around when we saw Sunset, we saw Phoenix come through and it was very successful. Inspired me to say, you know what, every time I see Sunset, I'm just going to play Phoenix. And it works. It's really good on Sunset. You know, it works out. We saw Breach come through. Breach is quite good on this map. Cypher has been sort of the main agent that you pick, and Fade can be used as a really interesting initiator as well for info because there's a lot of geometry on the map that just randomly sticks to a Fade eye. So if you know your lineups, you're good to go there as well.
Yeah, and one character, one agent that you've listed that kind of stands out to me in most of the games on Sunset that I've seen this season so far, whether it's just player bias or whether they're actually the most viable in this map. I do see a lot of that Cypher. I feel like that Cypher has the opportunity to set, aside from, you know, the typical, oh, Cypher just locking down a site and making it difficult with all these trips and cameras and cages. They also have that opportunity to kind of branch away from the site a little bit and place those trips that sometimes interfere with that movement from mid, which a lot of the times we talk about Sunset. You need some of that mid control. You need to have that map awareness. And the Cypher there really does allow for that in a way that perhaps a lot of the other Sentinels don't necessarily provide for.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, Cypher's getting buffed next patch too. If you don't know how to play Cypher and you're a Senti player, learn to play Cypher, because the fact that now your trips are going to refresh if you kill the unit that's going through it, they're going to rearm, you're going to be good to go. The stun is half as long. You know, there's so much stuff happening to Cypher in terms of his trips that are going to make them so much stronger. Learn Cypher. I'm telling you right now, you've got a week to learn it. Learn your kill setups, learn everything there. Get your info down, because this agent's going to be absolutely insane next time we see him, especially with Raze's nades getting also nerfed into the ground. However, here we go on to Haven, and the comps look very, very expected here, at least from the side of Montana State. From Neviage, we'll go with that for now. The Viper is an interesting adaptation that I have seen some teams pull out. It works really well with the Sky as well. You don't quite have as much post-plant utility in the same way. Breach, where you can just continuously stun them, blind them, use your Aftershock there. But it does give you some more adaptation in terms of getting onto site. On attack, your Viper is going to have a lot more value than you're expecting.
And as we're still seeing the hovers come through for both of these teams, particularly on the side of Howard University. We're seeing that BMM, as I'm going to be referring to them now, going to be on that potential omen. So that might mean a double controller composition coming through from Haven. Again, not the most outside of the box thing, I'd say. It's not like we're seeing, you know,
Select
full
your
duelists
agent.
or anything like that. Still very within the realm of reason.
Yeah, and even with the Omen coming through, you sort of want that secondary smokes, and Omen can act as a little bit of an initiator with that paranoia. Really depends on how you want to play it out. Seems as if that's all going to get locked and loaded in for both of these teams. MSU just sticking with the very standard comp that they've set for themselves that has been sort of the main meta on Haven forever, it feels like. Honestly, at a certain point, you see enough Haven where you're like, yep, there's the meta. That's exactly what we're expecting. And even when you get something a little different with the Sky Viper, you've seen it enough times because Haven gets played almost every single time. So, man, just get Haven out of the pool, get a set out of the pool. Let's bring me back Icebox, bring me back Fracture.
Wait. Hold on. We're not going to talk about bringing back Fracture, all right? I'm willing to sacrifice seeing.
Okay, bring back Pearl. Bring back Pearl instead of Fracture. There we go.
Agreed.
Bring back Icebox. That's what I want.
Perfect. Icebox, Pearl, you got me back in this argument. I'm with you here, Adam. As we are now looking to be with these teams, seeing how these purchases are going to be going for this first round. Ursa for Montana State going to be looking to buy up to that Sheriff. Very lethal in the hands of a competent Jet player. So looking to set the tempo early on this defense.
Yeah, and honestly, big fans of the classic plus light shields here. You know, it's a free gun. If you know how to use it, well, you better know how to use it at this point. You know, it's great. If you can find him, just a couple of shots there, you just sort of shoot him down. The right click is broken as anything. Honestly, if they need to change anything for Valorant, remove the right click at a certain point. But Ursa taking a lot of damage early on. You're gonna just dash back across. There you go, 66 damage. Sorry, you're already out of the fight.
Yeah, that is costly early on, and they didn't even get the ult or Palmer able to get two. They got a third as well. There's that right click you were talking about. But now the plant going to be going down despite 3 members dropping for Howard, and the retake has to come in here from Montana State, but they're going to be feeling a little bit confident about this. They've already got their members nicely nestled into position. Hammered on this tower, keeping eyes out. Kai gonna be trying to get this a breach, but has to be very cautious of the flash. The stuns coming out, the scans as well. So much information being gathered for Montana State, picking apart their opposition. Great utility play.
Yeah, you know what? If this doesn't make you a believer in the free gun mentality here from that classic, I don't know what will. Hammer just gets 3 to open up the round, and it just shuts it all down for Howard at that point. Once you lose 3 members to a free gun, you're just like, oh yeah, okay. We'll plant the spike. We'll get our 300 credits and we'll get going. But great opener here for the side of Montana State. You know, full kill participation for Hammer as well. It's not often you see that in Valorant. Great opener for the breach.
Absolutely, love seeing that. I mean, that angle around the classic holding at that A link was just really fantastic. Really seemed to have the finger on the pulse of what the opposition was going to be doing there. And now, speaking of that opposition, Howard University once again ferrying up towards that A, and Ursa getting very aggressive here. Doesn't decide to buy up, instead just keeps hands on that Sheriff, and kind of be cutting across the Viper curtain here. Might be a little bit dangerous, given the position there, and Ursa has to take a couple shots to get rid of that Trailblazer. It eventually does just secede the space.
Yeah, I think there was a pot shot taken by Kai as well, but now just pushing full here. Really no abandon here from the side of Howard. He's going to be traded out as Ursa, able to find another one. Nonetheless, this push has been sort of quashed in short as well. There's so many Omen smokes here. This is... What's going on? There's like... That's an eyesore.
It's very different. It's very painful.
Valorant.
Yeah, this is Valorant things, you know. Every game's got its own sort of visual clutter. I know this coming from Overwatch, a lot of visual clutter, but you know, sometimes the attack shooters need a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit in Overwatch.
But now it looks like the maneuver is going to be through Garage. BMM holding with that shorty, but the rest of their team not going to have that reservation to try to be a little bit more patient instead. BMM has to try to make the push through, doesn't quite get the spike implanted.
Honestly, great round from Montana State. Converting as expected here. This is the round that I'm really intrigued in. You got to convert on this one if you're the side of Howard when you're full buying up. But even then, it's a little weak around the edges here. There's a Bulldog coming through from BMM. It's going to be light shields from Kenny Cosmic and Neviage. The rest of the team seems to have everything else all squared away, but this isn't as strong of a buy as you could have. Specifically, those light shields worry me because Halt Freaks, one salvo there, one 3-shot burst from the Bulldog can shut them down regardless here. Even 3 body shots will get you down to 20 HP, which is a lot to deal with. And Halt Freaks, oh, sitting tight, finds 2. The dogs are out, finds 2.
I mean, just great discipline there. Here's the smoke, sees the sky. The stars align and the connections are made. Yursa not quite able to make the connection. However, Howard going to be equalizing at least closer towards that man advantage. Now taking down that Jet. The Jet seems pretty content to just play on those aggressive pushes coming in from Montana State. MSU going to now be swinging in with that breach flash, trying to get Neviash as the remaining member in Garage. Turns around, but instead tries to take the battle back to Humrid. I'm not sure if I like that, but it's going to be Kenny Cosmic as the one remainder. Standing in the corner, shaking their head, saying no, perhaps anticipating some sort of flash coming in from the breach.
Yeah, both flashes are out, but Kenny Cosmic has 3 HP. Q-tips could sneeze on them. A single droplet, very real after having COVID. A single droplet would take him down at this point. Kenny Cosmic,
30 seconds
I mean,
left.
either you save for the next 30 seconds and you get out alive, but there's a crossfire setup here. Homura just going to shut it down. Montana State are off to the races here, and I really like to see this. Last time we saw them week 1, they came up super flat on split. This time around, they're looking to bring the pain.
And so far, I'd say Howard University is crying a little bit, so very apt to say that pain is fully being brought right now. Only 3 kills to the name of Howard, and that is not exactly what you'd be aiming for there if you're looking to get started off in the right way.
Just an interesting opener at the very least from Howard. That sort of half full buy might have come back to bite them a little bit there. Didn't seem as cohesive as you would have liked to see at that point, but at the very least they were making do with what they have now in a little bit of save round. Spots out the Killjoy util at the very least. It will pop one of those swarms, both of those swarms in fact, but Kenny Cosmic already on site taking so much damage, and BMM just gets taken down by the swarms.
Yeah, goes in for the teleport, but teleports and then immediately the Killjoy hits that swarm grenade. There's not much they can do. The spike does go down with them, I believe, but it does get picked up, immediately planted, and Ursa going to be taking the shot into Kenny Cosmic. Halt Freaks with a good opportunity for rotation here. Sees the shoulder, manages to get Neviash taken out. Vexel quick to return it. A nice headshot coming in from Howard University. It's 2-on-2, make it a 1-on-2 for Montana State. Ursa really looking down the scope as that flash hits. Certainly going to be hurting the eyes, and Ursa needs to try to make something happen or just go in full for the save. It looks like they're going to be backing out and just trying to hold what they got in their hands.
Yeah, a bit of a little bit more than they could chew on B site is MSU, as Ursa with that operator really not meant to retake at that point. At the very least, it's a thrifty round picked up by Howard. Montana should still have more than enough credits to buy up once again, but still it's a little bit rough around the edges there, showing potentially a little bit of lack of patience there. That's definitely something that can come back to bite you as time goes on, but as we mentioned, those wallets still looking decent at the very least. Vexel and Kai are going to be the ones with the thickest wallets at this point. The rest of the team making do on the side of Howard.
Making do, certainly, but again, you bring up the point of those light shields. I mean, there's no phantoms in effect here, right? Where you really have to worry about that phantom diff of that 140 from distance, but still, it leaves you feeling a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit more vulnerable, perhaps, not to have that full armor and protect against most everything but Ops and Vandal headshots. Guy going in with the dog, just trying to find something to lead. They did see Homerid, and Homerid actually gets the kill onto BMM with utility. Halt Freaks not quite able to make the connection, aiming a little bit too narrow. Neviash able to take the kill instead, and that's going to be a site given over to the attackers, I guess taken by the attackers more apt. And now it's going to have to be the retake coming in from Montana State. Those Seekers going out, not going to be doing too much as they're torn down, giving a lot of information that 3 of the defenders are towards that defender spawn.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder is expended, but no one's really in position as of yet. Actually, Q-Tip's going to take advantage of that very quickly. Ursa with the operator, though, needs to be careful. No dash available. They're already going for the stick here. Armor will at the very least get it to half in that Viper smoke. It is traded out. Ursa Finds one with the AWP. Great flash going to come down as well, but Q-Tips wasn't looking the right way, and now, against the world, Homerid will be shut down. Just a little too aggressive for my taste coming through from Irsa there, but nonetheless, it's Howard converting once again.
I mean, it felt quite aggressive from the side of Montana State there on that final hold when there were 3 members remaining. But I'm not sure what else they could have done if they don't, you know, be aggressive and try to push in towards those 2 remaining members hanging in long. I mean, as soon as the defuse comes through, you can just, you know, have both peak at the same time around that angle. A very difficult call to make for MSU. Still sitting in the driver's seat here, still has that advantage. Kenny Cosmic taking a body shot, however, fortunately, it's not enough. It's just a Marshall, so they're able to get healed back up. Won't survive the second time, though, if it's a body.
Yeah, and Irsa just playing with fire. Oh my goodness, keeps going for these drop peaks. Eventually you will get punished for it. A nice little jump peek and a spotted out once again. BMM is playing with fire here and is like, hey, team, I do not want to be holding the spike in this angle, but Vexel from Garage fires a couple pot shots as well. Thus far, still very default from both sides. Oh, never mind. Irsa's just too good with this Marshall.
Yeah, the interpretation that Killjoy is creeping through Garage. Excellently read, and it's going to be punishing towards the side of Howard. Now not going to have that Killjoy for any post-plant, and again, that Sova just really able to hang out in the wings and see if there's any utility that comes through. Does expend that dog to prevent the information from being gathered as much. Nice scan coming in as well. Wi-Fi ready to throw in a shock as well. However, GMM planting right underneath that window. Viper's pit coming out. Nebiad getting stunned. Now this is going to be dangerous for the pit.
Yeah, the pit didn't even really cover the spike. It was an interesting angle. Kenny Cosmic now forced to pop the knives. Tap on the spike very briefly here, but Kenny Cosmic not going to look behind him. That's an up, down, as well as the knives. And now BMM up from heaven. At the very least, was trying to find someone, tried to go for the trigger discipline play, but instead, it's shut down, and Howard washed in their tracks once again. Montana State strike back with force. That's after 3 ultimates, I believe, were expended by Howard there. That's a big round to lose.
Yeah, a very difficult one as we're looking at it here. I do count those 3 ultimates he used, so it's going to be the lockdown coming up most immediately for Howard, but that might be a round or 2 off. Montana State still have a couple in the pocket, so still some tools to work with, although that Jet, I have a feeling, is not going to need to pop those knives for quite a bit. Halt might just use that teleport, get some information, get some statistics as to where their opponents might be lying, or cause a little bit of confusion even amongst the ranks of Howard.
Yeah, and honestly, this smoke is a little interesting. It's very deep. Okay, there we go. I was wondering who would put that smoke down, but it does give them entry onto site. The dog, at the very least, will go through. This is here, has the op. Oh, the crosshair's right on their head. We can't get them. They're not cheating.
Halt is going to be able to teleport out just about, taking a couple shots for their efforts. BMM just holding inside this cubby, perhaps waiting for somebody from Montana State to get a bit aggressive, start traveling up through the spawn. But I think the story so far has been that we're not really seeing that. MSU now going to be having Hummer just step back, try to navigate their way safely into Garage. Not so safe when those doors get torn asunder.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of a heavy peak there. Opts to back off afterward. But thus far, no harm, no foul. Very, very slow stuff coming through from Montana State. They found that one pick, and thus far, they've just been perfectly happy to hold their angles. Howard are looking to re-hit towards C. Granted, Irsa's still here with the operator. What do you do in this situation? Yeah, now you know the op's there.
It's still going to be very the collateral, the 2 shots, the 2 kill rather, going in by Irsa. Halt Freak's going to be there as a little bit of the cleanup crew. Nevia's probably just going to hold here, trying not to lose any more than they already have. Man, Howard, that was a tough play to make, and then the worst follow-up that you could probably anticipate. Nevia's not able to pull anything from their opponents, but managed to keep one in their hands.
Yeah, 1,000 credit tax there for Homerid, losing their shield at the very least, but yeah, full blind for what it's worth, the paranoia striking onto Irsa, and you still find 2. That's heartbreaking there for the side of Howard. Granted, we talked about how long it was taking them, how patiently they were playing it. Granted, patience is a virtue until you need to pick up the pace there. That urgency just wasn't there, and they get punished for it. But now, with still a relatively cohesive buy at the very least for Howard, we're going to try A once again. The operator is not here. Halt, though, might have given away their position. Yep, by just shooting that dog. It is a heavy push towards the A site.
Maybe seeing that one way come through from Halt. Wi-Fi actually not getting hit by the blind. Doesn't matter. Eventually gets taken down. And Ursa delivering very strongly with that operator. But the shotgun gonna be blasting away for Halt, but the stop to it. Trade's going back and forth. It feels Montana State now have a one-on-one type situation with the retake, but that lockdown could be in effect here from Q-Tips. See how they decide to utilize it here. Kai gonna be pushing the tempo a little bit and finds it successfully.
Yeah, excellent stuff coming through from Kai to be able to convert on that. They will leave the operator down. Do not want to pick that up, I see. Doesn't matter, Irsa has enough to buy back up, but Howard showed that they do have those individuals who are willing to step up to the plate, and while it has been a little bit of a rocky road for them thus far, they still have that capability of coming through in the clutch there, especially Kai, taking a little bit of an off angle by pushing up, not really what you expect in a 1v1 situation, and converting on it. Now, though, Montana State still trying to hold here. Normally, Haven's seen 7-5 attack favored. They've already got their 5 on the defense here, and Irsa's found 1 through window. Kenny Cosmic shut down.
Yeah, expensive kill onto Kenny Cosmic. And then another to follow up onto Kai. Ursa, I mean, they got some sort of teleporter magic going on with how they're getting these kills and seemingly catching the opponents so off guard, like they just can't be pinned down. Now it's going to make it so much more difficult for Howard to get anything. And this is what I'm anticipating we're seeing consistently from Howard. They kind of lose a little bit, and then immediately they pull the E-brake and their plays slow way down.
Yeah, and you know, they're really avoiding the drift despite the E-brake. Sometimes teams will pull it and just be like, oh, we're still out of control. What's going on? But Irsa's really been the one to control it thus far. This operator on the defense has been here basically since round 4, and there's no dealing with that thus far from the side of Howard. Once again, it's as if whenever MSU pull the E-brake to stop their own sort of spin out of control, Howard just pulled the E-brake too hard and they stalled. They're stuck, and now they're trying to push their garage with 30 seconds left, but they sort of lost control of the map still. Because there's 5 members up, BMM is going to get a little bit of info here, but the TP will be heard. Or will it? BMM finds 2, never mind, they didn't hear it.
Fortunate findings there for BM and Q-Tips. Might be walking directly into that Omen. No, it's going to be a snake bite coming through, ensuring that none shall pass. For the time being, anyway. I believe that's the second time I've used that reference. That's probably enough. But either way, BMM's still going to be trying to throw a lot of utility here, make it a little bit more difficult for the defenders to try to push through. Paranoia goes in. Doesn't quite catch anything, but it's going to be 2 lockdowns. Turn side by side, trying to see if there's any advantage to be had here. The attackers, or the defenders, excuse me, still probably going to have to taper off. No, in fact, it's going to be the lockdown destroyed. Montana State have a good opportunity here, but a lot of time being bought off. Can't quite make the connections. And I'm taken out of that teleport. The does go all the way through. Montana State do get taken out, but they managed to hold themselves in that round.
Yeah, I think major thing about that spike plant, it was a little bit too deep. It's the most minute details there. Potentially, if you turn around, leave it a little bit more open, you can cover off from that angle, but nonetheless, you know, you find rounds any way that you can if you're the side of Howard, or for Montana State, sorry, Howard, you get the kill advantage there, but once again, not able to convert in terms of a round victory. Irsa, for the first time in a while, will not have an operator, but instead they have knives. And we know exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to go to work, they're going to look for those heads, and they're going to get aggressive, and that's exactly what they're doing all the way up short here. Dashing forward here, and they find one through the Viper wall. Thank you very much for the free smoke. Irsa gets out.
Again, nice opportunity there for that jet. Kenny Cosmic getting revealed courtesy of Wi-Fi. That Hunter's Fury coming through. A little bit of information towards Howard. I think Montana State seems to be a little bit more comfortable using those Hunter's Furies as that recon tool. And Ursa now poses a huge threat to the side of Howard.
Give me
The
those
blind
back.
tries to go through. Kai doesn't make it. Neviash doesn't make it. Vexel will walk successful, making sure that Ursa is taken down. But for one member, Montana State was able to get 3. Hummer throwing out the stun. Not able to find much of that paranoia. The same cannot be said. Now, a little bit of crab walk coming from Halt as they managed to get those kills. If I'm not seeing that incorrect.
Yeah, the blob peak holds down control, holds down A, holds down right, left click. There we go. I'm looking at my mouse. I don't know what I click. I just know how to do it. Crowd walk, just keep shooting. Finds both of them there. But honestly, you can talk about major plays there and call that one Ursa major. That was an incredible play coming through from the Jet. Finds 3 with the knives and says, hey, you know what? I know how to use my knives. I can use something that is something else other than my operator, and I'm just gonna go back to my op. I like it.
I've got your trail.
So now we see that return to the up. Ursa holding that line of sight down long, not able to connect onto anything. Gavage is eventually getting turned into coleslaw. A couple of shots coming through from the Killjoy. Amrad, however, just holding this utility, ready to use it at the first sign of weakness coming in from Howard. So, again, being a little bit more slow. That Trailblazer goes out. Halt has to take the shots to get it, and immediately going to be throwing some smokes. Making it a little bit hard to come in through long. Nice little stun connecting, but it's not going to do too much to it. For too many kills, Howard can't eventually get one. Excuse me, MSU eventually getting one, and then followed up by 3 more right off the bat. It's going to be all for the Killjoy. You can only do so much Wi-Fi, ensuring this round goes to the defenders.
Last round
Honestly,
before the switch.
MSU, this is a completely different look from what we saw in the past. Of note, they looked so lost on split. There was what, 13-2. I'm looking back at the notes for 13-2. Yes,
That sounds right.
Yeah, 13-2. And they looked rough shot on that map. And this time around, they go to Haven, another very standard map, and they're just coming out firing all cylinders. Montana State really putting the hurt down onto Howard University thus far. And the timeout coming here, it feels a little bit late. It feels a little bit forced from the side of Howard, where they're saying, hey, we're just going to try and get another round on the board here. But at the same time, you've already sort of lost your advantage starting on the attack. You really want to be in the lead going into the half here if these teams are to be even in that sense. Despite what the records may show, Montana State showing that, hey, you know what, we've got a lot more bite behind our bark.
And I mean, this leads into potential concerns we could have vis-a-vis Howard University on our second map, right? Because Montana State, we were saying that Sunset's definitely one of those maps that they tend to favor. If Howard University is having difficulty on their map pick, and it's a map that, you know, is fairly well established, I'm not sure necessarily if that says the best things for Sunset, a map that entirely likely they don't have as much experience or practice in, even historically, versus Montana, who, you know, chomping at the bit for it.
Yeah, and I'll shout out another caster who does Valorant and Overwatch, Paulsable. Paulsable had a theory going into CVAL Champions last year that whoever picks Haven loses Haven. It was the weirdest thing, and it just kept happening because teams know how to play Haven. Everyone knows how to play Haven. This map has been in the game for 3 years. If you have any sort of self-worth as a team, you're going to say, okay, yeah, let's scrim Haven a little bit. Unless you're permabanning it, which I highly doubt any of these teams are going to be doing with maps like Bind, Split, Sunset, Lotus still in the pool. You gotta know how to play Haven at that point. So when you pick Haven, the other team is gonna know how to play it as well. They might have strats that are just completely better. So all of a sudden, you're giving your enemy team, in this case, Montana State University, 2 map pick. And they get to pick sides for one of them. Not bad.
Not bad. I would have to agree. We're seeing now Howard try to get right onto A side. They do so aggressively, but it comes to the cost of Vexel, who's creeping around that B entry, trying to get some sort of possession of space. Not able to find too much now. Montana State gonna be wrapping around, going towards all the different entry points that you can from the defender's side. And waiting on Wi-Fi's recon dart to go out, try to gather some sort of information, and BFM managing to catch the back of Ursa's dome. That op not finding anything, but going to be finding 1, 2, 3, going in for the tap. The blind comes out from Kai, immediately pulling Q-tips off the spike, but it's not going to be enough. Halt, Breach, both still standing at the end of the day.
Yeah, and now for Howard, you better be hoping that you believe in curses here, or they will make like their mascots, and they'll be saying "bye, son" to them on this one. Or at least
Switching
bye,
sides.
sunset, and going to sunset next. I don't know exactly how you want to phrase it, but nonetheless, MSU, this is a completely different team from who we saw, and just the transformation in the eye test. Yes, it's a completely different team they're going up against. Yes, some could say it's a weaker team than going up against UConn, but nonetheless, this looks like a revitalized team. This looks like the last 3 weeks have been plentiful in terms of their successes for Montana State. Whether that has shown in results or not, yet to be determined, but thus far they're looking well on track to find themselves another one in the win column.
I mean, you can say all that, Adam, but I think at the end of the day, they're just trying to put on a good show for you. I think they heard some of the things you said about them last time around. They want to start, shining off the shoes a little bit, looking a little bit stronger here, and I think that it's well worth it. They're coming up very strong. I mean, this scoreline alone certainly seems to be showing that as we head into the first round of the half. And right now, Montana poking and prodding, not committing too heavily initially on any of these pushes, but we can already see Howard University starting to pull that Killjoy further away from C site, looking towards that garage, the alarm bot there, so still gets quite a bit of coverage. That turret gonna be taking down Wi-Fi. Not quite aware of the damage they suffered earlier.
Yeah, I guess they took damage from somewhere, and then all of a sudden, Timmy the turret works overtime. It's late on Friday night. You got to get their paychecks worth. They added plus 200 to the Killjoy. Vexel will be like, okay, yeah, I think they rotated at this point because the turret's down, but no one else is pushed. Seems as if a push towards A, but Yrsa, instead of being the entry duelist that most would prefer, going on a little bit of a lurk journey here, and this wall will sort of quash any attempts to that. They seem aware that someone could be there.
VMM, I'm feeling like this Omen's just gonna try to hold, but I don't like their odds against Yrsa. That Sheriff looking very strong. It's gonna be the Omen smoke going out, allowing for another rotation, and Montana State eventually gonna be able to get themselves nestled onto A site, and that utility starts coming out from the Killjoy. Q-tips gonna be throwing it down, but watch out for that. Okay, on the wraparound to A ring. One shot, two shots. Can they get any more for it? No, not quite able to connect onto the Sky or the Killjoy, I believe. Maybe it was the Viper. But either way, not quite able to make it sink as they needed to. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, we were focused on Yrsa there, and all of a sudden the entire side of Howard's just gone. They all evaporate into dust. And MSU once again coming away with a round win for themselves. And honestly, the patience was rewarded there. Just held on for so long. BMM was right the whole time. BMM was probably in comms. No, I knew it. I called it. Guys, listen to me. Come on. I knew it all the whole time. Hopefully not as aggressively as that. But nonetheless, sometimes you have a feeling and you're correct. And it still sucks when you lose that. But nonetheless, Yrsa now just going to fire pot shots towards C. Push. Oh.
Gets the one ready for that. Enough time bought by Q-tips for Wi-Fi to help them out, turn the corner, and make sure that they remain standing. And now, with that, 3 members going down, Spike's going to be feeling pretty good. Yrsa taking down BMM. Every day it feels like we see Yrsa with a sniper in hand, with a rifle in hand. And now the plan going to be going down for MSU. It's all up to Howard University, and Spinny's even coming through.
Thank you, Q-tips. I really wanted to get Vertigo off of that play. Nonetheless, Vexel, nice little head dink there onto Honrid, but it does not matter at the end of the day. Montana State, much like their logo, they've got the whole sun and sky out for them. They're having a great time. They're about to throw a party at this point. And Halt Freak says, you know what, let's go for a judge. Why not? Let's have some fun.
Going to be looking to see how Halt Freaks utilizes this. Some teleports shenanigans, we'll say. I think, if I recall correctly, I feel like we saw Halt Freaks teleport behind one of the teams as they push aggressively through short with the judge. A very similar strat, whether it was this team or not. Not going to quite be the case, though, because we're not seeing Howard get super aggressive. Smart, knowing that they have potential rifle advantage here, does get the kill onto Yrsa. And he's taking out the biggest threat, perhaps, in terms of kills, anyway, from Montana State. But, I mean, nobody tell the rest of Montana State that, because they are just going in, flushing out the remainder of Howard University. And Howard University should have had advantage here.
Yeah, and once again, it's sort of this bulldog coming through from BMM, wanting to get those full fields. At the very least, we'll get one on the back end of this, but Wi-Fi still in a decent position. Both of them blinded up, so BMM will find a little bit of value here, but they don't know where the Sova is. Wi-Fi going to be able to find that. You have the...
Oh, they saw them. Oh, and with the judge just going to be popping out here in the snap, and then Wi-Fi falls down. BMM able to get the defuse. It was looking a little rambly for Howard for a second, but they were managed to stabilize, pull themselves up, and make sure that they walk away at least 4-11 now.
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, very much akin to our first series week cast and second series of the day. When they're winning rounds, it's costly. It's 4 people going down, and now you're forced back into whatever this buy is with 3 rifles, a Spectre, and a Judge. Whereas on the flip side, Irsa could buy an operator if they so desire, will not opt to do so, but the ultimate economy for them is going to be coming through in a round or 2, and that could really be what seals the deal at that point. BMM with the Judge. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me, BMM? Just wait!
Hey, that was ridiculous. I mean, we were talking about BMM having the Judge you were excited to see. Who knew it was just going to take a round or 2? I mean, 2 rounds really when you talk about the performance on both of them. But, I mean, that might have already done the damage to Montana State. Just the Sova, just the full point. I really need to try to make something happen. That Sova now taken out of the equation. UTIP's going to have the location revealed. They're going to be known to be on time. A little bit vulnerable as well. Kai taken down, but, I mean, for the buys they had, Howard University really owes BMM a soft drink of their choice.
A soft drink of their choice, or if they are of age, I won't assume that. You know what? If they are of age, they can also get a soft drink of their choice. You know what? If it's free drinks, free drinks. Come on.
Hey, you know those glass bottle colas, they do be hitting pretty hard sometimes.
Yes.
You know, I'm a huge fan of that cane sugar life, but without getting too much into the the culinary nitty gritty of things, we're looking into this next round. We're gonna start seeing again a little bit of weakness from Montana State. We didn't see them with as much armory in their hands, in their pockets as they probably would have liked, and Howard hopefully can use that to their big momentum here.
Would that be the culinary nitty-gritty or the culinary nitty-gritty?
Oh,
as Howard finds too.
I don't like culinary. That sounds too adjacent to other things that are not based around food.
Culinary. Oh no! Wait a sec. Where are we going that one? Hey,
Hold on. Stop.
The cane
Pause
sugar.
game.
Yeah, pause. The talks about bodily parts at this point. Unfortunately, lots of bodily harm has been taken by Montana State in the last couple of seconds here, but Kai gonna make sure that there's even more at that point. Hammer, the last one left standing. Surely expect him in short, and Neviage gonna shut it down. Apparently, Haven is just the defender-sided map because Howard's coming back with some revitalized life here, regardless of their culinary tastes.
And like I mentioned here before, Montana State was really lacking in the firepower department. Now, not going to quite be the case. We will see Ursa have, again, enough for that operator. Not going to be electing into it this time around, though. We can see kind of the different picks coming through. Ursa does still have those knives on deck if they so opt into it. With the Sheriff, we're going to be looking to make these connections either way. Howard University might be getting aggressive with the Seekers.
Yeah, this is the clown car going down short here. 3 members, but Irsa gonna land one. It's Wi-Fi who converts on the kill. Hulk Freaks behind enemy lines, and hey, where's your comms? Hulk Freaks finds 2. And now all of a sudden, as soon as we talk about it, Howard University might be having a little bit of a upset stomach. Woozy here, might need to pull up the Pepto-Bismol, because you've got 2 rounds left to give over, and this one's already looking grim.
And that is rather unfortunate for Howard University. That teleport coming in from Montana State should have just been negated by those Seekers. You should have known exactly where that Owen was. Instead, he gets 2 up there on Heaven, and then a stun immediately into Voxel. Vexel immediately after that. BMM gonna be good for 1, but you're gonna need a lot more than that. 4 more, as a matter of fact. Vexel tries to go in, manages to take down Ursa, so not a huge cost there, but still able to get 1. Tries to hold on for dear life, but Wi-Fi is gonna be prying that life away from their cold dead corpse.
Yeah, and just like the Valorant anthem
Match
from this
point.
season, time was ticking away. Unfortunately, Wi-Fi just able to hold it down at the end. And now map point for the side of Montana State University. Halt Freaks has been absolutely fantastic, looking like a hunter of his kind. A hunter of his kind, one could say.
Fair, very fair. Not
Very strong.
not disagreeing with this, although we are seeing. Hold on, there's going to be some cells coming through from Howard, right? Do they do the? They don't do the double. Was that a double operator coming from?
That's a double operator.
That is a lot of security, and then they immediately lose the value from at least one of them. Kenny Cosmic got to be taking the drop. So does Irsa. So not a completely missed opportunity. But Halt Freak's going to be coming face to face with BMM. BMM seeing like one of the more wily members of Howard, but not going to be finding too much Vexel. Again, they purchased this up. At least you pull the Killjoy lockdown, but you're not going to be able to do too much else with it. You're going to have a good idea that maybe your opponents are going to be going on to A, but Vexel has to be very careful here. Halt Freaks probably hears them, certainly sees them. That's going to be the attackers coming up victorious. Montana State 13 versus Howard University 6.
Yeah, excellent stuff coming through from Montana State. Looks like a completely new roster, and it's the same 5 players that we saw last time around. So great bounce back, not only for our headcanon as we get. Yeah, there we go. We're good. We're good. There we go. Shout out to our producer, First Night and I. Always love to have our producers. Stand by them no matter what. We got the scores right. But nonetheless, this looks like a completely different MSU team. Like, this does not look like the team that got absolutely stomped out 13-2 on Split. This looks completely different.
Yeah, I agree. Very excited to see Montana State kind of picking themselves up and performing in a very strong fashion. Howard University. Lots of room to see some interesting improvement come through on Sunset, folks, which we will be going to here in just a little bit on the other side of this break. So make sure you stick around. Welcome back, folks. Hope we didn't keep you waiting too long. And it feels like clockwork. Every week we not have to, we get to go to Sunset, the map here. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing for our second map, Howard University versus Montana State. Adam, how are we feeling about it? We've seen it kind of a few weeks in a row. What's our opinions now that it's a little bit more settled?
Honestly, I'm still excited to see Sunset. It's still the new kid on the block for me. It's probably going to stay that way for a little bit longer until they start to rotate maps in and out again. I'm always happy to see Sunset because it still feels so fresh and new. I love to see the new strategies that come through on this map. Montana State, at the very least, they have at the very, very least one game of experience here where they did do quite well in a closer matchup against UConn. But now going up against Howard, where they already have the upper hand quite handedly, I want to say, after that first map. I want to see what they can pull through on this one because Sunset, always fun. We always get some different agent picks coming through. And I don't know if you can tell. I just love seeing all sorts of different agents. There's, 24? Is there 24 agents in the game now? 23 with ISO coming through. I don't know. There's a certain number.
Good Lord,
You know
I can't
what?
even count that high.
Use all of them. There's 23 agents for a reason. After ISO comes out, play all of them. Find a niche for them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I love seeing a whole bunch of a slew of different characters. I'm a little disappointed. I don't get to see Brimstone as much. I feel like I never see as much Harbor as I want. I'm a controller guy. All right. When I say I want to see you use all the characters, I mean I want to see you use all the controllers. All right. I'm so impressed with Astra play, but I'm never able to pull that off. Too many buttons, too many timings, too much to have to keep track in one brain. Again, I can barely count to 24, 23, however much we were talking about earlier, Adam. I don't think I can handle something like Astra. But that being said, we are going to be having a sub in. I believe it was Ballin coming in for Vexel on the side of Howard. So something to keep in mind as we do look ahead. Maybe we'll be seeing that Cypher come through on the aforementioned substitute player.
Yeah, and this could make sense, if you did have Vexel playing Killjoy. If you have a Cypher player that's just an absolute nerd with the lineups, go for it. This is what I'm saying. You know, maybe Vexel, as we mentioned, with the changes to Cypher next patch, pick it up, learn Cypher, let's go.
Yep.
But you know, you can learn from the best in ball, and hopefully here, nonetheless, Howard with a pretty standard looking comp. Hey, there's your Astra that you were asking about. We've got pretty standard stuff on the side of Montana State at the very least. We've got that breach coming through. Got a Sky for that extra info. Halt looked so good on the Omen. I really doubt you want to take him off of it. But it's a little bit of a different look coming through from the side of Howard. At the very least, Kenny Cosmic going from that duelist now over to the initiator with that Sova. And BMM, the top frag from them last game, looking to switch over to the duelist. So a little bit of a role shift as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned that Cypher kind of
Choose your
substitute
agent.
coming in. Well, we talked about that Cypher substitute coming in, and if we see Kai stick with that Harbor, that's going to be quite a bit of control capable within the hands of Howard University. And you know, we talk about that potential or that necessity almost for that middle section to be controlled. You have that Cypher setting up the trips. You have that Harbor able to cut the walls into all sorts of directions and really mitigate, whether it be the lines of sight from the defense, the angles of attack onto the offense. Really huge amounts of potential coming through here from this composition for the defense. And Howard, how they utilize it on this starting attack, I'm very curious to see as well.
Yeah, and looking at these comps as well, they're very different in how they want to approach things. I mean, you've got your Sova as your only initiator on the side of Howard, really looking to try and get as much information as possible. Whereas on the flip side, you've got this Breach Sky who are just going to make sure you don't see anything when you're going onto site. Of course, the Raze versus the Jet, that's always a discussion. Omen versus a Harbor on the opposite side as your main controller. Of course, you've still got that Astra to sort of supplant. Really the only thing that we talked about, as previously mentioned, the Cypher, who can use just the geometry of the map so well to put cameras in the most obscure spots imaginable just to make sure that you can shut everything down. I want to see a comeback from Howard in some capacity here, and they showed flashes of it on the previous map, but this time around, they're definitely going to just have to get rounds in their favor. Great little setup there from Irsa to find first blood of Sunset here, and already peeking aggressively. Caught a shoulder, just going to dash out of there. Nice little head dink there from the Cypher Ballin.
Yeah, good discipline coming through from that Jet. Misses the first shot or two, and then immediately doesn't try to commit too heavily into it. Just dashes out, keeps themselves safe, and allows that pressure to continue to build onto Howard. That Harbor coming through, again, choking off these areas, these lines that you might be expecting to see for the attack. Not going to quite be as successful. The defense manages to get one kill. Kenny Cosmic going to be pulling one of their own. It's the only one to drop for Montana so far. Kenny not able to find anything else. Will be halted there, and Ballin now all on their lonesome. Cypher able to get at least a bit of information. Not sure if that dart connected. But either way, going to be hiding as that flash does reveal their approximate location. Cooldown camera, or the camera dart, going to be going out hitting Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that camera was in
30
somewhere.
seconds left.
I don't know how Ballin got there, but nonetheless, Q-Tip's just going to shut it down. And once again, Homerid is just the GOAT of pistol rounds, 3K once again. Interesting adaptation as well is the fact that Wi-Fi, who played Sova last map, is playing Breach on this map, and Homerid, who played Breach on the last map, is playing Sky on this map. Interesting adaptation. Irsa has a Marshal again. They have a sniper. We know exactly what to expect from them.
Yeah, and I mean, you can almost kind of anticipate at least maybe the initial angles that they'll be able to choose from with that Marshal. You know, you want those longer range opportunities to really pluck your opponent's scalps before they have an opportunity to react at all. And immediately, it's going to be the attackers throwing in that Harbor utility, but not necessarily following in right behind it, perhaps just as a way to push back the defenders. But it's the slow, methodical move coming in from Howard, and knowing that they're a little bit weaker in the firepower. It's exactly what they need to do. But Hulk can be taking down one, immediately backing up, letting themselves live to fight another day, and letting Homerid take the heat instead. I say take the heat, but more like get the kills. Going to be one, and Howard University now stuck inside this one lone angle. This race can only do so much, and coming across with no kills is Howard.
Yeah, Halt's a freak. Honestly, just getting 3 there. Great little blind coming down as well. Living up to their name. Halt right there. No more passing. They all get taken down in elbow there, and now once again, Montana State are just going to town here. Of course, with this being their map pick, they're starting on the defense. And some can say that this is an attacker-sided map. I've been firmly convinced it's defender-sided. Sort of giving that over to MSU early might just give them a little bit too much momentum. And thus far, they've been flying through the first couple of rounds. Granted, here's a full buy now coming through from the side of Howard. Hot shot coming through from Irsa, not quite going to land this wall at the very least. Lots of mid control, but I believe they landed a leg shot there on the side.
Yeah, Harbor going to be reeling just a little bit. But with that door coming down, it leads me to think that Howard University is going to be going towards that spawn or potentially looking for a long route towards A, but that is difficult, that breach, that jet. Both going to be holding this entry very well, and even holding the exit as Kai trying to make a quick escape, not able to find anything. And defenders picking apart Howard.
This is just a slow burn coming through from Montana State. They're just, like, look at this. A timeout already. This is round 4. This is probably the earliest reasonable timeout that you can take. Remember there was one in EMEA where someone took a timeout on round 2, and I was like, oh, what was going on with that? It was actually a tech pause, but nonetheless, this is incredibly early to be taking that timeout. And obviously Howard are like, what are we doing? Like, what's going on? We need to set a game plan here, because the train will fall off the tracks, much akin to whatever the heck happened here from this free cam shot. Howard, they need to find rounds on the board already, and it's looking rough to start out just with 2 effectively flawless rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Montana State, you know, flying high, flying pretty, and Howard University, I'm not seeing too many glints of success, of things they can walk away from. I'm not seeing hints of those super stand out players just yet. I mean, I think BMM had an opportunity on Haven, but on Sunset, we're just not seeing that same skill set transfer over. We're not seeing those kind of plays that they seem like they have in their minds. They already know they're going to be operating on. In fact, BMM not even playing on the controller role anymore. As we mentioned, quite a bit of role swaps coming through here, and I wonder if that's starting to work against Howard University.
Yeah, I mean, they've killed 1 member on the side of Montana State. It happens to be Holt Freaks twice, but everyone else has just been chilling. They're perfectly fine with everything. You're set now with the operator in hand, and ooh, setting up for something. But as usual, the caster curse comes to fruition. BMM pushing forward onto site. There you go. Irsa gonna find it on the way in, and now just your duelist is out of the picture. That tripwire gonna get that 5 damage down as well. There's Neviage behind enemy lines. That's gonna be forced all the way out here. 14 HP just forced all the way back as Homerid starts to bear the fangs down onto Ballin here. On the save round for the side of Howard. They're already in rough shot.
Yeah, Howard in a very dangerous way. They are slowly making their way, but I don't know if we've seen them get onto a site yet. I don't think we've even seen the land come through. Howard kind of whiffing quite a few shots. Moving back to the camera wasn't on them at that time, but eventually the kills do start to come through for Montana State. Howard now down to just this Harbor, tries to make a connection, but Kai, nope, no matches.
Yeah, not able to connect the dots on that one. The operator gets their 1, and those wallets are looking mighty thick for the side of Montana State. 4 rounds in a row to start it out.
This goes here.
I don't want to call it too early. I'm just... It's looking really rough for Howard at this point, because they just can't get onto a site. They can't find ways to succeed at this point, and MSU are just so confident on this map, as they've shown in the past, that it's already looking really tough, and Howard need to try and find some sort of angle. Just honestly 5 push a site. Just go for it at that point.
Very difficult for Ballin. Walks right into that stun and freaks. The teleport right in front of them will be coming out successful. 1 Cypher remains. Q-Tips getting possession of that B site. Has to pivot a little bit, takes down BMM, and then immediately on a Kenny Cosmic. Can't quite deliver on to Kai, however, Kai, I believe that's once again being the last member to fall.
Yeah, that was such a ballsy TP as well, but it's a set play. They know full well where Ballin is going to be. They know someone's going to be lurking out there. They ult in, they drop the stun, and it's so well executed for Montana State. I just wanted to shout out that play, because of course, on the opposite side, you know, Q-Tips gets their 2, Irsa able to find value. Everyone gets their 1s at the end of the day. Cool, but the other play was really cool as well.
Oh, absolutely agree. And we're seeing some some real shine coming through from Montana State. Howard looking a little less prepared for this sunset map. Going to be a little bit of space. And MSU able to find Wi-Fi, really, to full credit. Going to be able to find Kai through that wall. Not able to get too much there with the harbor. That means, again, those angles of shutdown going to be negated for Howard University. And Nebiage playing within that nebula, just playing very slow, very carefully. Ursa waits for BMM to turn the corner, sees the barrel, has plenty of time to get the shot ready. It's going to be Wi-Fi taken down with a single bullet from the Sheriff, but that might not be enough here as we continue to look ahead. The midsection slowly getting choked upon, and Nebiage is going to be the one to truly suffer for it. Kenny Cosmic going to be one of the few remaining members to be standing. And so far, Ballin going to be trying to lead them onto that A site, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got Homerid lurking around, potentially expecting someone to be here. At the very least, they have that information now. Homerid will spot it out and say, okay, yeah, let's pull the troops over here. Both cages going to be used to get onto site here, but now wrapping around, it's going to be able to find the timing on it. And now with the cabbage fully eating them up, they get the spike down. It's plus 300, but it doesn't really matter because once again, Montana State are there in the beck and call. 6 rounds in a row, and they've lost at most 1 member per round.
Yeah, that's getting the spike down. That is a very Pyrrhic victory for Howard University. They're not going to be walking away with too much contentedness after that. And I hate to bring attention to people in a negative light, but look at BMM right now. 6 points towards that ult charge. We played 6 rounds. It's all because of depth right here, and that's got to sting. That's got to take a lot of the wind out of your sails, especially knowing how they were playing on Haven. This is just, it's seeming like a kind of a broken Howard University for the time being.
It almost feels as if it's a little bit of a concession. And of course, there's still a lot of Valorant to play. You still have a lot of ways back into this game, but you know, a spade's a spade at the end of the day. Montana State looks really good right now. Halt is going to stop that push once again. Ballin is going to be able to find one. BMM finally getting on the board there, so maybe just a little bit of flame was what they needed to get a little bit of wind behind them. BMM finds another one as well. And now 2v4 MSU finally in a numbers disadvantage here to try and get themselves back on site.
You know, Adam, I'm starting to think that instead of Caster cursing people, when I talk smack about them, I just start Caster blessing them. And, you know, I'm not going to say I take full credit for Howard University getting where they are right now, but they certainly are looking significantly better.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, there you go. And BMM is just able to find 4. So, you know what? Maybe we should just trash talk the board. You know what, BMM? Okay, this will be part of the bit. You're terrible! Get on it! You know, I'm just playing at that point. Nonetheless, good round. Good bounce back round from Howard. They're finally able to get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity here for Howard. I mean, we've mentioned it a couple times throughout this cast, not necessarily within this map, but pulling that E-break, you know, kind of stopping that momentum in an emergency fashion. You're only able to do so much. And now, I mean, Ursa going to be throwing in with that pop, looking to get in some of those big shots. Doesn't find anything off the immediate, a lot of pressure.
Yeah, actually, BMM finding another one there, pushing forward aggressively. Howard starting to show a little bit more here, showing that they won't just roll over and die. Now just going to get that plan down once again. We talked about how we were literally looking for anything to be happy about them getting the spike plants down, but now 3 rounds in a row, they're able to get it down onto this A site. It seems as if they're having a lot more success. They're a lot more comfortable here. And BMM starting to finally get into that comfort zone. Granted, Rolling Thunder will come down. Homerid going to answer the beck and call just in time. Q-tips now. Side. Looking for an angle. Isn't able to find it onto Nebiage. Now this post plant's going to be so good.
Last player standing.
Under Fury coming in, and the defenders aren't going to be finding it. Attackers going to be holding successfully 6-2, and you know, maybe Howard University, I mean, you mentioned it, just need a little bit of that aggression, a little bit of that flame to get them really roaring. Although that was still a very costly round for them. We saw the showstopper, we saw the neural theft, I believe, we saw the Hunter's Fury come through as well. So a lot of ults come through, yeah.
4 ults, you get the round, you know what, it's worth it at that point. Did you really need the Hunter's Fury? Potentially not, but hey, might as well be safe rather than sorry here. And once again, they're just going to keep hitting this A site. They've had success. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're winning rounds on this side. Just go for it.
But that only means that Montana State's going to seem to have a faster and faster response time, entry time, and Q-Tip's going to be proving that, like I said, round 2. Took them a little bit into the magazine, but they were able to get it. They have 1 HP. They need to be very careful about how they opt to use their life here, Kenny Cosmic. Gonna be throwing out the shock dart, maybe going fishing if they can find anything. Not successful, however, Montana State, the huge numbers advantage. Kai holding delicately, able to get Wi-Fi. Now it's the ultimate coming in from Harbor, trying to create that information, get that zone, create that threat as well. Kai's gonna be doing their best, but they know that they're spotted. They know that they're pinned down. And it's only a matter of time. We've seen Howard get hung up in the early parts of this matchup on Sunset. I don't want to see him get hung up here.
Oh, Halt is going to hang him up as well because he's coming from behind. Paranoia comes through. Are they expecting him? There's one. The Cove, at the very least, going to provide a little bit of safe passage here. But how safe is that passage? Enough to get Halt Freaks? Will get shut down at the end by Irsa. Q-Tips surviving with 1 HP that entire round, as you mentioned. Living up to their name. 1 Q-Tips. 1 HP Q-Tip.
I mean, you know, if I ever get in a fist fight with a Q-Tip, I'm just going to assume it has like 1 HP. I'm just going to assume I just like got to throw it on the ground and I win because, you know.
Yeah, it just bend it in the middle there, the little weak part of it.
Or I go like.
Just rip the cotton out.
Yeah, true. I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna change my mindset on this. I'm gonna say that a Q-Tip has like, I'm just gonna go MMO style with it. It has 6 billion HP, and I'm just able to hit 7 billion, you know, in 1 turn. So, you know, yeah, I'm incredibly buff. I'm incredibly strong. I play Valorant, no big deal. But that being said, we're looking in now. Howard University not quite able to maintain that momentum that they had the last 2 rounds of the 2 rounds prior to the last. Irsa now creeping around. Kai had the opportunity to take them, or excuse me, Neviaj had the opportunity to take them down. Didn't quite, and Irsa still has 1 knife in the pocket.
Yeah, needs to find that. Okay, never mind. Kai shuts it down. The party foul comes through, ruins the true 1v1. But at the very least, you can see them starting to explore B a little bit, putting a little bit of doubt into the side of Howard there. BMM just with the classic this round. Gonna be backing out of this one. Homrad not gonna find him with the Tasmanian Tiger. Now slow down significantly. Snail's pace as they try and find their footing.
I have to see some of Harbor's utilities go towards that A site, so perhaps I'm trying to force Montana State into reacting there, and we do see that Omen Smoke go through as well. Kai should be seeing that tripwire.
30 seconds left.
Seeing if they can remove it before the response comes in too heavy from the defenders. Smoke's gonna come out, BMM12 taken down. It's gonna be the B site possessed currently by Howard, but Montana State all grouped up, and that Harbor throwing up a quick wall. Kai even able to get the kill on the other end of it. Really paying is going to be very tiny, and all has to come down to Wi-Fi on the breach, but Kai with a very long wraparound able to get huge success off of it.
Yeah, 2 members with what, 20 HP and 11 HP respectively there, holding a nice little crossfire there to prevent that swing from coming down. That's really the difference maker there. You just had to get the spike down at that point, get the round in your favor. And now MSU starting to show they can bleed on this map as well. 3 of the last 4 rounds going in favor of Howard. Granted, as we mentioned, while it is defensive sided, do you really expect them to get 8, potentially 9 rounds on the board? We need to see Howard continue to push this momentum. And now with a little bit in the inventory, at the very least, it's not guaranteed that if they lose this round, they lose the next one to buy. Nice little swing coming through, but it's a 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
It looks like Howard is starting to forget their earlier rounds where we saw that same breach utility coming in with a big swing off into that tile zone, allowing for a huge punish onto that Soba. And now Howard's going to be really limited. They don't have as much information. They don't have those shock darts coming through, but they're going to be just content knowing that that Sky is the only one left standing, but they're rotating it towards B site, which is where Homrad currently posted up. Homrad not quite able to connect onto the Harbor, does get Neviaj, however. Sending in that Trailblazer, still has the Seekers, and with that information, Howard University is just going to be backing up, rather those 2 remaining members, Kai and Ballin. Be keeping their eyes to the feet, make sure they don't trip up, you know, safety first, look both ways, all that good stuff.
Yeah, Hammered has a chance to sort of clutch this out once again for the side of MSU, but
Spike planted.
we'll be working uphill. Once again, Kai has the Reckoning available. Both of them playing towards elbow, now wrapping around. This is an interesting play. Both of them playing close together. They don't want to leave each other's side here. Hammered being very thorough.
Oh. Well, I mean, we see the position of that cam coming in and balling. They have the good idea that there is somebody towards that wall, but Kai barely able to make an escape. And the time's going to come where a lot of pressure starting to be built here. Kai has the ultimate in hand, throws it down. The stun comes out, hits once, and then the Kai with the connection, able to make sure that the attackers come out victorious. And Howard, they really needed to play as a team there, particularly Kai and Ballin, and that's exactly what they did.
Honestly, great stuff coming through from them. Holding it down at the last second. Kai has been quite clutch, I want to say, for the side of Howard University. Really bringing them back into this after a raucous start coming through from MSU where, you know, we were starting to get doom and gloom about it all. Howard saying, you know what, we're here to play. At the very least, they're starting to pick up some rounds on the board, getting some in their favor. And then when they flip the map and go on the defensive side, which I've always thought is favored here on Sunset, we'll see what they can do, because of course they have a little bit of a different comp here that does favor, I want to say, a little bit more of that defensive style. You've got Astra for post plant, or to prevent people from getting onto sites. You've got shock dart lineups. You've got double controller to really just put infinite smokes up and prevent them from going anywhere.
Gonna be trying to evade that tripwire, but VMM happens to see them within that line of sight, immediately takes them down.
Exactly.
A weakened A means that the attackers probably going to be leaning in a little bit towards that location. Does get revealed courtesy of a neural theft coming through Montana State. Now have to be very careful. They're going to, rather, Howard University is going to know approximately the setups they currently had, or at least had. Now as these rotations start to come through, Ursa not getting the opportunity to use that op means that they might have to try to go in for a retake. Not too many rifles on the ground to reclaim. Cosmic does take down Hammerid though, and Ursa gets one despite me.
You want to
Yeah,
fight?
nonetheless, with that operator, still very difficult to retake whether you're Ursa or not. Wi-Fi looking for an angle, but everyone's sort of pushed forward onto site. Q-Tips will shut down Ballin, but Kenny Cosmic there to answer the beck and call. Neviage gets two on the side. And somehow, some way, Howard salvaged out a respectable half there. Almost the expected result, as we talked about, with this being defensive sided. 7-5 is far better than how it was looking off the rip.
Yeah, and I mean, again, now if you're starting to analyze these compositions, maybe you start to say, okay, well, this composition from Howard also looks very defensive. It also looks like it should perform very strong on a defensive half. So I think that, you know, Howard, they really needed to get that momentum in the first half. It came in the back half of the first half, but, you know, halves of halves start to get a little bit too nitty gritty here ahead of them for me anyway. And now they're starting to roll into a way that's potentially looking much more comfortable for them. And it's really going to rely on if they can get themselves set up to a nice even 7-7 off the back of these first two.
Nice little overhead shot of seeing exactly what's going on. Sometimes those free cam angles are just perfect because you don't need to look at someone. There's like 4 people who are standing behind a wall. You can just say, hey, those 4 people are behind the wall, and those 4 people are on the other side of the wall. Right now, no one is anywhere. They're just sort of defaulting for the time being. Spike is out near the basketball courts. Nothing is happening yet. Whoop.
Nope, just very slow. Montana State eventually going to be going to send Freaks to fetch the spike, and then it looks like there's going to be some sort of inclination towards that A, but Kai gets caught out here, and that's surely going to be their life. Yeah, and that Trailblazer catching them a little bit too far forward, and the rest of the team ready to swing off of it. Ray's holding fairly close on towards that site, but BMM taking down as well very quickly. That Sky there to heal everybody up for the instrumental in this first round as Ballon gets taken out, quickly followed by Neviash. It's all up to Kenny. Kenny, can they make it happen? Can they make any kills go in their favor? No. Oh, I spoke too early. Yes, they absolutely can. Hammerid, the one to fall. I thought they got the kill on the Kenny before the drop happens.
Yeah, slim pickings there. MSU just waited, did nothing, and then did everything. And that's sometimes the best strategy to go for in these situations, and of course getting themselves back on track. Of course, with Howard picking defense to start it out here, MSU might just have the skills necessary to push forward on attack here. Nonetheless, good effort coming through, and honestly the team play coming through for that pick on Nakai really opened it up. Shows that MSU playing more as a unit now, especially we compare it to week 1. That's the last time we saw them. It looks as if they're more of a team this time around. The Howard are running down mid.
Yeah, Howard are really trying to get aggressive here.
Sprint.
And, yeah, Montana State really should be taking advantage of this, knowing that, I mean, we have the firepower, we have the numbers now, unless they, you know, are doing some rough napkin math here. But Wi-Fi gets taken down. Ballin actually able to get that kill. That means that one weapon should be in the hands of Howard. Very slowly delivering, trying to get on the site, but Montana State has the plant. Bomber taking down one. It's going to be the one drop from the breach, and that's all Montana State are going to lose.
Yeah, the death ball is great if you stay as 5 and you just keep running and you keep shooting no matter what the cost is. Unfortunately, in that situation, the death ball sort of like fizzled out in the stratosphere. It sort of separated into 5 different parts, and then all of them fell apart. You know, monkey strong together. That's what you got to do. You just got to run as 5 and try and get in there. It was good to find your first pick there, but after that, nonetheless, it's the expected result. Now, thank you for the vertigo once again. They're looking to try and get their buy round back in their favor. Of course, BMM, big fan of the Bulldog, as it seems. Looking for full util, looking to try and scout him out any way that they can. Lots of information already from that boom bot.
BMM not able to get it. Hey, halt. Rather going to be ensuring that Bulldog works for them this time around. That Trailblazer going to be taking out that tripwire as well as catching that information. Crucially, Howard University still losing quite a bit on this round that really should have been perhaps a little bit more dominant in their favor, but Hammer going to be taken down by that shock arrow. Certainly going to help not having to get your hands too dirty when you can do it all via the bow. And right now, Howard University have the possession of the spike. You can see the harbor set up that waterfall, trying to prevent the high tide, excuse me, from limiting those options for the attackers to enter here. That jet very far away, that Omen significantly closer.
This is such a great angle from Holt as well. Just barely catches the barrel of the Vandal there. And now Kai has to find some magic once again. No Cove this time, so no get out of jail free card. Kai's just sort of on a... so the spike's the other way, buddy.
I think he's going to have to try to play for time, right? Put some pressure onto the Montana State team. Maybe make them have to play a little bit too long for spike, but that is a lofty goal. Maybe he was anticipating them pushing onto A a bit more aggressively. Not going to be the case this year, so dashing onto B site and having more than enough time to plan.
Yeah, sort of flipping the map a little bit here in terms of how everything works out. Kai, though, full HP, has that wall still available. They're holding a cross outside of B, so at the very least, they do have trade potential, but a whole site to have to clear out for Kai is a lofty task at the best of times. Contact made by Ursa.
As you mentioned, crucially, no Cove. Oh, the hold. Oh, let's go. The push through by the Omen. Ursa's locations likely be revealed. Ursa, I believe, not getting the spike ping. Kai has the opportunity to try to push through here, has a little bit more time to play with. Gets the kill. Kai, essential, instrumental, crucial to the team of Howard University in these moments.
What can I say?
Yeah, Kai getting a little bit hype at the end there, nodding to himself. Yeah, I just did that. I'm him, playing his guitar a little bit there. And now it's gonna be a timeout. They're gonna say, okay, you know what? Let's calm the nerves a little bit here. Let's get back on track, because it was a round win, but as you mentioned before, Pyrrhic victory. You get the round win, but it's 4 members you lose. So your bye coming into this next round, not going to be so hot. That is not a taco stand. What is going on?
I feel deceived, to be honest. On the low tacos. I don't know what
It's Cypher and a sombrero!
And a mustache, all right?
Okay, how does Cypher get a mustache, though? Because he's already wearing, like, what is it? The CSGO hoodie thing, the whatever you call it. And then he, like, when he takes off his hat, he's bald as anything. Like, how do you grow a mustache outside of that?
I I don't know, but I just imagined somebody with a big bristly mustache, and they're wearing a balaclava, but the mustache's bristles like weave through the thread, so you still see like bits and pieces of the mustache peering through the little cloth.
That's horrendous.
Super hilarious to me, but
That's a horrendous image.
I mean, kind of, but you know, horrendous and funny, two sides of the same coin, if you want. But
True.
okay, so Howard University had their time, had their chat, had their think. They're still going to be coming at this a little bit underpowered. Again, despite those huge opportunities, Kenny Cosmic has to take a step away, doesn't want to suffer too much damage because of that blind, and the paranoia and the spy camper.
And surely you're aware of this positioning as well. Darn is on track. Kenny Cosmic, 5 HP in a dream, finds the kill on the Hulk Freaks. And now Kai sitting in the cold. Aware of the push here. Homerid doesn't seem to be aware of it. Kai walks past it as Wi-Fi finds the kill onto Kenny Cosmic. Kai gonna find one at the very least. Homerid, though, holding it down on sight. Let's turn the tides, he says. The reckoning comes down. Kai will get shut down. And it all comes down to Neviage here. Weak weaponry. Gonna have to try and make something happen here. But Wi-Fi with 30 HP. Gotta be careful of this peak.
Yeah, it is a Marshall, so the damage can certainly be there, and Wi-Fi only takes one with that low of a health pool, and I believe, if my math's correct, Homerid also only going to take one shot, maybe two. That puts them somewhere very close to it. Oh, but the swap into the
They might have enough time.
Crucial, but you're absolutely right.
Clutch.
Oh, wow, that was very, very touchy there. Touch and go for the side of Howard University. And again, it feels like Howard University win this by the skin of their teeth at the cost of their checkbooks.
At the cost of my vocal cords on that one. My goodness, that was close. I mean, they're all broke. Like, somehow Howard have a better buy, because I guess they won the round. Yeah, this will be interesting. This is one of those cases where no one has a full buy, and we're like 5 rounds into the half. Welcome to Valorant, everyone.
Great to be here. We see now Montana State going for a little bit of that mid control. BMM going to be responding by throwing out that boom bot. There's a taken down. Kai able to find that one instantly, and Fallen quick with the wraparound, going to be getting the neural theft as well. They're really fishing for that one. Now, information revealed here by Montana State. Montana State not looking nearly as strong on this offense.
That was incredibly well played from Howard. They just played off of each other so well. The team play is really starting to come together, and despite them taking back-to-back timeouts across, well, they're the only team that's taken a timeout thus far. They're looking so strong, and finally, MSU is starting to show the cracks in their gameplay here. Knives will be popped from Irsa. They've got the full buy. Ballin's really the only one who doesn't have a full good rifle here. Bulldogs are okay. Bulldogs deserve rights as well, but you know, it's looking a lot better from the side of Howard, and now you really start to worry about MSU. Are they getting a little bit too comfy in this game?
Well, I think you said that within too close of an earshot to Irsa. Immediately going to be throwing 2 knives into the foreheads of their opposition. Montana State taking a blistering pace onto this site, going to be immediately going for a plant, knowing there's only 2 members remaining of Howard, and they're not the most aggressive onto site. Neviage, Ballin both trying to make something happen, but Neviage caught in the cage. However, not shot down, so perhaps the reinforcement's not quite there for Montana State. But still, a lot of threat being put down. It seems like every time they turn, there's a little bit of utility being put into them. It's exactly what MSU needs.
Yeah, honestly, really well played just to push aggressively, play behind Irsa. You know, they said, you know what? Screw the strats, win. Irsa, go kill. There we go. And that's exactly what they needed to do that round. Works out like a charm. And now they've gotten themselves back slightly in the driver's seat here. BMM going to be opting for that judge once again. It really comes down to Kai's gameplay, though. It always feels like Kai has to come up huge in these rounds for them to have a chance at this. A couple of ultimates online, the wall, the Hunter's Fury. This could really be what turns the tables here, because if you're able to find this win, you're able to keep your economy in check. Else you're forced back onto a save. Else you're giving up round 12. And now, all of a sudden, your game's on the precipice. Your series is on the precipice.
Going to be a bit of information gathered from Montana State, using that dog just to try to get in on site, but we see, of course, a lot of stars full of trips as well set up, making it difficult for those attackers to push in should they opt into it. However, not going to be the case. Eventually, everybody starts to taper off, except that one lone Jet. She will still be there, holding the fort down, as it were. Kai can be cutting off a lot of that mid zone, enabling, perhaps, or I guess inhibiting Montana State from getting too aggressive, but also allowing for that pass relatively free. They don't have to worry about crossing through those lines of sight all the way from defender spawn, so it allows them to actually get gathered up a little bit more efficiently here.
Yeah, of course, this double wire setup might not be expected. Never mind, it's fully expected. What am I saying? Ballin, though, has sort of snuck behind here. Probably hears this. Oh my goodness, they're looking the wrong way. Ships in the night. Ballin shuts down Irsa. And your main way in is now removed from play. Halt does take down Neviage, but with a sliver of HP, have to try and make something happen. Homered takes advantage of the aggression here. All of a sudden, Howard is starting to fall apart here. It's a trade back the opposite way, but time is running out. This Omen is sprinting
10
towards.
seconds left.
Is there enough time?
I don't think so.
7? Just barely.
Oh,
my
wow.
goodness. But Q-Tips is just playing, being a pest on the opposite side. The right click is not enough.
Oh, just barely off center of Kai. Gonna be regretting that one, but Kai, the rotations have to be red here. Wi-Fi gonna be holding this, but if Kai goes this far, it's not gonna matter. He doesn't. Freaks able to get the one shot with the Vandal. A little bit of finesse, as it's a headshot. This certainly didn't need to be.
And now you look at Howard's money situation. They have to force up here. You can't be just giving over match point at that. Kai gonna have a judge. The rest of them can't really buy up much, and Neviage can potentially get a Bulldog full shields or stars plus something. It's not looking. It's looking really rough at this point. You need rounds on the board. You need to come through with your best inventory, and if that's just a random crap you pick up off the ground, so be it at that point.
It's going to be tough here for Howard. They are looking down the barrel of a smoking gun in metaphorical and literal ways, as it turns out. Halt's going to be looking to push up through that mid zone, being very careful towards top Kai. Not quite able to connect, and losing Kai is perhaps one of the most valuable losses you could suffer on the side of Howard. They'd certainly be wanting that back if they could get it. And now Ballin going to be ensuring that that A site's still being held, but Montana State be looking to lean in with a little bit of force of their own. All 5 by my count now going to be leaning on the A site, but Howard University with a relatively quick response. Ballin throws out the neural theft, not able to find anything else courtesy of a paranoia. Halt going to be dashing in and out, trying to just maintain possession for Montana. Make things as difficult as possible, but a nice reclaim from Neviage. Does it manage to connect onto the sky that time, and it is going to cost Montana State with the plant. Howard University, one dangerously low solo, one raise, still full HP, but not able to catch anything. It looks like that Satchel was not able to get exactly what it needed. Now it's up to Kenny Cosmic, and it's tough. You have to try to go in for something, but your numbers are so limited, but that's a good start.
Yeah, you're gonna go through elbow. This is fully heard out, and this is the issue. They know where you are at all times. You're gonna have to just find some crazy pot shot onto Homered here. But time's ticking. You gotta swing. You gotta do it. Just go for it. Kenny Cosmic!
Attempts it, but not able to find all that much. Attempting to set up the recon dart, but I believe that's where they get shot before they're able to return any fire.
Yeah, and I mean, you're able to get full Vandals this round if that's what you were aiming for. You've got to defend 4 match points here. And at the same time, you have to defend that against Wi-Fi's massive wallet. Okay, botted them for someone. But they've got full buys on the opposite side. They've got another one in the back as well. You're going to have to rattle off 4 rounds in a row. No holds barred. You must win these if you're the side of Howard. If you want to extend this out to overtime, if you want to extend this out to a map 3, else you just roll over and MSC get themselves a 2-0.
Right there.
And MSC, we're going to be looking to take this rather aggressively. Look out for that Omen to teleport right in behind the Astra BMM. Trying to push ahead aggressively with this Astra Nebula. Manages to find one. Goes in with the showstopper, doesn't wait for the activation. Takes the moment too early. Neviage with the knife out. That's a bit of a risky maneuver. Lines now coming through, and Howard University really in a tough spot, losing a couple, but Ballin and Cosmic both equalize, and now Wi-Fi certainly at the disadvantage here with that health pool.
Yeah, Kenny Cosmic at the very least able to hold it down. Another Pyrrhic victory. They barely scraped that one out. But hey, you're still in this game. And that's all that matters. At a certain point, who cares how you win it? You got the number on your board to go up. The buy is rough. But hey, you're going to have to go up against a couple of rough buys if you're going to get yourself across the finish line. 3 more rounds to go for Howard if they want to salvage this one out.
Yeah, I mean, a weak economy, but you got to find something to do. It's like digging through those $5 DVDs at your local supermarket, just trying to find something that'll pass you for the weekend. But I mean, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Howard University still has to put up quite a fight here, and if not literally, damn near a flawless performance coming through on these next few rounds.
They just gotta keep holding their guns. Each time they have to rebuy up, they're forced to full buy every single time, no matter what your credits are. If you got 3,000 credits in the inventory, you gotta buy your util, you gotta buy your shields, and then you get stuck with a stinger. So you gotta just do what you have to do to get across the finish line. At the very least, MSU are weary of this. Neviage with a nice little shot there. That's a big pick onto Irsa. Q-tips. Oh, they know. And it doesn't matter, as Q-tip shuts it down.
Great. Kenny Cosmic not going to be able to be he's not going to be able to be effective at all when they're dead. But on that retake, as it looks like the spike slowly moving its way up towards A, and this is great. This is huge value coming in from that Cypher. Howard able to jump the tripwire. And Wi-Fi might be going for the same thing. Does so successfully.
Hey.
Huge opportunity here now to catch Howard University. A little bit of their pants around their ankles. It's going to be that Trailblazer going in, just trying to clear things out. But that might be giving some big sound cues over to the defense, knowing that perhaps not all is as it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Kai seems so aware of this. This flash gives away that information as well, but stunned up. Kai stuck peeking! And Homrid capitalizes. Not a whole lot of time left to judge. Just trying to play interference for a little bit. Homrid will get the spike down, and it's a 2v3 once again. Neviage. Oh, they don't know about Q-tips. Q-tips is in the perfect spot, but it doesn't matter. Homrid might just do it all themselves. Oh, Ballin gets one. Q-tip shuts it down, and that's all she wrote. Montana State 2-0 on today's game against Howard University.
Man, Montana State had a spectacular start to this map, but it got closer and closer. I don't think it was fast enough to close the gap between Montana and Howard, but man, I don't know what I was expecting. I feel like I got a bit of whiplash throughout that matchup, Adam.
Yeah, at the very it just seemed as if Howard were like an old piece of gum that wouldn't get off your shoe. They were sort of stuck around for a little too long there, at least for MSU's taste. Of course, they still convert on a 2-0 at the end of the day, but it definitely showed there is still development that needs to happen for Montana State. They are not without flaws at that point, because we saw Howard University still able to come back into this despite them being down 6-0 off the rip, taking a time at round 4 and only really being able to piece together 1 kill on their lost rounds for the first 6 rounds of that game. But nonetheless, they're able to bring it back. They show a little bit of life at the end. At the very least, these two teams, while they may be towards the bottom of the standings, both of them have a lot of upside that has yet to be explored.
Yeah, a lot of upside and personally a lot of entertainment value, at least for me casting this game. A huge amount of enjoyment coming through from both of these teams. However, we're not quite done. We're going to try to get an interview coming in here from Montana State University. So folks, stick around. We'll be right back after this break. Hello, welcome back, everybody. Another very fast transition from hopefully a very fast commercial break or intermission, if you prefer. Sir Waltham Rare Adam here in the interview booth this time around. I know it looks very similar to our casting booth, but we are here with Halt Freaks. Halt, hello, welcome, and congratulations.
Hello, thank you.
Now, I mean, it's late. I'm just gonna, try to knock these out for all of our sakes, if I'm being honest here, Halt. But
Yeah, no worries.
just starting off, tell us what your mindset, well, you and your team's mindset was like going into this match. Was this another day at the office? Did you kind of come into this having any special strats or considerations in mind? What was going through your brain?
I think we are all really eager today. I feel like we've finally been getting into a rhythm, seeing as like we're kind of a new team, like we just started this semester. So, we're kind of finally into a rhythm a couple months in, and we're really looking forward to getting a new win. So I think we're all excited.
Yeah, and I guess to follow up on that, last time we got to see you on a broadcast, it was in week 1, and there was a lot of things that needed to still get fleshed out. What do you think the biggest difference is between your week 1 performance and now on week 4?
Yeah, like I said, we were a new team, so like we had only practiced together maybe 4 or 5 times week 1, and now we've had plenty of time to build that chemistry. So like comms are flowing a lot better. We have a few more strats. It's just time pays off, hard work pays off.
For sure, and we got to see your sunset come through once again. This has sort of become an expected thing from MSU at this point. What do you
Yeah.
attribute to your success on Sunset? Why do you like the map so much? Like, walk me through sort of why Sunset.
That's a great question. I don't know. I think it's just because it's new. A new thing is like always exciting. So I don't know, just being able to surprise people. Everybody kind of knows all the old stuff with all the old maps, like Haven, Ascent. Everybody knows like all the tricks there are. Sunset, there's a few tricks that people haven't seen yet. So that's probably why.
Well, fair enough. Look forward to seeing as many tricks come out on Sunset as possible. Love seeing it. Me and Adam talk about it every time. New map, love seeing the new kind of strategies, characters, compositions, just different ideas that people have now that nothing's been certainly set in stone quite yet. But Halt, we appreciate you coming in here, answering a few of our questions, spending a little bit of time after the game with us. But before we let you go, do want to give you the opportunity, whether it's friends, family, your opponents, your team, I want to give you the opportunity for any shout outs. Who do you got?
Shout out to my teammates. Shout out my coaches. Um, Thanks for the fans for watching. It's been great.
All right. Well, you heard it, folks. Huge cheers to yourselves. Halts, once again, thanks for coming in, joining us. And if I haven't said it enough, congratulations.
Thank you.
And with that, Adam, we are about ready to wrap things up here from all of us here at EGF for Season 5. We have had a fantastic broadcast day. We hope you folks at home have enjoyed it. But until next time, stay safe and take care, everyone.